Hello again, friends. And you are my friends, and welcome back to another edition of 605, the Superpodcast, the only podcast on Turner Time. The Mothership! The best wrestling podcast on the planet, the only wrestling podcast that matters. Call somebody. I'm your host, the great Brian Last.
It's me!
The hardest working man in wrestling podcasts.
Stop the murder on TV.
What are you trying to prove, baby?
And I am very happy today to welcome a newcomer to the co-host chair on the Super Podcast. He has appeared on the show before on one of our specials, but I'm very happy to have him here today. We have a lot of things to talk about, as well as the top 10. But I'm very happy to welcome to the show Brian Solomon. Brian, thank you for being here today.
Well, Brian, it's a real pleasure. I've been, as I've told you, I've been listening to the show from the very early episodes and really kind of admiring it from afar. So I'm really, really glad to be here and excited to be here. And I have to say, I know that I'm following in the footsteps of some really, really great co-hosts. So I'll try to bring what I can to the table. You know, I may not have the impressions of a Howard Baum or the dry wit of a Scott Cornish, or the colorful histrionics of a Vandal Drummond, let's say, but I will try to bring my own unique presence to the 605.
There have been a few dummies too. Don't worry. I think you'll do okay, but I'm really happy to have you here. You know, you appeared on the show previously on one of our specials, like I said, and I know that you're someone who not only knows your stuff, but goes out of your way to figure out the things you don't know. And you've done a lot of research. You've done some historical projects. We'll talk about your big one in a little bit, but for the people out there, Brian, who don't know you, don't know your name, or maybe they've heard your name and don't know what you've done, give us a little bit of your background in and around professional wrestling.
Sure. Well, the thing that probably people might best know me from currently wrestling related is that I'm a contributor to Pro Wrestling Illustrated, also to Inside the Ropes, which is a fairly new UK-based magazine. Not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's pretty damn good. And I think I've set some kind of record because I don't know if there's ever been a wrestling writer who has worked for two different wrestling magazine companies ever. So I may have done that.
That's Kenny McIntosh's magazine, right?
That's right. Yes. Yeah, that's the one. And actually it started out as not a magazine, but more like, they do kind of wrestling themed events and appearances and that sort of thing. And they decided to start up a magazine, and it's really interesting and retro. Even the design of it, it's made to look like the old Power Slam, a little bit of the old Power Slam magazines in the UK, and a little bit of kind of like the classic 80s WWF magazine. So I've been writing for them. I'm also the co-host of the PWI podcast every week with Al Castle. And as far as what I've done before, also a lot of people will bring up that I used to work for WWE. So that's another thing. For 7 years, I was a writer / editor for WWE's whole kind of family of publications. So WWE Magazine, Raw Magazine, SmackDown Magazine, all their specials. So I did that for about 7 years. And that's kind of how I really broke in, because that was pretty early on. I was in my 20s. And ever since then, I've been sort of trying to build on that, or I guess coast on that, however you wanted to describe it. And now I've also written a few books. So people may know me from WWE Legends. They may know me from Pro Wrestling FAQ. And now I've got this new biography of the Sheik that's coming out next spring. So I have not been able to shut up about it for the past year and a half. So people probably, if they follow me, they definitely know about that book.
Well, I'll shut you up about it for a few moments, although I do want to talk about it, but let's take a step back. WWE. Now, you're someone who still has your ear to the ground in terms of contemporary wrestling, but as I said before, you've always shown an appreciation for wrestling history, and you're someone who has sought out interviews and people. I know that you had the last interview with Bobby Davis that was out there. And I'm curious, working for WWE, did you run into any barriers? Did you run into anything when working on the magazine? Did anyone ever stop you with anything historical? Were there any comments made about anything historical? A lot of people look at WWE and say, oh my God, this company, I'm one of them, hates wrestling history, does its best to disregard history. What was your actual experience there?
My experience was that actually changed over the time that I was there. So to give some perspective, I was there from 2000 to 2007. Now, when I started, I already came in as sort of like not just a wrestling fan, but like a wrestling history fan, you know. And there didn't seem to be anybody who wanted to listen to me in that area. Like one of the first things I did when I got there was I was trying to pitch concepts having to do with historical stuff. Like I wanted to do a set of trading cards that would just be legends and things like that. And that eventually turned into the Legends book. But initially they were looking at me like I had 8 heads. And the idea, you know, the response was what you would imagine, which is, you know, nobody cares about that. We're looking at the next show and the next pay-per-view. There isn't a market for that. And I kept trying to tell people, you know, actually there is. There's a whole market. You could be going after people that don't even watch the current product, and you could make customers out of them, because I guarantee you there's a market for this stuff. It may not be at the same level, but there's certainly a niche market for this stuff. And I'm not taking credit for turning things around, but I did feel that things did start to turn around a bit while I was there. I don't know how anyone else feels, but I feel like WWE's acknowledgement of history, I'm not saying that they have a perfect record on it, but it's way better in recent years than it was, say, when I was a kid watching WWF in the 80s and 90s. I mean, they acted like nothing ever happened before like 3 months ago. I mean, half the time they wouldn't even reference a title change from even like 2 or 3 years ago. There was very little acknowledgement of history, whereas now it comes up a lot more, I find, in their regular product. And I think part of that was, you know, they started this whole Legends program, right? They started that while I was there. And that sort of opened their eyes a little bit to the fact that there was an interest in historical stuff. Of course, because it's WWE, their interest was piqued, not out of a respect for history or of the need to preserve it, but the idea that they could make money off of it and being able to monetize it. And you know what? Whatever. Sometimes that's how things happen. If it wasn't for that, it never, you know, that's part of what made them bring back the Hall of Fame and made them.
I was going to say that. You were there when they brought it back in 2004.
Right. So that was part of that shift that I was telling you about. So by the time you get to that period, and I don't know if, you know, maybe Hogan coming back might have been an early impetus to start getting into more of the nostalgia market, but they did bring back the Hall of Fame, you know, because look, that's very telling what they did. So what did they do? They abandoned the Hall of Fame when? Exactly when the Attitude Era began, because part of why they were going for the Hall of Fame initially in the 90s was their business wasn't going well. They were trying to mine the nostalgia, you know, to sort of get things going. And when they felt they didn't need it anymore, they abandoned it. But then when business went down again, they went back to that idea of, hey, maybe we can make some money off nostalgia. And I just have to say, as far as Hall of Fame goes, I know the WWE Hall of Fame gets hammered, and a lot of the criticism is justified. But I think you have to remember, too, that a lot of the people that go into that, you can talk to those guys, and they consider it a great honor, you know, for whatever it's worth. I mean, they're honored to be a part of it. So, I have my gripes with it, but I also don't feel like it deserves as much criticism as it gets, especially because they've actually tried to right some of the wrongs in the last few years. But yeah, their interest in history kind of comes and goes based on how much they can, you know, make money off of it, to be blunt.
I remember when they brought the Hall of Fame back, because I was working at Sony Music at the time, and I had unlimited gratis, which meant I can order, based on who I was and where I was there in the company, I could order as much of anything I wanted at any time. But for WWE stuff, which was distributed by Sony Wonder, I also knew that if you were friendly with the people at Sony Wonder, and I had an ex-girlfriend who was there at Sony Wonder, and then I became friends with other people, they got the WWE stuff earlier. And I remember just being shocked in 2004 when they put out that DVD, because I got it before it was released, with Billy Graham and Don Morocco and Sergeant Slaughter and Big John Studd. I couldn't believe it, because I thought WWE would never try to commercialize it to that extent. And here was a DVD of just history, just the Hall of Fame inductees, the speeches, the WrestleMania moment, and then classic footage, promos and angles and matches. And then they also did that DVD right around that period of time of the biggest stars of the 80s. And that really began that period of WWE kind of accepting, once they bought WCW and they felt like they owned history, they got a little easier about rolling it out.
Yeah, I think that's part of what changed too, is there started to be a feeling by some people within the company of, we are now kind of like the stewards of wrestling history. So what are we going to do with it? They owned more stuff. I was there during all the years when they were buying up, like they bought up the Florida Library, they bought up World Class, they bought up Mid-South. I remember days, everybody always points to the video footage, right? But I don't think people realize they were buying everything that whatever those promotions were willing to sell. So I remember being there one day and literally pallets coming in from Florida of anything you could think of from the Florida office, photography, memorabilia, whatever Mike Graham had to sell was there. And they're just bringing it into the building. I got to see that kind of stuff. But another thing that helped me when I was there with the historical stuff was I think a lot of people don't realize how much under the radar we were on that magazine. Everybody always thinks of it as this well-oiled machine and this really tight ship, which it is, but we were a very small piece of the pie. WWE Magazine, the amount of money and revenue we brought in was a drop in the bucket. So a lot of times they weren't even really paying close attention to us. Like I remember doing some legend stories and things and people would be like, oh my God, they're not going to let you do that. Or you better check with somebody before you do that. And I would just go ahead and do it. And I got away with it. And I think I got away with it because no one was noticing. Like I did when Randy Savage did his rap CD, right? The Be a Man. I had the idea of doing a review for it in the magazine and doing an interview with him. And everybody was like, you can't talk to Randy Savage, persona non grata and all this. And I was part of it I was very naive and I was, again, like I said, I was in my 20s. I literally just got his number, called him up and did the interview and published it. And I remember even in the middle of the interview, he goes to me, he says, does Vince know that you're talking to me? And I'm like, no, he has no idea. And he started laughing his ass off because even he could not believe that that I was doing that, And I did the same thing with Bruno when Arnold Skolin died. I felt like I can't do, because Arnold Skolin was revered by the McMahon family and the organization, so they wanted to have this obituary, and I said I can't do this without interviewing Bruno. And this is before he reconciled with them. This was like 2006 or something. I said, how could I write this without getting a comment from Bruno? So again, I reached out to Bruno, and he was incredulous too. He couldn't believe it. Like, are you supposed to be talking to me? He was worried I was going to get fired for talking to him. But I went ahead, I did it, I printed it, and in both of those cases, I think for Savage, it was the last time that he ever spoke to my knowledge, to anybody in the WWE organization. And for Bruno, it was the first time I believe he had talked to anybody, any public-facing part of the company in many, many years. I just went ahead and did it.
With Savage, you were under the impression, or you were told directly, he was persona non grata. Were you told why? I mean, we all know the salacious rumor that's out there. Was that what you were told? Was there ever an actual reason that you were told that Randy Savage couldn't be interviewed for the magazine?
Nobody ever said why. And I have to be honest, I mean, without getting into all that, whatever, like you're talking about, I never knew any of that while I was working there. I really didn't. I found out years later, at least whatever rumors there were. I can tell you that it was definitely a name that you could not bring up if you were not, I mean, just among the jobber crew of us working there, you could say whatever you want, but among the certain people, you definitely didn't want to bring that name up. I remember we had, again, we were such marks in that magazine. Like that division of the company was definitely composed of people who loved wrestling. And so we would do kind of markish things. We had wrestling posters on the wall, and we had a Randy Savage one up. And I remember at one time I was working for Shane McMahon. He was the head of our department for a little while. And I remember he came out of his office. He saw the Randy Savage poster or whatever it was, 8x10, tacked to the wall. He walked over to it, and he literally poked it as hard as he could with his fingers repeatedly until it fell off the wall, and then he stepped on it and he walked back into his office.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was part of why, without me knowing reason why, I just knew like Randy Savage is somebody you can't talk to, you can't get him involved and this and that. And again, I didn't know anything of the reasons why. I don't even know if those are even true. I don't know. But all I know is I just thought, well, this is stupid. I mean, we have to be, come on, he's a legend and people love him. And, he's Randy Savage. We have to be able to like do a little, WCW was already gone. He wasn't working for the competition. I don't think he was working for anybody. And the rap CD was like this perfect pretense. It gave me a reason to do it instead of just kind of doing it out of the blue. I was like, oh, we want to talk about this new album that he's got. And I went ahead and did it. And I remember it actually got a lot of positive feedback. And I never heard anything bad about when I would do things like that. I generally didn't. And I don't flatter myself. I think a big part of the reason why is people just didn't care in the company. Like we were such a small fish that they were just like, yeah, who cares? Just let them do whatever they want. People didn't even really take notice a lot of the time.
With the Savage thing, I'm a little puzzled by the Shane McMahon finger. He didn't rip it down. He didn't pull it down. He just poked it over and over again?
Yes.
I mean, I've never seen anyone do that to a poster.
Right. It was strange. It was, what I think it was? It was a page of a magazine. So it was like, like an 8x10 sized piece of paper. And it was tacked to this bulletin board. And yeah, I remember that very well. He just kept poking it and until it fell down. He didn't rip it down. I remember he said he also, every now and then something like that would happen. I remember we also had one of the Killer Bees. And it was a giant kind of foam core poster that we had up of the Killer Bees. And I guess there was an issue with the Killer Bees that we didn't know about. I think years later I found out that they were somehow involved in the steroid trial in kind of an antagonistic way. Or maybe Brian Blair was, I don't know. And that was another one. There was a very loud objection to having that. We had to put it away. And I think sometimes what would happen is the people that are so close to it too, they don't really realize sometimes what these things mean to fans, because they don't look at it as fans. They look at it from a different perspective. Like I can remember, how in the opening of WWE programming, they don't have it anymore, I don't think, but they used to have in the montage, there was a black and white picture of Vince McMahon Sr.
Yeah, I know exactly the photo you're talking about.
And it's an awesome picture because he's literally got the pencil and the book in the picture. And he's got like these little bifocals on. He's looking up. People probably remember that. That picture, the reason that got put in there and the reason the way it came to WWE's attention was through me. When I was working on that WWE Legends book that I mentioned, I had an article in there on Vince Sr. and I was working with PWI to get photography because WWE doesn't really have that very old photography. And they sent me that picture and I flipped when I saw it. I loved it so much. I just thought it was so perfect. And what I wound up doing was I made a printout of it. And I also, it wound up in the book, but I also made a printout of it and hung it up in my cubicle, just because I thought it was really cool. And I remember he walked by one day, meaning Shane, and you have to look at it from his point of view, right? This is his grandfather. And imagine if you walked by somebody's desk and he just randomly had a picture of your grandfather hanging up. I can understand how you might think it was a little weird, but see, he didn't think of him as anybody else other than Grandpa. And he looked at it and he looked at me like I was just a complete weirdo. And yeah, he's like, why do you have that up there? And I'm trying to explain, I'm stammering. Well, your grandfather, it's cool. And he was the founder of the company. And look, he's got the actual pencil in his hand. Isn't that amazing?
You should see the photo I have of your grandmother.
But he actually said to me, please take that down. That's just weird. Take it down. So he made me take it down. But then a few days later, a couple of weeks later, he must have mentioned it to people. He comes around to me and he goes, Hey, Bri, you still have that picture of my grandfather? I said, yeah, I have it here somewhere. He goes, could you make me like a bunch of copies and give them to me? I wanted to frame one of them, and we've never seen that picture before. So I got the impression he must have mentioned it to people, and they must have said, oh my God, get that picture. I want to see it. And the next thing I know, it wound up, not immediately, but it eventually wound up in that montage. And that's how they first came across it. They made me feel terrible for having it up, but I think they eventually came around to how cool of a photo it was. But that's what I mean when I say that sometimes they wouldn't really, I think, appreciate the way that fans look at it, because they're so close to it and so inside of it that it means something different to them.
What was it like working for Shane?
Well, I'll say that I will honestly say, out of the entire McMahon family, because I did have dealings with all of them, he was the nicest person. Most assuredly the nicest person. I was going to say kind of the most normal person, but really, I mean, none of them are normal. They're just in their own kind of universe. I would have to say Linda's probably the most normal, because she's not related. But Shane was a nice person, very nice guy. But the problem was, I think this happens a lot when you have any kind of magazine or something that's run by a celebrity, let's say, because my sister, for example, she worked for Notorious magazine that was run by Puff Daddy, and a magazine run by Rosie O'Donnell and things like that. And you run into issues where you get these people that they just don't know enough about the field that they're in, And a lot of their expectations could be very unrealistic. And you also run into this issue where you don't want to let your boss know that you know more about this stuff than he does. So you have to kind of play this game. And so while he was very nice, he could also be very, very hard to please. Like, I could remember sometimes doing like 30 or 40 different mock-ups of covers, of a magazine cover, until he found one that he liked. I remember one time having a not an argument, but kind of a heated discussion with him, because we had a face-to-face kind of cover. I think it was Hogan and Vince when they were doing WrestleMania, and they're face-to-face looking at each other in profile. And I remember he asked us if we could take the face images and turn them so that you could see more of the other side of the face. And I had to explain to him, well, this is a two-dimensional image. There is no other side of the face. It's not a hologram. This isn't like the holodeck on Star Trek, right? It is a flat image. What you see is all there is. So but those would be sometimes the kind of discussions that would happen. And you would have to be very diplomatic about it, but again, like I said, he could also be very cool, and he was very approachable. But what I think was happening too is that because he was nice and personable and good to us, I think sometimes he actually took some heat for that, that he needed to be harder on people who worked for him, and he needed to maybe not be as nice. And you could tell sometimes that was happening, that there was kind of a push and pull and a give and take of where he might be trying to be not as nice as he actually wanted to be, because he felt like that was how we would respect him, or he would get the best results from us. Maybe he was getting that from his dad. I don't know.
Was Vince ever involved directly with the magazine while you were there? I mean, well, obviously he's involved in everything. That's not what I mean, but was he ever actively involved in the day-to-day of the magazine, or interested in the magazine?
When Shane took over, because when I started in 2000, Shane wasn't really that involved with us yet, because he was still on the road. He was still, doing a lot as talent. But by the beginning of 2002, he became more hands-on. And when that happened, because he was in the office pretty much full-time at that point, we sort of got pulled more into Vince's orbit, because, well, I mean, it's his dad. And so, it was like orbiting too close to the sun, because there would be a lot of times where we enjoyed being under the radar and we enjoyed being anonymous. And then we would start getting pulled into board meetings, and we would have to start running things by Vince, or going into TV creative meetings and throwing ideas at them and getting feedback. And, it never ended well, to be honest with you, typically, because I could remember being in a board meeting and having to pitch magazine ideas to Vince in front of the whole, whatever they were, VPs and board of directors, and not wanting to be there, not really needing to be there. I mean, why does he have to approve every story we put in the magazine? kind of like micromanaging. But I remember one time he was pretending to fall asleep in the middle of the pitch while I'm talking to him in front of everybody. And then there was the time that he told me to take my head out of Dave Meltzer's ass.
What caused that?
So you would think I love telling that story because it doesn't even really make sense to me. Like I've tried to sort of make sense of, because I actually had some very positive experiences with Vince. We crossed paths quite a bit in the time that I was there, but he's the kind of guy that you would see him from one day to the next and he would have no idea who you were. You know what I mean? So it would be like an Etch-a-Sketch. It would be like back to square one. So this was one of those days where I was on his bad side and I'm pitching magazine ideas, and I remember what set him off, of all things. What set him off was I said, we want to do an article on the greatest cage matches of all time. That is what set him off. And he said, you guys need to take your heads out of Meltzer's ass.
What does that have to do with Meltzer?
Right. Exactly. In the moment, like, what is happening right now? In the last 15 years, I've had a lot of time to think about it. I think that in his mind, especially at that time, anything having to do with kind of that type of wrestling history stuff is the realm of Meltzer, because Meltzer does these deep dives into wrestling history, right? So from conversations that I had with Vince over the years of, I got to interview him a couple of times at length. I think the feeling I get is he likes wrestling history. He's good with it if it serves a purpose with whatever the product currently is. You know what I mean? Great. Okay. So if we want to do a storyline where it connects to wrestling history somehow, then I get it. But why would I just do a story about the greatest cage matches of all time? How does that benefit me? What angle does that advance? What character does that get over? It serves no purpose to him.
I would say for the same reason you did a VHS tape of the best cage matches.
Right. Now you're thinking logically. That's the problem. And again, like I said, it could be day to day, his reaction. I remember one time, and this story tends to blow people away and it blew me away. We would always hear, and everybody's always heard how, he doesn't like wrestling, let's say, and he's got people in his ear who don't like wrestling and they're always trying to get away from being a wrestling product. I mean, we even hear it today with things that Nick Khan will say and things like that. And we've heard, Kevin Dunn and all that. So, here we're trying to create a product with the magazine that he would like, that would appeal to not just wrestling fans. Right. And that was I was never crazy about that idea, but that's what they wanted to do. So we did a magazine cover where, the famous Andre the Giant photo where he's holding all of the female wrestlers in his arms. He's got 4 of them.
There's a few of them, but I think I know the one you're talking about, the George Napolitano photo.
That's right. Yeah. And we even got in touch with George when we were doing this. So we had the idea to recreate the photo with the Big Show. And we did it as a cover. And the thought was, unlike the Andre photo, right, in order to show, okay, sports entertainment has evolved or whatever the heck you want to say, we're not going to have Big Show in his wrestling gear. We're going to have him dressed to the nines, in a jacket and in a suit and a button-down shirt and all this, looking really classy or whatever. Never mind that he never actually appears like that on TV. That's what we wanted to do to sort of give it that, this is more than just wrestling kind of feel. So I then had to bring these covers to Vince. This is per Shane. We didn't do this every month, but for some reason that month he wanted me to run the cover by his dad. So I happened to be at the TV studio. We literally saw him walking down the hall, and me and my publisher, my editor, Barry Werner, we took advantage of the moment, and I had the mock-ups in my hand. I put them in front of him, and I said, "What do you think of this?" And the first question he asked me was, why isn't the Big Show in his wrestling gear? Why is he wearing a suit? So I'm thinking, I'm going to really impress him now. This is my moment. I'm going to get over here, and the next thing you know, I'm going to be climbing the ladder. And I said to him, well, the reason for that is we want this magazine to appeal to more than just wrestling fans. We don't want it to just be a wrestling cover. We want it to be more than that. And I'm thinking, this is just what he wants to hear. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, but wrestling is what we sell. This is a wrestling company. Our product is wrestling. Now,
I wish you would have recorded that.
Right. I I was like a cartoon character, like with my jaw hitting the floor. I almost wanted to say to him, and I swear I didn't say it, but I almost wanted to tell him, that's not how you feel about the wrestling business. What are you talking about? Everybody knows that that's not how you feel. Why are you saying that? But I didn't say that. I tried to kind of roll with the punches, but I was so flustered because it was the last thing I think anybody would ever have expected him to say. Now, part of me has wondered if there's two possibilities. Either he's more either the stereotypes about him are not entirely true and he does, have a respect for wrestling more than people think, or he was just screwing with me and trying to throw me off intentionally, by intentionally taking the other side of the argument, which would be very manipulative and weird. But I mean, I wouldn't rule it out entirely, but it threw me off completely.
Shane, you're handling it all wrong. You're being too nice. Go pretend you like wrestling. Throw them off.
Well, I remember when we did that, my publisher, Barry, he was so impressed later on. He was like, "Oh, Brian, wow, you handled Vince so well. That was really smooth and you did a really good job." He kept saying that until Shane got a hold of him, because Vince must have given Shane an earful about me. And Shane gave Barry an earful, and Barry goes to me, "Boy, you should go. You have to go apologize to Shane about the way you talk, the way that you talk to his dad there."
What did you say? What apologize for what?
Right, and I think it was one of those things. I think the feedback that I got was Vince kind of saying, who the hell, who are these guys you have working for you down there, Shane? One of your guys was telling me that, that he didn't want us to have wrestling on the cover or whatever. I felt like I was in Bizarro world. Like I am trying to convince Vince McMahon to think outside of the wrestling box. Like why would I be in that position? If anything, I would be wanting to go the opposite way. It was just weird. It was almost like a Seinfeld episode.
I could talk to you about the WWE and your time working there for the entire show, but we'll do this again. I want to ask you about something else before we move on. PWI. In terms of history, does PWI address its history well? I mean, I know Bill Apter hasn't been involved with the magazine since I think 99, 2000. But what do you think of PWI's history and the way PWI deals with its own history?
Well, I think sometimes they don't realize how much history they're sitting on. They have, I think, nobody would disagree, they have the greatest comprehensive archive of wrestling historical photography anywhere.
I may have them beat.
Okay, well, no, but wait. Here's why I say that, though. I understand what you're saying, but you don't have photography going up to the present day. They do.
That's right. I have more stuff than they do going back to the beginning, and I probably have more stuff than they do before 1970, but they got more stuff than I do from 1995 on.
Right. So the thing with them is they have the ability to pull stuff on pretty much anybody from any era that you might want, from William Muldoon to Marco Stunt. They have it. It doesn't, you know what I mean? There's
your next book, Brian. From William Muldoon to Marco Stunt.
Nice, like from Milo to Londo.
That's right. A modern day take on From Milo to Londos. That's right.
Right, or from Gotch to Gable. Right now, it's going to be from Muldoon to Stunt. No, but they what I found was because I, like a lot of people, I first developed a love for wrestling history because of the magazines. Okay, so specifically the London magazines like PWI and The Wrestler and Inside Wrestling, because I started watching wrestling in the 80s, the late 80s, and initially, it was all WWF. I mean, I was 12 years old. I'm 13 years old. I only know what's on TV in front of me. It was when I started to pick up those magazines that my head exploded and I got, my mind literally expanded as far as all this history, because they were making such great use of their historical photography. I remember, I'll never forget it. It was, I think, the 30th or maybe.
Yes, I know exactly. There's two issues that I'll never forget. One was the decade wrap-up issue of, I want to say Sports Review Wrestling, or maybe Inside Wrestling. And the other one was the anniversary issue, and they had color sections.
Okay, yes.
And they had those archive photos. I remember one of them had Sky Lolo with Wild Bull Curry. That was my first exposure to all the deaths in World Class, because they had a page with the Von Erichs and Gino Hernandez. And even as a kid, I was like, wow, how did everyone die there? Those are great issues.
Right. And the one I'm thinking of, it was the 25th anniversary of the Wrestler magazine. So it came out in like 1991, and they did a lot of ranking in there. So it would be like, you know, the top 25 tag teams of the last 25 years, top 25 wrestlers, whatever it was. And, you know, I knew nothing at the time except what was on like Superstars of Wrestling and Wrestling Challenge every Saturday and Sunday morning. That's all I knew. And my head exploded. And ever since then, I just wanted to learn more and more and more. So I always went back to them as being like, wow, you guys are this great source of history. And I think one of the things is that I think sometimes what I would forget is that what was historical was, at the time that they were publishing a lot of it, was contemporary. So like a lot of people, I would get very nostalgic about the old PWIs and the old magazines. But you know, they also have a responsibility to cover the current business of wrestling. I mean, that's really what their bread and butter is, at least, you know, unless they decide tomorrow to turn into a nostalgia magazine. But when I first started there, I was just kind of a sporadic contributor. When I left WWE, I was very good friends with Frank Vitucci, who used to be the photo editor at PWI and London Publishing, who became the photo editor at WWE, and he's still there. And he helped make the connection. But in the past couple of years, I've become now like a regular contributor. One of the first things I said to them was, please, please, please let me do like an old school nostalgia section, like a monthly department. Because I said at that time, and this was like 2 years ago, I said, you guys have all this great stuff and you're not doing enough with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like we could be doing coffee table books. We could be doing this, that, the other thing. Like, you've got amazing stuff. And the only time, you know, it's popping up is maybe like if somebody dies, or once in a while, you know, there'll be a reason. I said, let's do a whole history section. And I think I eventually wore them down. It was Stu Sachs was still there when I was starting to do that, and he was transitioning to the new editor, Kevin McIlvaney, who was the current editor. And I think partly what benefited me was in the changeover there, Kevin, to his credit, and this is nothing against Stu, but Kevin has been trying to do some different things with the magazine, some interesting things. And it's not just historical, but in a lot of different ways. Just kind of new, kind of a breath of fresh air. And thankfully, and if he's listening to this, maybe he'll agree, I think he saw the idea of a retro column as one of those kind of new, ironically, like new fresh ideas. So, but because I said, you know what? I said, there's a whole, same thing I told WWE. I said, there's a whole readership out there that maybe doesn't watch the current product. And maybe some of those people might pick up the issue because it'll get them remembering what they watched, or even the old magazines they used to read. Like, let me do that column. I really would love to. And they've let me do it, and they've given me carte blanche. And so that's kind of how I'm known now. I have the reputation on the magazine staff of Brian is the old school guy. Brian is the guy that's always going to find an excuse to do something historical. Like, I just pitched the cover story not in the PWI 500 issue, but the one before that. I pitched the cover story, which is speculating about a potential future match between Roman Reigns and The Rock. And I wanted it to be this classic kind of like after mag type of cover story, you know, wildly speculating about some match that may or may not happen. But I did a sidebar in there, because I always have to find a way to shoehorn this in, of other kind of generation versus generation wrestling matches that have dream matches, you know, from The Rock versus John Cena to Strangler Lewis versus Jim Londos. Just anytime you had a clash of different generations in this dream match. So I always find a way to kind of like squeeze some historical content into PWI, because I think it really belongs in there. It's part of what it's one of their great strengths, really.
I pulled it up because I actually had it nearby here in the office. From October of 1991, well, at least that's the cover date, the 25th anniversary edition of The Wrestler, the silver anniversary celebration of wrestling's most respected magazine. And looking through the color section, and they do a year-by-year breakdown of their headlines and the top stories of each year. But looking through these photos, and here's one of Jim's photos, So many of these stayed with me. I'm looking through it here. Here's the one I mentioned before with Sky Lolo and Wild Bull Curry. The one of Chris Adams blinded. Heyman with the 3 managers. Billy Graham standing on top of the garbage in Times Square posing. These are photos that always stayed with me from this magazine. This magazine had such a big impact on me chasing wrestling history.
God, yes. I mean, I know it's weird, but I had the exact same experience. That particular issue, I mean, it wouldn't go too far to say that it changed my life, because so much of my life now revolves around doing stuff related to wrestling history. And it started with picking up that exact issue. There's a picture in there, too. You have to know it if you have it. It's the picture of Red Shoes Dugan with
Yes, after you got burned. Yeah.
Yes, which I later, I guess, found out they did with sandpaper. I guess it was like in the same way they would simulate bleeding, with a razor blade, they would simulate burning with, either sandpaper or like rubbing. And this is almost, it pains me to even describe, but like rubbing a towel really, really hard and fast against your face until you started to rub the skin off your face. But that picture, I wanted that picture for the Sheik book, actually, and for a variety of complicated reasons, we couldn't get it. But that picture also stuck with me for, the past 30 years of just because, too, I'm 16 years old. I'm looking at that. I know even at that point that wrestling is a work, or it's not, it's not competitive. But I'm looking at that going like, maybe parts of it are real. Like, did the Sheik really burn this guy? Just the mystery of that was so fascinating to me. And that's one of the things that made me want to learn more and more and more about it, even just how they did it.
The one that stayed with me that I never understood until I became an adult and finally figured it out. But Victor Rivera holding his head, bleeding. It turns out it was after John Tolis had attacked him with a chair. I now have all those photos in my archive that Theo Everett took, but the specific one they showed in the magazine, Rivera, blood coming down his face, and there's Dr. Schwartz with scissors. Now you realize, he's trying to give him stitches. As a kid, I'm like, what the hell's he doing with those scissors? The man's already bleeding. He looks like he's crying. And this doctor's going over there to cut something. I didn't understand as a child. But that photo, what a photo. And now that I have the whole series of photos, it's an amazing series of photos.
Yeah, and I sometimes say to Kevin, because whenever I'm working with him on a story or an idea, and I'll throw some suggestions for what the photography might be, I'll always tell him, like, I'm just so jealous that you go to work every day and you're surrounded by these file cabinets and however you have it stored. And I wouldn't be able to get a damn thing done. I know it. All I'd be doing all day long is just digging through those drawers and things. And I said to him, you got to have me up there one of these days. I got to come there. I mean, I'll even make it worth your while. I'll organize it. I'll do whatever you need me to do. I just want to be around it to be able to see that stuff. Every now and then he'll post something on the PWI Twitter feed or Instagram, just some random thing that he finds, just some incredible photo that he'll just pull out of a drawer somewhere. And it's an embarrassment of riches. It really is.
Well, on that topic, before we move on, I don't think I've announced it here on the show, so I will hear, and we'll have more about this on the 605 in the future because we're working on more episodes. But in the past year, Arcadian Vanguard struck a deal with Brian Bucantis and Arena Publishing, and Arcadian Vanguard now owns the Wrestling News Archive, which is comprised of the magazine archives of the Wrestling News, the Ring Wrestling, Wrestling Monthly, Wrestling Review, as well as all of the associated programs for the AWA, the WWF, Mid-South Wrestling, Leroy McGurk, California, etc., as well as a 10,000 plus photo archive, actually maybe 20,000 plus now that I think about it, photo archive, various other things from the collection of Pro Wrestling Enterprises, and we have some projects we're working on now that we'll announce in the future, but we are looking at ways of reissuing some of the old issues, doing some retrospectives, some collections, as well as ways of taking these brands into the modern era. So stay tuned for that. Also want to make mention, Arcadian Vanguard now owns the archive of the Wrestling Exchange, which was a spectacular, short-lived wrestling magazine in 1980, started by Gary Mancuso with Gary Kamensak, and they worked with Brian Bucantis on it. And Arcadian Vanguard is extremely pleased to now own that archive, and we are going to look to do a reissue project because it was a groundbreaking magazine. It did not last very long, and It wasn't on newsstands everywhere, but it's a really cool magazine, and we're really happy to have that as part of the collection. Also, Arcadian Vanguard purchased the website Kayfabe Memories, a fantastic site started by Vince Fahey, and I'm very happy to say that we have several long-term projects involving Kayfabe Memories in the future. One of the things we did was make sure the message board will stay up, that information will be taken care of, that it'll always be there for everyone. We're working on a site redesign that's not imminent, but it's in the plans. We're working on it now. And it's taking some of that content and maybe putting it in book form. We're going to be working with Vince Fahey on that. Really excited about that. We have other projects we'll be announcing in the future, but in the time between regular 605 episodes, there's been a lot going on and a lot of really cool classic wrestling content and other forms of content beyond audio will be coming at you in the future. Stay tuned for more information. But Brian, before we go to the top 10, one other thing I wanted to ask you about. You recently attended, and I may be getting this wrong, so please correct me. Is it now the International Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame? The Wrestling Hall of Fame that is now open in upstate New York, but it's not the original Wrestling Hall of Fame that moved to Wichita Falls, Texas. What exactly did you attend, and what can you tell me about the function?
Okay, so it is a little bit complicated, you're not the only one, but it's the International Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame. So as a lot of people know, there used to be up there in upstate New York, the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, right? That wound up moving to Texas a few years ago. And it sort of left a vacuum behind. So the impression I get is that there was an interest in some people in bringing some kind of wrestling hall of fame, pro wrestling hall of fame back to New York State. You have the Cooperstown there, you have the International Boxing Hall of Fame there. New York State is, for various, tax related purposes or whatever kind of boring reasons, it's a Hall of Fame friendly state. And so I know Tony Villano, who was the guy that was affiliated with the original one that moved to Texas, he, was approached, and I don't know all the kind of details behind it, but of wanting to start something up, and they did. And it was supposed to start during last year, but COVID pushed everything back. And I think one of the things they're trying to do to differentiate it is that, having the word international in there, they're trying to be serious about that and really not that it's just about, people outside of North America, but really put a lot of the focus equally around the world. So I'm looking at the cover of the program that we did here, and you've got prominently featured the Great Gama, one of the major faces on the cover, right alongside Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair. You've got Inoki, you've got Mil Mascaras, you have Paul Pons, the Frenchman. So the idea is to kind of angle it that way to make it more international. I also, and I don't know all the details behind all of it, but I know there's probably a sense that at some point maybe there might be some kind of sharing that could go on, because as we all know, the Hall of Fame that went down to Texas has so much stuff, so much memorabilia. And so there might be a situation where they're able to share it or kind of able to lease it and move it back and forth. Because one of the things they announced at the Hall of Fame weekend that I went to is that they're going to have a physical location somehow connected to I forget the name of it, the arena in Albany, the sports arena there. There's going to be kind of like a part of that building that's devoted to the International Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. So I mean,
that's good. Nothing says wrestling like Albany, New York.
Wait a minute. Come on. Like I said, didn't you hear me when I said that New York is a Hall of Fame?
Of course.
Yeah. So that's, and look, let's be honest. I'm a very, I live in Connecticut, but I'm born in New York City, and I'm a very kind of typical kind of arrogant New York centric New Yorker. And my first reaction when I heard that they were moving the Hall of Fame down to Wichita Falls, Texas, my reaction was they might as well have put it on Venus. I'm thinking who the heck is going to go there? I mean, I know I'm not entirely right to say that, but I'm thinking, New York State, it's centrally located. You got so many major metropolitan centers nearby. It feels like it's more kind of in the mix. And I was kind of sad when they moved it all the way down there. So, I'm one of these people that are glad that there's going to be something up here that is in that same vein. I know wrestling has, 40 million halls of fame. I understand. But, I'm still optimistic and hopeful. I had a good time there, and I hope that they're really able to do something really special with it. I think it got off to a pretty good start.
I think we need more halls of fame, and they could all go to battle with each other, and the last one standing gets all the memorabilia.
I mean, I guess maybe they could do it that way. I mean, maybe it could be a Texas death match since it's down in Wichita Falls. They could do it that way. I don't know.
I don't know either, but we're going to get ready now to move to the top 10. Of course, the top 10 is brought to you by our friends, the wrestling fans over at Ramsor Records, RAMSEUR, ramsorrecords.com. And let's play some music in the background while we're talking about this here. This is... There it is. Very, very nice. This is from the brand new album, out now, from Brian Rahia, who is a member of Bombadil. You may remember we talked about Bombadil way back here on the show. They had a great album that I loved that had that song, We're Not Those Kind of People. It was a great album. And here, of course, is Brian Rahia from Bombadil. I'm going to make it a little louder. Oh, maybe too loud. Let me make it a little lower, ladies and gentlemen. But this is a great album. It's an instrumental guitar album. So if you want some music to go, I don't know, go in the backyard, sit under the big tree and smoke a big joint and just think about the world while the leaves are falling in your face. Well, hey, this may be the album for you. Of course, you can get this album right now. Brian Rahia, let me spell that for everyone. B-R-Y-A-N, he's a Brian with a Y. Rahia, R-A-H-I-J-A. And you can get this album, the name of it, Timber. Hope no one's yelling timber while I'm under that tree. Jesus Christ. But the album Timber, out right now from Brian Rahia. It is available from all streaming and digital platforms. You can listen to it wherever you listen to your favorite music. You can buy it wherever you buy your favorite music. And if you go right now to brianrahia.com, you even have a chance to get a limited edition autographed vinyl. Check that out right now. But once again, Brian Rahia and the album Timber. This song right here is Silent Advantage. And this, of course, is brought to you by our friends Dolph Ramsor, a great man, and all the people at Ramsor Records, the Mid-Atlantic Wrestling of the music industry. They literally, and I talked to Dolph about music, they care about the music they're putting out. It's stuff they believe in. And I really like this. And Dolph, you better send me a vinyl record so I can listen to this a little bit more, but we will now lower the volume of this. There it is. And go to the top 10. Of course, the top 10 is voted on by the listeners of the 605 Super Podcast on our Facebook page, facebook.com/superpodcast. And Brian, are you familiar with the top 10 and what this shenanigans is?
I am very familiar with the top 10. In fact, it was one of the things that first attracted me to the 605, because I just thought, these are some smart guys that they know their wrestling history and they know comedy. Like they could usually don't get both at the same time. So yeah, I'm very, very familiar with the top 10.
Well, at number 10 this week in the top 10, making a return,
Brian.
Yes? Who is it?
Take down that creepy photo of my grandfather.
Is this Black?
This is the Black Scorpion. A voice from your past.
This is part of my past I've been trying to forget for the last 14 years.
So was Ole Anderson. But everyone kept asking him about the Black Scorpion.
Boy, what happens when you don't do that voice for a while, ladies and gentlemen? And then you try to do it, but at least I got this.
I don't know how Ole did it.
Well, there he is, number 10.
All right.
The Black Scorpion.
Yeah, you could also say Shockmaster too, right? I mean, it kind of works.
Same voice. Ole did the same voice for the Shockmaster. See, at least with the Black Scorpion, you had Ole in silhouette, so you couldn't tell it was Ole, and he was moving around with the voice.
Right.
But with the Shockmaster, it was Ole on a mic, and then Fred Ottman had to stand there beyond the falling through the wall thing.
Right.
Let's not look past how ridiculous it was. He was supposed to stand there and mime to Ole Anderson talking backstage.
Yeah, and he's doing his best, you know. You could tell that he's trying to make it work, and he's doing all the hand movements and gestures as if he's talking, and the sound doesn't quite match up. I remember as a kid, too, I guess for people our age, it also sounds very much like the voice of Darkseid from the Super Friends cartoon. I don't know if Ole Anderson was doing that one, too, but I like to sort of imagine he was.
That wasn't it for me as a kid. I thought of Inspector Gadget.
Oh, right.
I'll get you, Gadget.
That's right. I think it was actually the same guy that did not Ole Anderson, but the same guy that did the bad guy on Inspector Gadget was also doing Darkseid on the Super Friends. So there you go.
Has it ever been explained the origin of Ole doing this voice? When did he start doing the voice? And at what point did he say, hey, you know what? Now that I'm Booker, I've been waiting for years to show people my vocal skills.
Well, I mean, so Shockmaster's, I think, 93.
93, Black Scorpions, 1990.
Right. So, I mean, I plead ignorance on this. Is there any record of him doing that voice before the Black Scorpion? Like, was there ever a character that needed a voice like that? I honestly don't know.
No, but they should have done some kind of angle where he got punched in the throat by, like, Thunderbolt Patterson, and he had to talk like that for a year.
In fairness, I mean, I have to say, as you yourself have demonstrated, that's a voice that pretty much anybody can do. It's not like one of those, you know, you need like a voice actor, like anybody can lower their voice, you know, anybody.
Come on, is that the best you could do, Brian Solomon?
I don't want to
let me hear you. Come on. Oh, this is the Shockmaster talking.
Oh, man, that hurts my throat. That's going to be my book, From Sue to Scorpion. The Many Voices of an Idiot. The great Brian Last story. But at number 10, the Black Scorpion. At number 9, a man who is surprisingly popular, and we had a chance to speak with him earlier today. Let's go to this right now. Number 9 in the top 10, Lord Apnea Hayes. At number 9 here this week in the top 10, a man who rose to popularity with the top 10 a short while ago, Lord Apnea Hayes, and I believe he is on the line. Lord Hayes, are you there?
What? Who is this? Winston Churchill?
This is not Winston Churchill. It's the Superpodcast, and you clearly woken up, and you're at number 9 in the top 10. Congratulations.
Well, now that I'm getting my bearings, I could see the rancid squalor that is referred to as the Arcadian Vanguard green room. First of all, you should know that your prostitutes are atrocious. Well below my usual standard. I'm looking around this place. What is that filthy thing in this corner? Fuck me. Is that a weevil-infested hot dog costume of some sort?
So,
mind you. Oh no, by all means.
Yes.
Let me take time out from my tea with the Queen to address you, Mr. Lost. Please proceed, Brian.
Well, thank you.
You know, I was just doing my pre-show warm-up. Do you have a pre-show routine?
I do not have a pre-show routine. I'm wondering if you have a show routine, actually, now that I'm listening to this. But Lord Hayes, no, I do not have a pre-show routine, no.
Who let that girl in here with that obnoxious laugh? How about banished? Banished, I tell you. You know, Brian Urshus.
Yeah, no, I
don't know. I was just sitting here composing my thoughts while having my dicky cleansed and pressed. And it occurred to me, while I was sitting in this oppressive dungeon, that it's going to take more than pouring some lukewarm Pims down my throat and giving me a 10-year-old Wii International to peruse, to put me in the proper state.
Hold on, Lord.
You heard me correct. A 2011 Wii International, not even Club International.
Lord Hayes, let me try to wrap my head around what's going on here, because...
Please tell me what I'm doing here.
There's a lot to unpack. Clearly, I think you said you're in the basement. Oh, no, you were in the green room, and there were prostitutes. That's what it was. It wasn't the basement. It was this green room.
Prostitutes. Brian Urshus, I would think that you'd be aware of the situation. this shoddy slapdash production of yours that I'm somehow obligated to participate in by some freak of nature.
Well, apparently these prostitutes weren't up to your standards, President Putin. So that was one of your other complaints. And then I don't even know. You're just saying all sorts of crazy stuff. I'm trying to figure out how we got here, where we're going.
You expected Shakespeare.
I don't know what I expected.
Sorry. At these wages, I would expect Sir Henry Lincolnshire at the Stafford Theatre on a Saturday night. What else is going on around here? What is this? What is a script? What is this? This is a script that somebody left carelessly laying around.
Oh.
This is Brian, how's it going, Moolah? Moolah, well, as you know, parentheses, hick. What is this?
Well, I can see what you're referencing. We are here at the beginning of the top 10, number 9, and I guess we will reveal it right now. Hiccuping Fabulous Moolah did not make it into the top 10 this week. She, of course, is eligible for next time, but not in the top 10.
Well, what sort of pish-posh is this? It says, under Moolah, as you know, they're releasing, I don't know who this Moolah character is, they're re-releasing the picture we were in for Louis B. Mayer, 1947's Tough Titties, in parenthesis, hick. Fucking hell, what kind of a program are you running here?
It appears, Lord Apnea Hayes, that you have somehow found, and by the way, congratulations on getting past your sleep apnea, clearly, throughout this entire bit. But Lord Apnea Hayes, clearly you have found Howard Baum's old notes somewhere. I don't know how you could have possibly found them.
But that was Shirley Crabtree, the man with the largest twig and berries west of Pangbourne.
Well, Lord Hayes, quite frankly, I don't know how we got here, and I don't know where we're going. Do you have any comments for the listeners of the show who, of course, Lord Hayes, the listeners of the show, of course, they voted you into the top 10. They voted you to number 9, and maybe there'll be a groundswell of support, and they'll boost you up even further next time.
I would consider it a personal favor. A personal favor.
A favor?
Will.
Really?
I know that you're not used to the fancy pronunciation, so I'm trying to dumb it
Clearly
down.
not, no.
For you and your audiences, you understand. I would consider it a personal favor if you would refrain from voting for me in your ridiculous monkey circus that you're running here. I have many things to take up my time. The writing for my character is amateurish, woefully subpar, slapdash, and clearly thrown together at the last minute.
Clearly, yeah. Well, we're on the same page, it sounds like. Lord Apnea Hayes, any final words for the listeners before we wrap things up?
Keep calm and go fuck yourself. Huzzah!
There he is, number 9 in the top 10, Lord Apnea Hayes, of course, voting on the Facebook page after this show comes out in case you'll want to vote him back into the top 10 for the next time. But at number 8, one of the most popular figures in the top 10, going back to the very beginning, Sue the Shooter. Hello, Brian!
Is this, this sounds very much like Eric Idle doing the old lady voice in Monty Python. Are you sure that that's not who this is?
You know, I heard Brian Last loves Monty Python, but I never put 2 and 2 together. You blew my mind. Holy shit, that was an influence.
This was also your Linda McMahon voice, too, I think, right?
Briefly, but it was, when I was doing the Pandemonium Theater, which, by the way, we're going to be returning to. We actually have some stuff we recently recorded for that. I got to get with Amy Lee, the star of that. She replaced me. I didn't have a good female voice, and the options at that time were me, Lou Kipilman, or Howard Baum, and I said, I may be the closest to getting a feminine voice, but it really isn't that much of a feminine voice to begin with. But yeah, it was the Linda McMahon voice in the Pandemonium Theater, too.
I would have to say that may be the most damning indictment of the need for more women involved with the 605 Super Podcast. When you have to do the voice of Linda McMahon, I think there's an issue there.
I was replaced by Amy Lee, thankfully, and we'll be hearing more from her on the show in the future. But I'm curious, the woman that we based the Sue the Shooter character on, Sue Shooter, is a pretty famed fan from Australia. She proudly at times has called herself a ring rat, but beyond that, she's a fan of professional wrestling who has traveled around. Through your time with WWE Magazine, any run-ins with Sue Shooter?
No, actually, no. And we would get a lot of bizarre mail and things like that and correspondences, but never her. I remember there was a guy that every single day I was there for 7 years. Every single day we would get a drawing that he would make of like The Undertaker and Kane and DX. I wish I had saved some of them. They were really bizarre, but yet very detailed. And they had these kind of really esoteric messages written on them. We would get a lot of stuff like that. And this guy never missed a day in 7 years that I was there. For all I know, he's still sending stuff there. But we would get things like that. But no, I never came across Sue the Shooter while I was there, I have to say.
Did you get a lot of angry mail? Or feedback, if it wasn't mail?
Yes, and that also happened with email too. It's a lot easier, in the heat of the moment when you're angry or pissed off about something, either on television or in the magazine, to fire off an email. Like I remember one of the most polarizing things I did when I was there was and this is another thing of how the hell did I get away with this? I wrote a column that was called "Shut Up and Wrestle." And I put it on WWE.com. And the reason I did it too, because Shane was saying, I want you guys to like get edgy and write stuff that's going to attract attention. So I thought, okay, I'm going to talk about how the promos are too long and people don't know when to shut up and have more wrestling content on the show. And I remember in the company, that was the one time where people were like, "Oh, Solomon, you are so fired." Like even like people like Kevin Kelly and Dr. Tom Pritchard, they're like, they're ribbing me about it, going like, "Oh, you're done. You're totally done." And we got a combination of like ecstatic support and also vitriolic hate. So I did think for a hot second that I really was going to get fired. Like I remember it might have even been one of the Observer guys. I don't know if it was Alex Marvez or somebody, Brian Alvarez. Somebody even wrote somewhere at the time that, this Solomon guy is going to be out of a job very soon. It was sort of like my initial 15 minutes of fame. And I will tell you this, I got this beautifully worded, incredibly grateful and thankful email from Bill Moody, who was Paul Bearer, of course.
Yeah.
And he was still under contract, but not being used. This was at the time when they had phased out managers. They didn't really know what to do with him. It was after he had that whole era where he had his natural hair color and they were doing all that weird stuff. He was just being paid to sit at home. And I think he was very frustrated with the state of the product. And I remember him writing this email, like thanking me, like effusively praising me for saying what needed to be said. And, I wish there were more people in the company who thought like you. And it was beautiful. And it really was very humbling. But I did also get a lot of hate email for that of people who, enjoyed the show the way it was. They enjoyed the product. And so they hated, no different from today. We didn't have Twitter back then, but they hated me for calling out that, how I wanted to make the show better.
What was the reaction from Shane after the fact? I mean, he wanted you guys to be edgy. What did he think?
So Shane, this was funny because you would think that he would have some, he would come up to me and be like, "You did okay, kid." Like that's what I wanted you to do. But I think the weird thing was it was one of those kind of flavor of the month things where they want you to do something and then they forget about it. So they had me do this thing and they didn't tell me what to write, but he gave us the idea to do something edgy. And then I went and did it. And I never got any feedback one way or the other. It just came and it went. And I tried to do a few more like that. Like I'm trying to think of other ones that I did where I was trying to kind of call out the product in a way that would get people questioning, like, why is this guy writing this? Doesn't he work there? Like, I remember there being these heated debates. This is like 2002, right? So you're talking about message boards and things like that. And I remember, because of course, like any human being, I would do web searches on myself and see who was talking about me. And on these message boards, they would be debating, oh, is this a work? Is this guy, is he gone off the reservation? Is he going into business for himself? And then you get people saying, oh, don't be a mark. Obviously, he's on the WWE payroll. He's writing what they want him to write. He wouldn't write a column like that without permission. And in my head, I'm thinking, again, if they only knew how much I was able to get away with, because not enough people are actually paying attention to what I'm doing. So it really was like, I got told to do edgy stuff, but I didn't get told of what I could actually write about. So, I'm sure that if I had run that idea by the proper channels, they would have shot me down immediately. So again, I don't think people sometimes realized how not always perfectly organized everything was there. I was able to do stuff just by going ahead and doing it.
You've written for other publications, and you mentioned earlier that your sister has written for or worked for various magazines. From the best of your knowledge, how was the process at WWE Magazine? How did that process compare to other magazines? Was this the way things happened everywhere, or was it a uniquely dysfunctional affair at WWE, or just a unique affair at WWE?
I think the thing you have to remember, and what even some people who worked there would forget, is that we weren't like other magazines. We were not we weren't a magazine company, right? It was a wrestling company. It was an entertainment company that happened to have, a corner of a floor that was devoted to producing a magazine. Like, we were like Nintendo Power Magazine, right? So the Nintendo organization has their little branded magazine. I'm not sure if there's a Disney magazine or if there was.
Do you remember when Nintendo Power issue 1 came out? That was the biggest thing ever.
Remember, I had it years. I kept
cover, the Mario cover, it was the coolest thing ever. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would bring them up as a good example a lot of times there. And because every now and then you get somebody that would come and they were new to the company and they were all bright eyed and bushy tailed and and I would have to bring them down to earth and go, look, listen, we are the tiniest piece of the pie here. This is not like, in fact, for many, many years, the magazine wasn't even considered a profit center. It was a loss leader. They saw it as mainly like a calling card, like something that you could leave in a meeting, or you could, show the legitimacy of your organization. We have our own magazine. For many years, they didn't even have advertising. That started to change when I was there, where we were looking at it as a way to bring in revenue, even though it was never a lot of revenue. But we always tried to make sure we didn't lose sight of the fact that we are not a magazine company. We're part of WWE. We're part of this insane, bizarre world. And it would always kind of bleed over into what we did. The being backstage and being on the road with a wrestling company, it's this carny atmosphere. It's this kind of weird, it's like Almost Famous, it's like this weird kind of world. And that would very often carry over to the corporate world. It would carry over to the magazine. We used to joke all the time that it was a human resources nightmare. The things that we would say and do, and sometimes it looked like a scene out of Jackass. Like the things that I would never dream of trying to get away with at any place I worked today. But it was because we were affiliated with that weird kind of wrestling world. It wasn't like any other magazine. So sometimes when we'd bring in people that had worked at other magazines, like we brought in a whole slew of these guys that came from men's lifestyle magazines like Maxim, they didn't know what the heck to make of it. They're walking into this world thinking, they're hot shit and they're the top of the world. And it's like, guys, this is not Rolling Stone. This is not Maxim. We are very low on the totem pole here. And we're part of this very large and very dysfunctional family.
That's number 8, Sue the Shooter. At number 7 in the top 10, the old lady, Mrs. Spencer.
You're a liar and a bastard. Go to hell, you motherfucking son of a bitch!
Well, Brian, we've already talked a little bit about some angry responses that you've received from various things. I have to ask, hearing an angry person like this, where we don't even know what she's saying.
Go to hell, you son of a bitch, you.
Well, that was pretty clear.
Yes.
Did you talk a lot to fans in researching the book about the Sheik? And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, because I think everyone who listens to the show is going to be ready to buy that book. Jim Cornette has been raving about it to me. I have not had a chance to look through the manuscript yet, but I can't wait. Did you talk to many fans in Detroit? Did you talk to many of the people who grew up there watching the Sheik and hating the Sheik? And what was their experience like if you did?
I did. I did. And I have to say, I didn't initially plan on doing that. And that was a short sight on my own part. You know, I kept thinking, okay, so who are the big people I want to talk to? I mean, most of them are dead, but I mean, who are, you know, so I got Flying Fred Curry, and I talked to Kevin Sullivan, and I talked to, of course, to Dave Brzezinski, who was the last manager of the Sheik, and he's kind of like the dean of Detroit wrestling. And
great guy.
Yeah, but people like that is what I was thinking of. And then the reason I started thinking about fans, I wish I could take credit for it, it was because they started reaching out to me. So there were a couple of times, like whether it be on one of the Facebook fan pages and things like that, or I think even, I'm trying to remember, I think there was one guy that reached out to me directly on my website. And he said, you know, a couple of them, I have great stories of being at Cobo Arena, you know, in the 70s when I was a kid and what that was like. And that started kind of pricking my ears up and thinking, oh my God, these people have some interesting experiences. I want to get to this. And I remember there were a couple of people where it became really interesting with the book is when I get into the summer of 67, where you have all these race riots happening all over the country. And Detroit was one of the worst ones. I mean, it was like the worst, you know, riot since, I don't know, the Civil War or something. It was horrendous. Dave Brzezinski wrote an article about it for Slam Wrestling recently, with the angle being that with Big Time Wrestling in Detroit, they tried to kind of calm down some of the racial animosity by actually having the Sheik finally do the job for Bobo Brazil, which I know sounds trivial and ridiculous, but to a lot of fans, black and white in Detroit, that was like this coming together moment. And I would talk to fans that were young fans, black and white fans, but particularly I wanted to talk to the black fans for that point of view. And they said, look, this really was kind of this cathartic moment because no matter what color you were, everybody hated the Sheik. And it was a way for everyone to kind of get together, and there were no color lines at these shows. And I got that perspective from talking to fans. That was not something I was going to get just if I was just talking to office people or talent. So they gave me these unique insights, and there's not as much of it. I mean, I could have done a whole book just on that. But there is a lot of that in the book as well, the fan perspective of you know, growing up in that era.
What a great story you uncovered. You know, I've never heard about the ramifications, the social ramifications of Bobo Brazil beating the Sheik. So it's really interesting to hear that. I can't wait to read more about it. It's always great when you can find these lost little items in history. You know, Al Getz, not too long ago, of course, the host of Charting the Territories, does the Charting the Territories blog, one of the great historians out there today. He uncovered that a young Sylvester Ritter, the future Junkyard Dog, was expelled from his high school for being a part of a walkout after the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
I heard. Yeah.
What an amazing thing to uncover. I mean, here's someone that everyone looked at as being one of the first big black superheroes in wrestling, the man who legitimized Mid-South wrestling and made it so that everyone had to pay attention to it because unknowns like a Junkyard Dog were drawing 30,000 people in the Superdome. And we never knew this story. A man that was presented as a black Superman, and we never, ever knew that story. What a fantastic story.
Yeah, I remember hearing that and just being blown away because, and it made me sad in a little way to hear it too, because, you know, like what happens to a lot of these guys in the business, especially in that era, a lot of times kind of, you know, their lives fall apart. And we all know towards the end of his life that the Junkyard Dog, you know, was one of those people, unfortunately. And that in some weird way, it made it extra sad to me to think of him as this promising kind of idealistic young person, you know, and then thinking of him later in life. I don't know, maybe it's because I sometimes tend to be a morose person, but I found it kind of weirdly sad.
I don't disagree with you, because the photos you saw of a young JYD, who was a high school football player, later a college football player, and you see these young photos of him, and he looks very similar to how he would look in the early 80s. And, you wonder when you see that sad decline, especially in the 90s, even going past the 80s, in the 90s when you would see JYD, to know that he had that sort of character inside of him. I've never heard anyone say bad things about JYD, other than like New Jack. I never heard anyone say bad things about JYD, even people who talk about his problems. They love JYD. They like the guy. They wished he didn't have these problems. They wished he stayed in shape. And we don't know anything about, there's no shoot interview with Sylvester Ritter. There's nothing to really discover the character of the man. So to uncover a story like this, and we don't know in the future if he always had this on his mind, if it's something he thought about, if it's something he told people about. It's just an amazing story.
That's the kind of stuff that interests me. And so like when I was doing this, when I took on this project to do the first biography ever of the Sheik that had ever been put out there, I wanted specifically, the reason I took it on was I wanted to get to the real person behind the character. And with somebody like that, that's one of the most daunting undertakings that you could imagine, because he was, the most kayfabe character of all characters in the history of wrestling. Really, I almost felt self-conscious about calling it a character or a gimmick. As I wrote the book, I would always refer to it as a persona, because it just seemed like he became that person. So it was hard, but I tried my very best to really, this is not just a book about his wrestling career and what titles did he win and where did he wrestle and all that. I really tried to get the real person. And so like to tie it back to that JYD thing and learning about him as this young person and seeing him in a different light, I feel comfortable saying this because, I decided to start the book with this story, and I don't mind mentioning it here. But one thing that totally blew me away, you want to talk about finding things. I never heard this anywhere before. I came across a story in the local Lansing, Michigan newspaper about Eddie Farhat. I think he was 12, 13 years old in the 1930s, running away from home, recruiting a bunch of his childhood friends that lived on the block with him, and deciding that they were going to hitchhike across the country to California, right? They made it about 35 miles. They got picked up by the police. The police bring them back to the station. They're waiting for their parents to come pick them up. Eddie is like the ringleader, and they ask him, what were you kids doing? What were you trying to do? And I think the quote that he gave, this is a 13-year-old Sheik, says something like, we were trying to get to where the money is in California. It's a kid. And I'm going, oh my God, I think I'm the only person living on this planet who is aware that this happened. And I'm thinking, how perfect is this? Because it's like, at this young age, he has the wherewithal and the ambition to think of something like this. B, he has the charisma, right, to recruit other kids to go along with it, right? And then I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? He eventually made it. He found the money. Like he made it to California. He made it to, so many other places. And like, this is kind of like where it started. And I found that, and I'm going, oh, this is how the book is going to start. It has to start this way. And that's the way the book starts.
That's tremendous. I can't wait. Like I said, I have it here. I'm dying to read it. Jim Cornette has been raving about it. We'll talk more about it later on. But at number 7 in the top 10, of course, the old lady, Mrs. Spencer.
You motherfucker.
All right. Try following that one. But at number 6 in the top 10, the always popular, orgasmic Larry Nelson.
No,
And now the short form.
No.
Are you a fan of Larry Nelson, Brian?
So I was hoping that orgasmic Larry Nelson would show up on the list, and I'll tell you why. I know that Larry Nelson is not everybody's favorite announcer, and I know that even on this show, he is often the object of, I guess you could say, less than reverence. But I will say this, and I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to say he's not a Gordon Soley, he's not a Lance Russell, I will say this. I recently did a project where it's for Inside the Ropes, where they're doing this kind of book reviewing super cards and pay-per-views of the 80s. And I got assigned a lot of the non-WWE ones. And one of the ones I did was Super Clash 85, right? I think that's the one in Comiskey, right? Super Clash 85?
Yes.
And I watched the entire thing from beginning to end. I don't think I had ever watched the entire show from beginning to end. And I came away, I have to say, with a lot of respect for Larry Nelson, because he does the entire show completely by himself. His energy, and I know that, you know, he had some help and some in maintaining his energy level. I'm well aware. But his energy level is unflagging through that entire show. He carries the entire broadcast. He's on top of everything from beginning to end. And in that moment, I just had to say, I have some respect for what he did here. I don't know if you've ever watched that entire show and listened to him, but I was impressed. I'm not saying I'm always impressed with him, but on that particular show, I was impressed.
I've seen the show, and I don't disagree with you. And I think, you know, this started on the show making fun of these Larry Nelson sound bites. And if you go back and you read any of the Observers or anything from the 80s, smart fans did not think too kindly of Larry Nelson and the work he was doing in the AWA. I do think when you go back and you look at it, and we've been through so many shitty commentators and announcers and voices on wrestling shows over the last 30 years, he was pretty good. His biggest problem, maybe he was taller than everyone, but he was pretty good. He was engaged. He was wacky, sure, and now we know he was coked to the gills. But I actually think Larry Nelson, at this point, is underrated. He's actually pretty good.
And not only, and I don't know about all the time, but on that show, not only is he doing the entire commentary completely alone, he's doing play-by-play in color, he's also doing the interviews between matches. So he's getting up from his table or chair or whatever, he's running over to whoever's coming out of the ring, he's trying to get a comment from them, and he's doing all that on top of calling the show. Now, I've done a little bit of wrestling commentating for indies and things here and there. I've done it. I've never had to do it alone. I've always had a person to share it with, and that's hard enough. And I can't even imagine. It's like trying to podcast completely by yourself. I can't imagine having to go that long talking and being engaged and informative and not even having anybody to bounce off of. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
I think Larry had himself to bounce off of, but let's a few more audio clips of Larry. I wonder what happens if I play them all at once. Hold on, let's try this. Let's play this. Oh, and that did not work the way I wanted it to. Let me move this. Let me move this. Let's try this.
I want to take you back in time and show you what happened. I was trying to play the Baron and these men got involved. Blanky didn't nothing. Blanky didn't nothing. Get some help out of here. Nothing. Medical update. Blanky is the concussion. Is back on his feet. He wants to on El Casey or sold out Houston on.
What's the stipulation?
Well, there it is, a cacophony of Larry Nelson audio, and at number 6 in the top 10, Orgasmic, Larry Nelson. People are going to be having nightmares about that audio mashup there.
I was going to say that's the greatest thing I've ever heard, just like the combination of everything. There was, do you remember I think it was on TNT, where they had the whole thing where Hulk Hogan was training Mean Gene to be his tag team partner?
Of course, in Minneapolis, yeah.
Right, so there's audio of, I mean, if you just listen to the audio of that, of when they're working out together and Hulk is, Mean Gene is like piggybacking on Hulk's body and he's carrying him up the stairs and all that stuff. If you listen just to the audio without the video, it's extremely, I'm just going to say, suggestive. And we used to play it. We used to play it in the office at WWE and crack each other up because, I mean, you hear Mean Gene and he's going, "Oh Hulk," and Hulk's there going, "Eye of the Tiger, Gene, Eye of the Tiger." If you just listen to it without seeing it, it is the funniest thing you'll ever want to hear. And this kind of reminded me a little of that, almost like a giant orgy. I don't know why that's where my mind goes to, but that's what it sounded like.
Well, at number 6 in the top 10, orgasmic Larry Nelson.
No.
At number 5 in the top 10, Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage.
Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage. I will tell you more about him later.
You cowardly dog.
Of course, a mystery to this day. Who was Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage? I don't know if we'll ever find out. The one person who we knew the answer was Terry Garvin Sims, a friend of the show who unfortunately passed away a few years ago before telling us. Mark Gullene, of course, knows. Mark Gullene is off the radar right now. Brian, I don't think you know who Yo Mamba is, but I'm curious, what in your eyes is a big wrestling mystery that you are personally curious about?
You know, it's funny that you asked that because it just immediately popped into my mind when you were talking about the whole Yo Mamba thing and how nobody ever found out. The one, there's a few, obviously. There's one that I have wondered about, and Dark Side of the Ring will never touch it because it's just too obscure. But it's the whole question of what the hell ever happened to Victor Rivera. Is he even still alive or dead? I don't know if you're familiar with that one, but that is a big question. People do not know where, if he's living, if he's dead, where he is, whatever happened to him. It's something that people have actually tried to uncover and find out, and nobody has ever gotten a straight answer on that. Are you familiar with that at all?
I'm not. I know he was around in the 90s because I remember talking to Jeff Walton about a story with Victor. I remember Victor Rivera was the one who went nuts on the fake Bull Ramos in the early 90s.
Right.
But now that you say this, I mean, I hadn't thought about it. I mean, we mentioned him earlier with that photo in the issue of The Wrestler. You know, you never hear about Victor Rivera passing away. I can't think of the last time I heard about Victor Rivera attending anything or anyone seeing him.
Right. And that's why when you mentioned him before, it made me think of it too. Because, yeah, it's not like he didn't just vanish in the 70s, obviously. Like you said, I mean, he did pop up in later years, but I don't think there's been any word about him in a very, very long time. And I've come across this on like WWF, message boards and Facebook groups and things of people trying to figure it out. And I tried too. And I snooped around, and any kind of search you do, it never tells you. You can try. And if people can figure it out and people know, I would love to know. But I have never been able to find anything that definitively indicates what has happened to him in recent years, or even if he's still alive. Now he's young enough. I mean, young, quote unquote, young. He's young enough to conceivably still be living, but he's also old enough to very realistically no longer be living. But we just don't know. I mean, there's crazy stories. I heard kind of these weird urban legends that he was, mixed up in like almost like a Dino Bravo situation, like a black market or organized crime, or, just wild speculation as to whatever happened to him.
Well, fortunately, we have a lot of South California listeners, as well as guests and co-hosts, Dan Farron, Vandal Drummond, various other people we talk to. Hopefully someone knows. And I hone in on Southern California because that was the first place I thought of when I think of Victor Rivera was Los Angeles. But of course, Victor Rivera was a star in various places, including the WWF. Of course, he walked out as tag team champion to go work for the IWA. But Victor Rivera was a big star. And I had not thought about it, but you are right. He has just dropped off the face of the earth. There's a wrestling mystery for you. Al Getz, where are you? There's a wrestling history mystery for you. But at number 5 in the top 10, Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage.
Totally awesome.
That's right.
You cowardly dog.
At number 4 in the top 10, disappointed Lance Russell.
Look out!
Numero uno.
Tell him in Mexican just to get out of here.
Brian, did you ever have any encounters with Lance Russell? And on a personal note, who is your favorite commentator of all time?
I think I'll give a kind of a boring or predictable answer. I would say my favorite is Gordon Soley, even though he's not somebody that I grew up with as a fan. Like I said, my announcers as a kid, were Vince and Jesse Ventura and Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon. And I love the Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse Ventura team. I don't think it gets enough love because of the Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan team. But I have to say, in going back and discovering history and watching things, I think Gordon was the best because in fact, I wrote a column about him at PWI when it was the 20th anniversary of his death, of just how perfect he was. And he brought back something or he brought something to wrestling, which really you didn't see much of before him, which is trying to take it seriously. You know, so many early pro wrestling TV announcers are just kind of having a laugh and they're making fun of what they're watching. And Gordon had this way of making you invested because he was calling it so deadpan and so straight. And sometimes it would be so entertaining because he would have the most ridiculous characters next to him and ridiculous situations. And he never broke. He always kind of maintained that aura of respectability. And, he made you feel like things were important. And championships meant something, which is no easy task, and we take it for granted now, but he really did that. He sold that to people. So that's what I love about him. And I mean, Lance Russell also was excellent. I would have to say, as far as dealings with him, I will say this. I never got to meet him, unfortunately. I remember when I first started working at WWE in 2000, that one of the developmental territories at that time that WWE was working with was, from the ashes of the Memphis promotion of the USWA, there was an indie called, I'm drawing a blank now. I think it was MCW, Memphis Championship Wrestling.
Yeah, that's right. Bryan Danielson wrestled there.
Right. And Lawler was involved with it. And I guess to create some kind of sense of continuity, with the tradition of Memphis wrestling, they had Lance Russell as one of their announcers. In fact, I think it might have been Lance Russell and Kevin Kelly were the team, if I remember it right. And I remember thinking like, oh my God, I wonder if there's any way that I could get to meet Lance Russell, right? I might have been the only person in the office thinking that, but that's the way I think. When I came to work there, I had this bucket list of people that I have to try to meet or talk to. And, so I was thinking in those terms. I don't know, maybe they'll bring him up to Stamford, who knows, or whatever. But that was my first reaction. But so that's the closest I came, was just we were both sort of somewhat employed by WWE at the same moment in time. That's about it.
And the other thing about Gordon that, to tie it to something you said earlier, there were periods where he didn't, him and Piper, for instance, but he was a one-man booth. He was a one-man team, and it worked. I mean, Lance did one-man stuff without Dave Brown when he did some of the Mid-South Coliseum house shows. But Gordon, almost all the time, was just Gordon. And he had credibility, and it worked. And, as more and more commentators get put in the announce booths in wrestling, and I'm not a fan of the three-man booth, if you can make it work, that's great, but very often you can't. Four-man booth, especially bad. Two is perfect, but when you have someone really good and talented, one works too. Because you form a relationship with that voice. And again, the credibility that comes with it.
It's very rare that somebody could pull that off, I think, especially as consistently as he did. It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost a throwback to radio, where you'd have in the early days of sports coverage on radio, you would only have one person calling it. And I don't know a lot about the early days. I know wrestling was covered on the radio in those early years, but I know, like, for example, boxing, it would typically just be one guy. And I remember I was trying to think of that when I wrote the column, like, did he have a partner? Other than, like you said, what Roddy Piper in that period, did he have like his Dave Brown? And no, he didn't. It really was just him. And not only that, but he's working for multiple companies at the same time, multiple territories. I mean, he was a pretty unique guy. And like I said, I think he really is such an integral part of that, of like the kind of like the heyday of territorial wrestling. He was the voice of it. He was like the Walter Cronkite, the Howard Cosell. He was the man.
And since someone out there is yelling right now at their phone or their car stereo or something, yes, Buddy Colt worked with Gordon Soley in Florida. Although Buddy Colt was not, he was no Roddy Piper on commentary, I'll say that. But at number 4 in the top 10, disappointed Lance Russell.
Look out!
I don't want to see you around here anymore. Will you get that stupid fool out of here?
At number 3 in the top 10, a popular man, a man who I guess we can call a working man. Let's go to this right now. I spoke to him earlier today. Cranky barista, Ken Patera. Here at number 3 in the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10, a man who has become popular, a man who is sometimes cranky, in fact, every time cranky barista, Ken Patera, and I believe he's on the other line right now. Cranky barista, are you there?
Yeah. Who the fuck is this?
This is the great Brian Last of the 605 Superpodcast, the Mothership.
The great Brian Last, yeah.
That's right.
What, pray tell, makes you so butt-fucking great?
Well, amongst other things, I host the 605 Superpodcast, the greatest wrestling podcast, the only wrestling podcast that matters, but we're here to talk about you, not me, Cranky Barista, and I hear some noise back there. If I remember right, now it's been a while since the Mothership has landed. If I remember right, were you fired or did you quit your job as a barista? But it sounds like I hear some of the usual barista noises, I guess we'll call them, here in the background. What's going on?
Yeah, listen, they hired me right back after the pandemic. They can't get anyone who wants to work here anymore. We put up a help wanted sign, one of those sandwich boards on the sidewalk. And you know who's living under it? The fucking Haiti kid, that little shit. Do you believe that?
No, I do not believe that.
Things are tough all over.
Well, listen, Cranky Barista.
He does okay. Sometimes I throw him a stale croissant. I'll tell you what I did. I'm strictly prep work now. I couldn't take working with the public, those cacksuckers. I went out and I got one of my old buddies a job working the counter. One of my old buddies from wrestling. Yeah, he takes the orders and runs them back in here, and I mix up some crap and ship it back out. Other than him, I'm lucky if I see another human face all shift.
Do you have anything?
Here he comes now. Quiet, asshole. Oh, Mr. Patera, the following order is for 2 drinks with a 20-minute time limit. A first drink is for a grande double half-cap Sammartino with extra foam. His next drink hails from the outer reaches of the North Pole. An iced venti gingerbread Dino Bravo. Yeah, is that it, Joe? And please add a double shot of wild turkey and an espresso cup. And my name is Joe McHugh.
That's right, Joe McHugh, apparently in the coffee shop. We don't even have a name for this coffee shop, but the one that Cranky Barista Ken Patera works in.
Yeah.
Joe McHugh apparently has shown up. But you don't sound too enthused about it, Cranky Barista.
Love it. A perfect setup. Coming right up, Joe. And hey, Last, I should just let you know, we don't really serve hard liquor here at the coffee shop. I just keep a couple of bottles back here for McHugh. Got to keep him well oiled, otherwise he gets the shakes and drops the coffee tray. Fucking old coot. Well, I probably should shuffle some papers back here or jerk off or something. And frankly, you're starting to bore me. Just hang up, Twinkie.
There he is, number 3 in the top 10. Cranky Barista, Ken Patera, a very interesting man. And at number 2 in the top 10, someone who's been wanting to talk to you, Brian Solomon, it's Kevin. Hey, you there?
Yes.
Hey, it's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Did you ever pitch any articles to Shane about killing cats? With either a claw or a saw blade?
No, I can't say that I did, to tell you the truth. I would remember if I had done that for sure.
I remember one time down in Lake Dallas, me and Dave and Mike, we all bit the heads off frogs.
Really? Is that what you would do to entertain yourself down there?
That was all we did. And then we went home. Speaking of voices, as I do this awful Kevin Von Erich impersonation.
That's not bad, I have to say.
Well, thank you very much. I'm curious, in researching the Sheik book, and in talking to various people, what did you learn about the Sheik's actual speaking voice? And at any point were you able to hear anything? Is there anything available or around? Because I know there's something out there with Ed Farhat Jr.'s voice, Captain Ed George, and people sometimes think that's the Sheik, but it's not. Is there any example that exists today of Ed Farhat, the Sheik's voice?
This is a great question. I am so glad you asked it, because that was one of the holy grail things that I was trying to do when I was writing it. And I would ask that to people, and I always feel like it was such a weird question. I'd be like, what did he sound like? What was his voice like? I have to say, first of all, you're right. The Rich Little, you asked for it clip that's on YouTube. Everybody's always saying, "Oh my God, it's the Sheik, it's Ed Farhat." It is Ed Farhat Jr. They don't mention that on there. It's not him. So as far as I could tell, there were so the only time I ever came across even the whiff of an audio interview with the Sheik, and this is someone you know, so you may have to hound him over this. It was Fumi Saito. So,
I will talk to Fumi.
I interviewed him for the book, especially for the Japanese stuff with Sheik's kind of career in Japan. And he mentioned offhand, just as the most casual thing, that he had done an interview with the Sheik, an audio interview, like on a cassette tape or whatever. And this would have been in the early 90s. And the first thing I said was, "Do you have it? Do you have the tape? Can I hear it?" And he kind of was like, "Oh, I don't know where it is. I may have misplaced it." And I'm going, "Are you kidding me? This is the greatest find ever, And he told me that he was going to look for it, and I don't know if I never heard. I don't know if he found it or if it's lost or whatever. But he told me, things that he told him in the interview, and as far as I could tell, this is the only time that I'm aware of in all the research I did that the Sheik ever granted anyone an interview. And this was, like I said, an early 90s interview in Japan when he was working for FMW. And he got into, I think there were times where he was definitely working and he was talking about like communicating with Allah and things like that. But he also talked about his early career and getting discovered by Bert Ruby in Detroit and kind of, when he first broke in and things like that. And it's the only interview I've ever heard of. Now, of course, I never got to hear it, but I did try to talk to people and get a feel for what he sounded like. Like I remember Lonnie Poffo gave me a very detailed description of his voice. He said he had this very kind of gruff voice. It was very like he said the Sheik was a close talker apparently, and he was sort of like also Rudy Hill told me this too, Rude Boy Rudy Hill, because he spent a lot of time with him in the 90s, that he kind of had like this street vernacular, like he sounded like a guy from the street, like he used a lot of street slang and not how you would expect him to speak. I don't think he had the highest level of education. To the best of my knowledge, he did not attend high school, and he sort of was this very streetwise guy. And I think he had this kind of tough, kind of loudmouth sort of way of speaking. That's the impression that I got. Not what you might expect from his character. In fact, I think Lanny even told me in the interview that he sounded almost like a boxer that had taken a few too many hits to the head. Like he sort of had this kind of like boxer's voice.
But at number 2 in the top 10, it's Kevin. At number 1 in the top 10, sadly, I don't know why, but some of the listeners seem to like this. Voted in at number 1. Of course, that means he challenges for the championship next time in the top 10. It's Hot Dog and Lasto. Let's go to this sad excuse for a segment right now. Well, here he is at number 1 in the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10. A man that inexplicably remains popular with some segment of this audience. Hot Dog, otherwise known as Hot Dog and Lasto.
Hey, don't call it a comeback, Lasto. I've been here for years. Well, looky here. Hot Dog and Lasto rides again. Just like Martin and Lewis on the silver screen, Uncle Elmer and Cousin Junior in the squared circle, or Pineapple and Ham on a pizza pie. Some team-ups were just meant to be.
The question is, how soon can this segment end? That's the thing I'm thinking about right away as soon as we start, Hot Dog.
Oh, don't talk like that. Hey, I'm back with Lasto, and I'm fully vaxxed.
Well, that's very good, Hot Dog.
I couldn't be happier. I've been off social media ever since my BlackBerry conked out on me. So I felt so fine, so proud. I felt so elated when I heard you wanted to get the team back together. Yeah. Brian, I thought for a second there I was going to be the next Arcadian Vanguard superstar to get shit canned. I really did.
No, you're still with Arcadian Vanguard.
Oh, with it. That's good to hear, because here I've been spending so much time during the hiatus and lockdown, writing jokes, working on my comic material, polishing it and honing it, and punching up scripts and whatnot.
Well, that sounds like a positive.
Punching up numerous scripts, yeah, all with a professional wrestling background. First of all, you'll be excited to know I've got an episode on the 4th season of Dark Side of the Ring. Yeah, it's called Mighty Joe Thunder, the Jilted Jabroni. That's more of a treatment rather than a script.
Yeah, I don't know if that one's going to be on Dark Side of the Ring. That's a fringe story. That may be even too fringe.
They might have it in the second half of the season. Another one, this one for sure. This is going to be hot. This one, the working title is Requiem for an Asshole, the Brian Knobs story.
The guy has hold on, Hot Dog. The guy just saw this morning. The guy has a fucking GoFundMe up because he's in the hospital. Do you have a problem with Brian Knobs?
Wow, I wonder if it'll still be up when this episode airs. I know I don't have a problem with him, but in my research, I found out he's a huge asshole.
All right. Well, I don't know if that treatment's going to go over too well right now, Hot Dog.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Well, you can keep yours crossed. I'm going to keep mine crossed that we can get out of this segment without any...
Well, I'm punching up scripts. I've got a very good one that I'm working on. Police Academy 8, Begging for a Paycheck.
Who stars in that?
Well, David Arquette is in it. He plays himself as an accident victim. It might be a documentary. I'm not sure.
Listen, Hot Dog, I thought you said you had jokes. You had punchlines.
No.
What is this? You've had months to write material, Hot Dog. What is this?
Has Hot Dog got jokes? Hey, does S.D. Jones have a hole in his back? Have I got jokes? Here's my first one.
Yes, please.
Just as a sample.
Yes.
What is the Cult of Cornette's favorite strong-style wrestler?
What is the Cult of Cornette's favorite strong... I have no idea what the answer would be.
Low IQ Key. Get it? Low IQ Key.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Jokes? Have I got jokes? Can Dave Meltzer write a run-on sentence? I've got jokes, all right.
Well, it seems like it. Do you have any other ones? Maybe better material? Jokes that you've been saving?
You might like this one.
Okay.
What do you call a midget wrestler who farts more than Andre the Giant?
I don't know.
Minnie Ripperton.
All right. Hot Dog, well, maybe you can get a...
That was a collaboration. I wrote, John McAdam wrote the first part, and I wrote the punchline.
All right. Well, I don't know if McAdam wants any...
Well, I got a million of them, Teach, just not all written down. Yeah, more in my head.
Okay.
But what I'm really excited about is this new interview segment that I'm developing for syndication. Yeah, in the grand tradition of Piper's Pit or Mulligan's Barbecue or the PWI press conference, we're going straight to the horse's mouth to answer the fans' questions and emails for that legendary carpenter, enhancement talent, journeyman wrestler, if you will, the preeminent preliminary bum himself, Frankie Williams. Can you read this intro for me, please, Lasto?
You indeed did send me an email, and I will open it now. The opinions expressed on Frankie's forum are those of Mr. Williams himself and do not reflect those of Hot Dog, myself, certainly not, or the Arcadian Vanguard network. With that said, we take you to Frankie's forum.
All right, just one more time, Lasto, with a little more energy.
No, I'm not reading it again.
Oh, just the last line. But with that part.
We take you to Frankie's forum.
Hey, Mr. Williams. Excuse me for a second. Is it all right if I call you Frankie? Yeah. It is? Oh, great. Well, Frankie's forum, as you know, it is going to be the fan forum to ask you questions about your illustrious career, trivia questions, relationship advice, whatever they want to know. So without further ado, our first question is from Marty from Brooklyn, New York.
Hey!
Marty asks, please settle a bet for me and my friend. Where are you from anyway? Is it Dayton or Akron? Columbus, Ohio. All right. I guess that answers your question, Marty. Hey, thanks. Well, we started off with an easy one, Frank.
So dumb. So dumb.
Okay, this next one is from Lanny from Downers Grove, Illinois. Lanny asks, "Hey, Big Frankie, I know you didn't always choose your own opponent, but were you ever afraid when you saw someone's name on the chalkboard? You know, a little cowardice, perhaps, or pre-match jitters?" "I'm not a coward of nobody. I'm not afraid of nobody. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in that ring." Oh, geez, I'm sorry, Frankie. Take it easy. This is verbal. This is not a physical thing. Hey, I don't think listener Lanny meant anything bad by that. Let me change the subject, please. This is more of a personal question.
Yeah, please.
I heard that Jethro Tull is going to be in concert at the Columbus Civic Center next month. Yeah? Columbus, Ohio. Well, I know you're going to be there to help with the load-in, Frankie, so Lasto wanted me to ask if we could catch a ride to the show with you. And I don't roam from nobody. Oh, you got no room for nobody. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Frankie. I misunderstood. I may be a lousy wrestler, but I still ain't. No, Frankie, I didn't make anything bad by that. Oh, geez. Oh, shoot. Hey, folks, it looks like Frankie just fell out of his chair and rolled right out through the curtain. Oh, wait, he might be coming back. No, he's back out again. Well, I guess this wraps up this edition of Frankie's Forum. Remember to send your questions to Frankie's Forum in care of this podcast.
Yes. Well, that was Frankie's Forum. I must admit it ended up being a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, the pilot episode of Frankie's Forum. Well, we were also bouncing around some other titles for the segment, such as Frankly Speaking with Frankie Williams, or Who, What, Where, When, Why, and Williams. Do either of those tickle your fancy?
I don't know if any of this tickles my fancy.
Oh.
Especially, okay. I mean, a one-time thing, it was great, but I don't know if we're going to do any more Frankie's Forum here.
I think letters will start flooding in as soon as you mention it. Hey, TGBL, I also wanted to tell the guys in the truck to lay in a little Owner of a Lonely Heart by Yes over the intro to Frankie's Forum. And again, as the segment ends. Sound good?
It sounds very much like Piper's Pit in 1985, but whatever floats your boat, hot dog, whatever gets us out of this segment.
Well, 10-4, good buddy. I'll catch you on the flip-flop. Hey, that's CB lingo for your favorite footwear. Hey, Lasto.
Yes, hot dog.
We gotta go.
There he is, Hot Dog and Lasto. And of course, Hot Dog and Lasto, or Hot Dog, will be challenging for the championship in the top 10 next time. We had a big match this one, another rematch. And in our championship match, once again, the Magnificent One has defeated the Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. I had an opportunity earlier today to speak with both men. Let's go first to Shawsville, Virginia, and the Handsome Boogeyman, followed by a trip to Sunset Beach, Hawaii, and a conversation with the reigning and defending 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion, the Magnificent One. Well, here he is, a very popular figure in the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10. However, once again, he goes down in defeat to the Magnificent One. And I hear some clapping there. It sounds like it's in a tin can, but it appears he's on the line. The man I'm speaking of, the Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. The clapping has stopped.
Oh, what have I become now that I'm so old? Rest in peace to Dusty Hill, whose beer gimmick I stole. I become boogie in my mind. I become.
All right, now please, you don't have to do the second verse. You don't have to do the second verse, Boogeyman. But thanks for being here on the Super Podcast Top 10.
Well, howdy ho, Lasto. I deserve grab you. Just a little hair metal anthem, personally composed for old handsome Jimmy, not by my favorite new metal rock group, Fonzie. Yeah.
No, it's Fozzy, not Fonzie.
Yeah, Fonzie, Fuzzy, whatever. They good-looking, hard-working youngsters. Oh, it's a beautiful baby. You should hear all the fans in the stands singing along to the probing lyrics when old Boogie makes his way to the ring. You know, I'm a little bit surprised, though, Brian. I thought that you had lost my number or perhaps broke another flip phone in a fit.
No.
I ain't heard from you at Coon's age.
I'm more likely to break a flip-flop in a fit, not a flip phone, but no, that isn't the case. It's taken a while, but the mothership has landed again. Maybe landing again and again. We'll see what happens, but that's the reason that you are here, as I said, in the top 10.
That's good to know. I'm just here hunkered down in a boogie shack in Charlottesville, Virginia, knocking out numerous cameo videos that I started doing during the pandemic.
Cameo videos?
Oh, yes, it's been very lucrative and keep me connected with all my street people. Yes, not Boogie's Army. I charge for the cameos. You'll like this. I charge $60.05 per video. You see what I did there? $60.05. It represents 605, brother.
I get that. And the next...
Believe me, I'm selling myself cheap.
It certainly sounds like that, but I'm surprised the street people can afford such high rates.
Well, the orders have been flooding in. I can hardly keep up with the sheer volume of requests for old Not Handsome Jimmy on Cameo. In fact, I was just cranking one off when you called. If you don't mind, I'm just going to finish this last one off while I got you on the horn while I'm hot. Capiche?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Capiche?
This particular one is a request for a pep talk. All right. Ooh-wah, coo-coo kitty. I'm not the handsome boy from New York City. Ooh-wah. Yo, Andrew. Andy, my brother. This is not Jimmy talking to you. Your family bought you this video, and they said that you wanted a pep talk from little old me, and that you're a great big fan of mine. They say you're a cool dude, and you're very handy, or does that say handsy? I'm not sure. Be that as it may, Andrew. I'm just going to call you Handy Andy. I understand you like to kiss and hug everyone you meet. Well, that's right up Not Handsome's alley. I do that to Tony Schiavone, to Sun Eye King, any number of people. Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. Live how you want to live. Lay that smackaroo wherever your lips may taketh you. Andy, well, your family, including your big daddy, Super Mario, say you've been a little down in the mouth lately. But take it from old Boogeyman when I tell you that hard times don't last, but hard people do. And old Handsome here is harder than Chinese checkers, brother. In fact, to that end, I think the very thing you need is I'm going to send you a free trial pack of Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills, now available in regular and giant hair stacks party size for those busy weekends.
All right, listen, Handsome Boogeyman, while I commend you for having material that is timely, which is amazing considering our deluxe recording schedule here, I don't know if we should be commending in any way, even in joking fashion, Andrew Cuomo right now.
Oh, is that... Yes, I lost track of the envelope. Let me just finish this. And I don't know that that's quite what we're into here. But they just sent me the information, said the guy wanted a pep talk. Be that as it may, as I was saying, Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills. They'll put pep in your step and spunk in your super soaker. Oh, yeah.
All right, Boogeyman.
I'm extending this limited time offer for my brothers of the Mothership. If you want a cameo video of your very own from yours truly, all you got to do is vote me into the top 10 championship spot on the 605 top 10 list over that magnificent Morocco mole or whoever. And the cameo price will drop to $50 just for you, with proof of the championship vote for old Not Handsome Boogeyman. Just enter the promo code CHEAPMOFO. That's $50, brother.
Okay, Boogeyman, enough of this, enough of your plugs. Any final words for the listeners of the Super Podcast who once again will have an opportunity to vote for you to potentially be in the top 10?
$50, as I say. $50.
Okay, enough with the $50, Boogeyman.
If you vote for old Bit, and when I say $50, you know, Boogie Not Valiant Man may be 80 years old, but every time Big Mama sees me, she takes me for 50. Hey, Andy. Handy, Boogie loves you. Keep your mask up and your pants down, brother. Mercy.
Here he is, having defeated once again the Handsome Boogeyman, still the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10 champion, none other than the magnificent one, and I believe he's on the line right now from Sunset Beach, Hawaii, the Magnificent One. Are you there, Magnificent One?
It's Magnificent One. That's how you refer to me. Brian laughed. The Magnificent One. The Prince of Darkness has returned. The man who bench presses condominiums. Followed by some light, intermittent fasting, maybe some calisthenics.
Thank you for coming back to the show. We appreciate having you here. And of course, you are once again the champion, having defeated the handsome boogeyman.
It was an inevitability. If you're gonna, I could feel it in the air. It's written in the cosmos. The 605 is coming back in a big way. The 605 even. Which is good, because I've been hanging out at that overpass that you left me at in Secaucus 3 years ago. Come down. We put you up together with a hot dog. You're gonna headline the whole thing. And I've been sitting on an overpass. But that's fine. You know why? Because I like to be out with the people.
But I'm sure you love the overpass.
It all started with the Rona. Rona Shmona. You know what I do? I'm so tough. I have such a magnificent immune system. I go out to the same store 10 times a day. Just to get a little extra touching in. Just to get a little extra breathing in. To my lungs.
Well, that doesn't sound very wise, Magnificent One, but moving on from that, and we advise everyone to not do that. But moving on from that, I have to say, it is very interesting that on Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru, we get a lot of emails, a lot of questions that are sent into the show, wanting to hear stories of Mr. Fuji ribs.
Oh.
Of course, Jim was around Mr. Fuji for a brief period of time in the WWF. He ended up living in East Tennessee, a famous character. You, of course, are someone who so many widely think of as being a partner, a protege, a crime-fighting force with Mr. Fuji. Do you have any good stories? Any good Mr. Fuji ribs?
Oh, you know,
what's going on over there?
See if I could think of one. Okay, I got a funny one. This guy owed Fuji 75 cents for a Coca-Cola once. 75 cents. Tommy Kahlua, King Kahlua, his granddad, used to wrestle on the islands, trained at Sammy's gym. So Fuji arrives, you know, he owes him 75 cents now. So Fuji's not going to let this go, of course. So Fuji arranges a surprise party, right? Surprise in parentheses. He knows word's going to get back to Tommy Kahlua. So, you know, Tony Kahlua, he puts his best. He puts the Irish Spring on. He puts his best velvet jacket on. He's walking in.
Was it Tony or Tommy?
So, but I gotta check my. I don't even know. You know, back 73, 70. I was just working at the gym at the Tommy Kahlua, my producer, just. So So when he walks in, you know, he makes sure words get back to Tommy Kahlua, and he's like, "Oh, big party at your place tonight," and he's like playing it off like, "Oh, no, you joke, brother. I don't know, no party." But he puts on his best cologne. He walks in. Well, long story short, of course. Oh, he was a rascal, Fuji. He finds his entire family. One room after the other, dead relatives everywhere. Kitchen, his abuela, his grandmother, the uncle hanging from the loft. They bumped into a child in the driveway. You know, Fuji
this
was
is the worst story I've ever heard. What do you?
He was a rascal. In those days, you know, we had to keep ourselves occupied. It was a rib. He walks in. His entire family is dead over 75 cents. And Fuji spares no expense. You know, he's a rascal. He flew relatives in, cousins, people this guy hasn't seen in years. And now they're dead. But yeah,
so's this bit.
It had to be. It was of the time, you know. The kids that couldn't make it, you know what he did? He would cut the
magnificent one. We're going too far. I didn't know that your Mr. Fuji rib story was going to be some Mr. Fuji murder mystery rib story.
No, but he's hilarious. He cut the kids who couldn't make it, so the guy's like grieving now. He had to go to 20 funerals.
No, stop. You got to stop.
The kids who couldn't make it. He cut the lines.
Stop talking about cutting in the kids. Stop it, Magnificent
Not
One.
the kids, the brake lines. The brake lines on this. That was the beauty of it. That was the beauty. That was the beauty of it. So, he was a character. It's like, it was a different time back then. You murder the whole family, you see you in the next town, and it's all forgiven. Do you have anything you'd like to ask me? I have like one more segment to go into, which is going to be magnificent. Would you, Brian Last, after this great, giant, big layoff, I've been just sitting on the ground in Secaucus for 3. I could have been on Turnbuckle Titties. I could have been on any show in the world. Brian Last, I moved my whole family from Kilauea Mountain into Secaucus, New Jersey. I come down. So what would you like to ask me?
Why? Why would you move to Secaucus of all places?
I was promised land.
A spot on Channel 9 30 years ago? Why'd you move to Secaucus,
I was promised land for pineapples. Anyway, see if there's anything that you'd like to ask me.
Well, I guess, Magnificent One, the one thing to ask is if you have any comments or statements for not only your opponent, the handsome boogeyman who you just beat, your opponent next time, which will be Hot Dog and Lasto.
First of all, nobody is a challenge to the Magnificent One on the podcast. As a testament to this, I would like to play some carts. I don't know about you, but I was in the radio business back in the day.
Carts.
I have been sent carts. I have been sent Zoom videos. I have been sent mimeographs of my friends congratulating me on my profile in the 605. And it all came down. So I'm going to play these for you now.
Oh, please.
This is to celebrate. What is it, Brian? You tell me. Who is the champion of... I don't even know how to do this voice anymore. Jesus Christ, what has happened? Magnificent One has this to say. I am your champion as long as I'd like to be. Your pretenders are not a problem to me. I'm sorry, people. I'm not myself lately. I don't know what is going on. I've got to go to a doctor on the mainland. But let me leave you with this. Some messages from my friends. Congratulating me on my anniversary.
Yes.
My golden anniversary.
Let's hear
of 3
them.
years.
Let's hear the messages.
Oh, all right, now I'm going to plug this in. I hope you hear me okay. Yo, this is the Sandman. And this is Raven. Hey, guys. This is chronically depressed Jimmy Hart here, baby. And I just want to wish you, hey, on behalf of Fat Boy Almond Milk, this is lactose intolerant Bob and Jaggers. Effeminate Terry Funk is who I am, bitches. I'm goddamn proud of it. This is ECW Bruno. Let me tell you something, you slime. This is reincarnated King Curtis. You've been waiting for this day for 3.5 centuries. I have come from the boiling mountains of bile, blood, and mucus to have a 9 to 4 shift at a Dairy Queen in Dubuque. What would you like, little girl? Where are you going? Come over here. I'll have your head on a pike. You lass. Do you want sprinkles on that? Well, anyway, congratulations from the pits of hell at Dairy Queen on Main Street at 34th in Dubuque.
Also known as the Pits of Hell. After all this time we've teased the character of reincarnated King Curtis, and he debuts here in the middle of this segment in a Dairy Queen.
Hey, you know, the universe is a mysterious place. What can I tell you? Who am I to question the chairman of the board? But as always, Brian, you know what I like to say. To all my listeners out there in the 605, you know who you are. Mahalo and go fuck yourself.
Well, there he is, the magnificent one, still the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion, of course, voting for the next top 10 on Facebook, facebook.com/superpodcast. Go there today, subscribe, see the Travis Heckle artwork, join the community, and as I said before, a few days after this show comes out, vote for the top 10. A few notes before we continue on with the show. One, I want to welcome to the Listener Hall of Fame, Ben Rich, who attended AEW Dynamite, brought a sign that a lot of people noticed asking for Venmo money for merchandise. Apparently he got like $150 from random people. But he wore a 605 shirt while doing it, getting the 605 Super Podcast shirt on AEW Dynamite. Ben Rich, congratulations. Welcome to the Listener Hall of Fame. Also want to make mention of some sad news, and we just talked about it on the Jim Cornette Experience, but I want to mention it here too because I do see the 605 Super Podcast as the meeting place for wrestling historians and wrestling humorists. And I'm very, very sad once again, but I wanted to bring it up here to mention the passing of Seth Hansen, who did so much on Twitter to share clips from wrestling history, so many things that I've retweeted, that so many of us have retweeted over the last several years. He's done so much work. He wasn't making any money for doing it. And very sadly, at the age of 37, he recently passed away. And I just wanted to acknowledge him here on the show. I never spoke to him, but we had a lot of messaging back and forth at various times. And he was always a very, very nice guy. And I feel awful to hear that he passed, especially at such a young age. So I just wanted to acknowledge that here on the show. A very nice guy, Seth Hansen. And my condolences to his friends and his family. And I hope that his name lives on amongst the other wrestling historians out there, because he really did a lot of work and it came from his heart. So a really good guy. I don't know if you ever encountered him, Brian.
I didn't, but I saw that happened recently. And there are people like that. And it kind of reminds you of how fragile all of this is, like just the preservation of these stories and of the history. And when we lose people, there's sort of this feeling of losing things that you can't get back in a lot of cases, and hoping that people make a record of things while they have a chance. You know, I didn't know Seth personally, but I did personally know Mark Boujan, who some people may know was the leading historian really when it came to specifically Detroit wrestling. Of course, you know, doing the Sheik book, he was someone that I had to talk to.
Yeah.
He was closely involved with the book, and he passed away in the middle of my working on it. And I don't even know if I would have been able to get it off the ground without him. I mean, he was incredible. But when he passed, it was just this sense of like, oh my God, who is now going to be the caretaker of all this history of Detroit wrestling? So there is that kind of sense of trying to hold on to something that's not as concrete as you think it is.
And it goes to an important point with a lot of us who collect things and try to gather information. What can we do to share it and get it out there? You know, I have a lot of long-term plans and projects, you know, knock on wood, health permitting, that I'll be able to do for many, many years. And it's about getting that information out there. But I have started to think about the idea if something happens to me, what do I do? What's my plan? How can I make sure that this history is protected and also the information gets out there? You know, I've been horrified by, I shouldn't say horrified, but when you hear about a Fred Hornby or a J. Michael Kenyon passing away, and all of their research and papers, or at least the majority of it, being dedicated to the Wrestling Hall of Fame in Wichita Falls, Texas. Nothing against them. Nothing against Johnny Mantell or their whole setup there. But God damn it, that information's out of the hands of historians right now. Fred Hornby, one of the biggest historians for years, and J. Michael Kenyon, you know, Scott Teal calls him the god of wrestling historians. All their research papers are in Wichita Falls, Texas. Who has access to it? At least Notre Dame, you can go there and access the Pfeffer stuff and some of the other stuff. I don't know how it works with the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, and I think that's material that someone should be working on a project to digitalize it. But what do you think, Brian, about the idea of what do wrestling historians do with the material we have?
It's one of those things where, like with so many other things, it's the way that the business is perceived works against it, right? Because, you know, if this was I don't know, English literature or something, or Civil War history, right? It would be enshrined and protected as it should be. I'm not saying that, you know, pro wrestling is more important than the Civil War or things like that. But but certainly other professional sports and forms of endeavor and entertainment and old Hollywood and things like that are treated very often with more respect in the preservation of the history. And I think there needs to be more of a kind of concerted effort. Do I know how it gets done? No, but I think something like maybe one of the halls of fame or somebody needs to step up and really do something more to preserve it. Like you said, put it in digital form, do something like, I know WWE did a lot of that for their own stuff, but again, that's because they're trying to monetize it, and that necessarily wouldn't be the case here. But it needs to be treated with, I think, the respect it deserves. Because I think about it sometimes, and we talk about whenever it gets to the subject of the very, very, very early history of pro wrestling, like, when you get back to talking about people like Gotch and people that are long before living memory, it's like there are things we will absolutely never know, and there is no way to know, right? There's no way to truly know things like, okay, Gotch and Hackenschmidt, how much of it was a work, how much of it was a shoot. We can speculate, but we can't know because it is lost to time. And you know what? In 150 years from now, or whatever it is, 100 years from now, Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, all those people, they're going to be ancient history. And yeah, I know we obviously have video and things like that they didn't have then, but that doesn't tell the whole story. And if there isn't a preservation of history, everything will eventually be lost. Even things that are common knowledge today, and you think, people think, oh, everyone knows that. Why do we need to preserve it for? You need to preserve it because people will not always know. I can tell you as a high school teacher, being around a lot of people who have no awareness of anything that happened before the year 2000, I could tell you there will not, the things that you take for granted will not always be known by everyone. So it's important to preserve it.
Well, we talked a little bit earlier about some recent passings, and unfortunately another one was Bert Prentice. And we had a story on the show a little while back, a humorous story, but a story by Howard Baum about his dealings with Bert Prentice in the 80s. And we revisited that story with an update. We recorded this a few days before Bert Prentice passed away, which really made it very interesting, as you're about to hear. But here is an update, and we recap the story for those of you unfamiliar with it. Here's a very interesting update on Howard Baum and his dealings with Bert Prentice, the late Bert Prentice. Check this out right now. We're back on the Superpodcast, and I am very happy to welcome back to the show one of the most popular figures in show history. He's also voiced many of the popular figures in show history. Always good for a great story or two, the wrestling raconteur himself, Howard Baum. Howard, thanks for being here.
Hey, look at the figure on that one.
Look at the figure on that one. Thank you very much for being here. And this is a bit of a follow-up segment, and a very intriguing one, and a very intriguing story. And it goes back to a story you told a while ago, and you'll tell us it again. You'll remind us of everything you said before. But just to remind people, because so many people love you on the show, so many people have heard your stories about being a photographer. They remember you from Memphis TV. But just to remind everyone, or let new listeners know, talk a little bit about how you and your father got involved as wrestling promoters.
All right, well, circa the end of 1983, my dad got in touch with Tyree Pride and Bobby Wales by some happenstance, and we started promoting shows in Miami, and we had a little TV taping. We were on local TV down here, WDZL Channel 39, and we started running shows in the Bahamas throughout 1984. I think we went over there like 3 times. Promotion self-destructed because we ended up breaking even more often than less. At least we didn't lose anything. But then our name was apparently published in the Money Mark Torch, which was distributed amongst promoters throughout the U.S., and all these calls started coming in. The IWA in Tampa in 1985, Bev Shade and her husband tried to get us involved. Of course, the next story that I'm going to talk about, and one of my most famous ones, from episode 73 of the 605, was our involvement with Mr. Christopher Love, known now as Bert Prentice. That time he was known only to me as Christopher Love. So our promotion was done. I was attending school at U of F, Gainesville, Florida. And one day I got a phone call, and he's like, "Hey, this is Christopher Love. Are you guys still interested in promoting?" And I said, "Well, we weren't even thinking about it, but I'll talk to my dad, whatever." So, long story short, Christopher Love comes and visits me, brings a little suitcase with him, and this is one of the comedic highlights of the entire adventure. Leaves a little suitcase with me in my little hovel in Gainesville, and he goes out to do business. He's going to Live Oak. He's sending me back reports. Oh, I got a building. Oh, it's a beautiful outdoor farmhouse, this and that. So my dad...
An outdoor farmhouse?
Yeah, when we eventually got there, we saw it was like this like structure in the middle of a cornfield. Well, I'll get to that part, but what had happened was... my parents come up from Miami to Gainesville. I don't know, like a 6-hour trip, and Christopher Love is hanging out. I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't staying with me, but he left his suitcase with me, and he would go off and come back, and he'd be like, "You're gonna be big. You got it, kid. You got what the other kids don't have. You're gonna be big. They're gonna be jealous of you." Now, mind you, I wasn't really ripe for the Dixie Carter treatment because I wasn't thinking about myself as a manager at that point. And the 19-year-old me was hardly developed as a person. I wasn't really ready to strut my stuff. And I'm like, okay, whatever. He has me pose with a bunch of like money and shit, like for Memphis photos, and I'm pointing to the money and all this stuff, like the new sensation. I didn't even have a name yet. I don't think I needed it. So now the big day comes. My dad forwarded him like $1,200 for advance fees, posters, promotion, whatnot, and he's ostensibly out there doing business, right? So this all takes place in 1985, Northern Florida, and the big day comes. The show's coming. So, okay, well, I'll meet you there. My parents come up again. Now we're going north of Gainesville, which is a schlep to begin with, and we go to the first town, Live Oak, and it's the proverbial shack in the middle of a field, and this farmer comes out and he goes, "Well, wrestling show. Some fella came by here, but yeah, we didn't set anything up or anything." So he must have stopped there on his way out of town to if anyone calls, we're doing a wrestling show. So nothing was ever printed, no posters were ever made. Handsome Howard was stillborn, not even a speck on the wrestling world's eye yet, and so that was it. So
well. If I may jump in, you've referenced now several times that he has left a suitcase with you.
Right. Did
he leave it with you at the very beginning and it's been with you this whole time, or does he keep leaving it, picking it up, leaving it, picking it up? What's going on?
This has got to be, and I haven't done the research on this, but this has got to be a time-tested con man's trick. Like, let me leave my safe here. Let me leave my, whatever here. And then certainly I'm not going to fuck you because you have my belongings.
Hold my wallet. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's a perfectly respectable looking suitcase, So I'm like, well, he can't screw me now. So we got back from Live Oak realizing that there's no show. And I'm like, well, fuck this. Of course I'm going to open up the suitcase, which he's expecting all along. I open up the suitcase, and what's in there but like 100 multicolored male G-strings? Joke's on me. There you go. Welcome to professional wrestling. Okay. All right. So Christopher Love 1, Baum family 0.
What year is this again? This is 1985?
Yeah. So this kind of stuck in my craw for, the next 37 years or so. And I never took the opportunity to go on a road trip up there or even threaten to do so. And it just kind of stuck in my craw because it was my dad's money. They had a schlep up there from Miami. $1,200 isn't a ton of money, even by 1984 standards.
But it's the principle, too.
Well, interesting that you should bring that up. So as we progress in the story, now I open my booby prize, my G-strings, and I'm like, okay, so 37 years go by. And I had never taken the opportunity to address Christopher Love, now known as Bert Prentice. At the time, he was only Christopher Love to me. Never even knew his real name at that point. Sometime in the 90s, he started becoming known as Bert Prentice. He appeared on Memphis and everything. And I'm like, how do they use this guy? And does Jerry Lawler hang out with this guy? And all my friends are like, this guy, Bert Prentice is great. And they're going to his shows. And he's arranging, Lance Russell tributes and everything. I'm like, what the fuck? How's everyone? So I'm hearing nothing but great things about Bert Prentice for the last 20 years or so, And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just a footnote in his conman past. And at the time when this happened, Moolah actually called my dad, which I'd love to have a tape of. It would be like an unheard Bob Newhart outtake. He'd be like, "Yes, this is Bert Baum. Oh, hi, I'm calling from Columbia. This is Lillian. You might know me as Moolah." My dad was so not into the wrestling business. He had a list of phone numbers. The Sheik, Moolah, blah, blah, blah. Threw it out.
The Sheik?
The
original Sheik?
Yeah, because Wild Bill Wenhold, when we were involved, he was involved in our original promotion, the WWA in Miami, and he was tight with the Sheik. He used to use him in his outlaw promotion in southern Georgia. So my dad has all these numbers, a treasure trove of numbers, throws it out. He's like, we're not in the wrestling business anymore, throws it out. I'm like, come on. So...
By the way, it wasn't that hard to get the fabulous Moolah's phone number.
Well, okay, but the Sheik, that's a pretty good get.
That's a good get.
All right, so needless to say, my dad couldn't care less. I'm like, that's a treasure trove. So anyway, fast forward 37 years later, just a short month ago, I usually like to take the high road, and I haven't called Bert Prentice out in public or anything like that. And everyone's like, he's a jolly good fellow, and he's promoting all these great shows with all my friends, Lance Russell and whatnot, in Jackson, Tennessee and everything. I'm like, well, what the hell? Is it reformed or what? And so 37 years later, my friend Mark James posts something about an upcoming show in Jackson. And I'm like, I'm just in the mood today to say something. So I put something up there like, hey, Bert, Howard Baum here. I think I'm going to come up there and say hello at your next show. And I have a big fat receipt for you. Just to stir the waters a little. I was expecting a deletion and an ignoring of and a continuing as usual. And I'm like, okay, at least I got it out of my system for today. So that very day, June 8th, I'm looking at my messages now, and I'll tell you guys, like in real time, minute by minute, about how this thing unfolded. The second part of the story, nearly 4 decades in the making. So this cracked me up, Bert's opening salvo. It says, Howard, now mind you, with 37 years of, being out this money and having my poor parents schlep up there for my wrestling career. So, Howard, no need for the nasty remarks. You would be most welcome to come here, and I'd like to sit down with you in person. And I'm willing to clear the air and settle all issues if possible. So now I'm figuring, oh yeah, they're gonna bring me into a side room. I'm gonna be beaten by 14 of his guys, and I'm gonna go home. So I say, expecting none of this to come to fruition, I say, okay, send me the $1,200 plus 35 interest, you POS. I don't know what that stands for, but I was obviously bitter at that point in time, a short month ago. Christopher Love, Bert Prentice says, you obviously have your opinion, and it's obvious you're not going to change that, and I accept that. To what address can I send a certified check? Okay. And at that point, of course, I give the universal sign for hand job, yeah, right. So I send him my address, and I say, I will be holding my breath, expecting exactly nothing to happen.
What a game of chicken this is.
Right.
Give
so I'm like,
let's
see what happens here. I mean, how could I possibly get fucked further? So Bert says to me, I understand completely. I'm going to do my best to get it to FedEx this afternoon. And I say, unbelievingly, that would be lovely. Now he's continuing the con, in my mind, con in apostrophes. With it being an apartment, will someone be there to sign for it? And I say, it depends on the day, but I'm sure I'll be able to get it. Thank you, I say again, disbelievingly. He says, I will send you tracking shortly. I can waive signature. Just want to make sure you get it. I say,
hold on. I have to jump in here because you have every right to be mad. Every right. And every right to be suspect of anything he says. However, in this conversation, I don't know why he is still going along with this because, no offense, but you're being a bit of a dick, but you have every right to be.
Right.
And every response is, I completely understand. Where can I send this money?
And I'm thinking, what's the con here? Is he going to, tell me he's going to send it through some crazy way and tell me it never got there, and it's just going to be another continuation? I'm going to have this this weighing on my soul for the next 20 years.
That'd be amazing if there actually was, after all this time, a part 2 where he fucked you a second time.
That's what I was waiting for. And I'm like, and so in between responding to him, I did searches on the internet, like, what is better, a cashier check or the other check, whatever it is? Like, what is the best way not to get fucked on a check? How can I? And they're like, oh, up to 3 weeks later, the bank can still take the money. But I'm like, I tell you what. I answer him, would it be possible to PayPal or Zelle me? And he says, of course, and this is playing into my paranoia, I don't have either of those, but I'm at the credit union getting the cashier's check as we speak. No, I'm really doing the universal side
as we speak.
Yeah. Right. I'm like, oh yeah, he jumped off his chair to go to the fucking place, right? Like, oh yeah, tell me more. So, okay, full apology upon receipt. Thank you, I say, because I really feel like I'm being played now. And he says, no apology ever needed. I beyond apologize. That was a dark time in my life. Well, this is personal. I don't even know if I should be sharing this. I'm blessed I could make this right in some form. I haven't seen this since the day of, and this is genuine stuff. And you know what? I'm sorry to air this, but I'm a legitimate semi-personality in the wrestling world, and this is what I trade in. And if you're in my life, then you're probably going to be made into a story eventually. So I'm sorry, but this is this is my deal. So if you know me, you're going to be talked about. So I'm sorry,
That's what happens when you deal with a legit semi-personality.
So, I'm blessed I could make this right in some form, and I go, I hope so. I'll become your biggest supporter. Well, a couple days later, the check comes, and I say, received. If it's not a work, I will gladly unbury you and put you over to all. Thank you so much. Bert says to me, glad you got it. I understand the mistrust issue you have. You can call the credit union. Wish for you all the best, Howard. Well, you bet your bottom bippy that, of course, I called the credit union. And they're like, yeah, it's legit and everything. And a couple days later, I write to him, okay, it's real. Well, no, not a couple days. I waited a month because I was waiting for the bank to say, Howard, you have a charge of $1,200. So not only did he pay me, the $1,200, he did give me the interest for 37 years. And I haven't done the math, but he sent me $1,500, which in anybody's book is a big move. It's unheard of in wrestling. It's a tale of redemption. It's a guitar. It's a bed. It's $1,500. He doesn't have to go giving that away. And I want to tell you people out there in 605 land and my Memphis wrestling community that I am with Bert Prentice. I'm sorry that I had to air some of the dirty laundry that I aired and some of the personal information, but that was kind of already out there during the burial. And I'm proud to say that this is the first 605 unburial that I could think of. And I really am proud and honored that I have this burden off of my chest that I don't have to think about, that the Baum name was besmirched 37 years ago and that Bert got to redeem himself. And now we're all on the same page, one big happy family of Memphis wrestling. So sorry for the necessary shitting upon, but my many thanks and much respect to Bert Prentice and his USA Championship Wrestling and his events that he runs in Jackson, Tennessee. And I just wanted to share the second half of that story with you guys.
Well, there it is, Howard Baum on Bert Prentice. His dealings with Bert Prentice, and thankfully, fortunately, a very happy ending. And you and I were just briefly talking off the air, knowing that Bert passed days after we recorded that segment, a little while after Howard received the payment. It makes me wonder, what did Bert know? Did Bert know he was terminally ill? And if so, that says a lot about the man that he decided that was the moment to make good with Howard. Because if he knew he was going to pass at some point soon, he didn't have to. So, really makes me reevaluate Bert Prentice. And I think he did right by Howard, so I really respect that. And I think everyone should hear that story and think about that story, because it says a lot about a guy who took him a while, but he finally did the right thing, and I think that's pretty cool. And speaking of doing the right thing, let's go to our next segment. This is one that a lot of people have been asking me about and a lot of people have been curious about. It is a segment talking about some of the recent changes at Arcadian Vanguard. Now, in this segment, you will hear me, of course. Also on the line will be Lou Kipilman, who's an Arcadian Vanguard producer. You love Lou. You've heard him on the shows. He's great. He was involved in various aspects of the story. And also, Stephen Pinu, my attorney and friend. And you'll probably understand why he's on for this conversation as well shortly. But let's go to this right now. Me and Lou and Stephen talking about some of the recent changes in Arcadian Vanguard and me explaining the decisions I recently made and why I made them. We continue with the Superpodcast with what some may call a lights out segment. I'm going to call it a lights on segment because in this case, I'm going to talk about some of the inner workings here at Arcadian Vanguard, some of the recent decisions and things that have happened here, the decisions I've made, I should add here at the top. With Arcadian Vanguard, there have been some questions, and I kind of want everyone to know. In the past, sometimes when I stop working with someone or when I do something, I don't fully go public and explain what's happening, and frequently I'm then criticized or ripped because no one knows the real story, and I'm okay with it because I don't give a shit. But in this case, I decided, you know what? There are two very unique stories here. I think the truth deserves to be heard, and that's what we're going to do. On the line with me are two very distinguished guests who are both involved in this story in one way or another, and again, there's two different stories here. First on the line, the superstar producer, an on-air talent, and future voice of the San Francisco Giants, Mr. Lou Kipilman is here. Lou, thanks for being here today.
Wow, you are quite prescient in your introduction. I'm going to have to talk to the Giants.
And we'll see. Maybe we'll have Stephen Pinu do that. And on that topic, also on the line is someone who is not only a great friend of mine, not only someone who you hear as a sponsor on Jim Cornette shows, but also the Arcadian Vanguard attorney and someone who has been involved in everything I've done. He knows what's been going on. And that is Stephen Pinu. Steve, thanks for being here today.
No problem, Brian. That would be the consigliere to Arcadian Vanguard Network, I suppose.
I suppose so, and I guess that would also be you taking a second to take yourself off mute, which I appreciate. I appreciate the courtesy for the recording here, but let's talk about a couple of things, and we're going to start with the one that I just think is kind of a silly one, a stupid one, but worth an explanation. And everything I'm going to say today, I can back up, is documented. I keep records of everything I do. I'm not just a historian for wrestling. I'm a historian for Brian Last. I keep records of everything I do for reasons like this. If something comes up, I can always say that I have the truth on my side. And that's the greatest power you can have, and it's something I really get off on. Knowing that I tell the truth, I don't care if you like me or not, I don't care if you think I'm obnoxious or arrogant, at times I am, but I tell you the truth. I don't lie, and that's the greatest power you could have. If people know you tell the truth, and you tell the truth, you got nothing to worry about. Let's talk about John Arezzi and John Arezzi's Pro Wrestling Spotlight. Going back a few years, John had appeared on the 605 Superpodcast. I had booked him on Jim Cornette's show. Great appearances, lots of fun, great feedback. He did some other stuff. He did something with Vince Russo, and he got the bug. A lot of us understand that. It's happened to so many of us where maybe you step away from wrestling for a while and you get the bug and you dive back in, and John dove right back in and started getting more and more involved, and early on, he wanted to do a podcast. John and his nephew came here to my office at my house. We had a meeting. We talked about potential ideas. I talked about what I thought the show should be, and by the time the show debuted, I came up with a format that John agreed with, and everything went well, but it took a little while to get there. It was early on when I was talking to John, who expressed that he wanted to do a podcast, and specifically, he wanted it to be with me. He wanted it to be with me because he was a big fan of the Jim Cornette show, and also, I knew his stuff. I am from Long Island. I know radio, I know wrestling, I know sports, I know music. I'm kind of the perfect guy to co-host the Pro Wrestling Spotlight then and now, all things considered. So we're talking about the project. I like John. We're trying to put something together. Right around this period of time, he calls me to tell me that in his attempts to just talk to various people and see what kind of deals he can put together and just meet people, he ran into someone from Alabama who had been aggressively, up to that point in time, trying to really permeate the wrestling podcast world, and really beyond podcasts, just wrestling content. Now, everyone has their own sensibilities. For me, it's not content I would ever want anything to do with for a number of reasons. For aesthetic reasons, for quality reasons, for historically accurate reasons, for just reasons of general integrity of how to talk to an audience and treat an audience. I have no interest. But John went down there looking for some sort of deal or something. And when John came back and told me about it, what he said was that it was all about me. That the person he met with kept talking about how big a fan he was of me and how badly he wanted to talk to me and how he was hurt that when he invited me to his convention in Chicago, which he claimed I was the first person invited according to John, which I know for a fact I wasn't, that he was upset that I never responded, and I never responded when he wanted to advertise on the shows. And these are all true things. Let me throw that out there. I was asked to be a part of that thing, and it did not even get a response from me. I was asked to sell advertising spots on the Jim Cornette shows, didn't even get a response from me. For anyone wondering, of course, Jim Cornette is fully apprised of anything I do that involves the business of Jim Cornette. John says that he wants to talk to me, he wants to figure out something. Why aren't we doing this? He's a big fan. And all of a sudden, John's in the middle, and John wants to put it together. So John says, what should I tell him? I said, you should tell him whatever the fuck you want to tell him. And he said, but what do you say? And I said, I didn't say anything. But what should I tell him? And we repeated a few times. Said, you can tell him whatever the fuck you want. I didn't say anything. I want to explain a few things about me and the way I do business. In wrestling and outside of wrestling, my wrestling interests are substantial, but they aren't my only interests. I have a life and I have business interests outside of wrestling. I take a lot of pride in doing things legitimately. Again, like me, don't like me, I'm going to do things legitimately. I'm going to do things honestly. And I don't knowingly get involved in any way, even if it's indirect. And every now and then there are slip-ups, but I've been pretty good about this. I don't knowingly get involved with anyone if I have any reason to think, or any strong reason to think, that someone is committing fraud, or tax fraud, or under federal investigation, or perhaps has a history and a record of abuse towards women. If there was someone that fit any of that criteria, Brian Last wouldn't have anything to do with them, and certainly my company wouldn't have anything to do with them either. And for various reasons, including, and I'll reveal this now, including things that were said to me by Bruce Pritchard. When Bruce and his little partner were trying to entice Jim Cornette to go with them when they were trying to start their network to be the Vince McMahon of podcasts back in 2017, I had conversations with Bruce. He said things that made me tell Jim, you'd be fucking crazy to do business with these guys, but if you want to, I will do everything I can to help you get there, and then I'm out. And you go do stuff with them, but I'm out. And in the end, it didn't work out, but I always remember the things that were said to me. And everyone else could do whatever they want, but I don't have my hand out, and I'm never going to. And I'm not going to work with people just because I need money, because I'm not going to. And that's the only reason some people work with some people. So John's trying to put us together and get us together. I killed that, and I let John know pretty early on. John, if you're interested in doing business with him or doing shows with him, whatever it may be, I wish you luck. I like you. You should go do that. I hope you get as much money out of him as you can. But I'm not interested in being involved for a number of reasons. And some of them I told John, which he seems to have forgotten. For a number of reasons, I won't be involved. And I'm not interested in sharing talent because I'm not interested in sharing legitimacy with what I see as an illegitimate outfit doing bad programming. The stench of that will never be on me or my company. Period. So we fast forward now back to modern times here. John is at a point now here in 2021 where he's again fully invested mentally and however so in wrestling. And he's trying to make a living through just wrestling right now. At least that's what he's told me. Who knows what the reality is, but I'm going to trust him on that. So John has been trying to make several deals happen recently. John has his archive of photos and films. He has whatever else he would have in his collection, personal memorabilia and artifacts and correspondence. These 8mm, not 8mm, I forget what they are. Lou, do you remember what John's films are?
I don't think they're 16mm. I want to say 8mm or Super 8.
Maybe they're Super 8. I don't think they're 16mm either, but John has these films from Madison Square Garden from ringside of events from the early 70s, including the Funks and Vern Gagne, and of course Andre the Giant. John's footage of Andre the Giant was featured in that A&E documentary. And John's just trying to aggressively, and I understand, he's trying to take what he has now and cash out. His exact term to me was cash out. I'm trying to cash out, and I just want to move to Florida and go to spring training games, and that would make me happy. And I hope he gets that. But in doing this, he started encountering the ballless one again, down in Alabama. The one who does the balls-free shows. You sound like that for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. No one chooses to be a nasal castrato. He goes back and they start having talks again. By the way, this guy knows John's on my network. This guy knows John's working with me. Whether John should or shouldn't go and try to make other deals is one thing. I don't know. I'll explain why I don't do things this way, the way this kid just fucking did. So John is trying to make deals happen. He starts encountering this guy. In the middle of all this, John tells me all this, that he's trying to do this, and I reiterate to John what he already knew. John, whatever you do, if it's something involving you as on-air talent, I'm not willing to share you with him for a variety of reasons, which I have somewhat explained to you. John says, okay. On June 8th, John Arezzi sets up a conference call with me and Medusa. Now, I was informed by John that Medusa had previously been doing a show with the ballless one over at Balls-Free Shows. And she was complaining that she wasn't paid any money, only the producer was paid money, and that every conversation she had with the ballless one made her upset and skeeved her out because it was all just about how much he could pay her to buy her belt. This is what was said to me. And John wants to do a show where it'll be him and Medusa talking about women's issues in wrestling. And I took the conference call and I talked to Medusa. Once I knew for a fact she was no longer doing shows or involved with those shows over there. Once John assured me of that, I said, I'll take the call, hear what she has to say. And I took the call, and everything John told me was repeated to me. John also asked me if I'd be interested in doing a podcast with him and John Gibbons, who's his old roommate from the Shelby Mets, legendary manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. This is around the same period of time. So John comes to me with the Medusa project, with the John Gibbons project. I do the call with Medusa. He set it up on the 8th. I think we did the call on the 10th. Now that I'm looking at my notes here. Again, things are all over the place, ladies and gentlemen, but I have everything. So then we leave it there. I'm going to start putting together a plan for Medusa. Going under the idea that John brought her to me because she was so unhappy with her previous dealings with Balls-Free Shows, who John agrees he's been hearing bad things about. So then on June 30th, John's in Atlanta for the Mets Brave series. Drives from the greater Nashville area over to Atlanta, as any good Met fan would do for something like that. The day before, some of you may remember, I remember he posted a picture, I think he got a Kevin Pillar foul ball at the game. But John calls me on June 30th from Atlanta. He texts me actually first, but we end up having a talk. He says he needs to talk to me. John says that while in Atlanta, he had a conversation with the bulbous and ballless one himself. And in this conversation, John was either led to believe, or John just decided to say this to me, John told me, and again, I keep track and keep records of everything. John told me he was offered to potentially do a national radio show with them. That's something they're looking to launch in 2022. He told me that the ballless one said he would negotiate without any fee attached with WWE and Ben Brown, who all of us know, who John knows, and John has negotiated with in the past, but apparently this clown thinks he has the inside track to Ben Brown. And John's thoughts that $250,000 is fair payment for the footage of Andre the Giant at Madison Square Garden, and apparently the clown thought it was fair too. Maybe someone should look into what the hell's going on with this guy and Ben Brown, but that's another story for another time, and who knows? I don't know anything. But again, John was led to believe, because he repeated it to me, that on the table was the potential for a reasonable deal of $250,000 with WWE, no fee attached, because I think the quote was, "I just want you to make money." John also told me that he was offered spots on the upcoming ProWrestling.com, which is apparently going to be an attempt to gobble up a lot of traffic online behind what we all know is just garbage content. John was led to believe that he was in the plans for that, potentially hosting a memorabilia show, potentially doing other shows. John, and I'll be honest, I can't believe this was said to him. And in my head, I have to think John pulled this number out of the sky because it's so unreasonable. John flat out told me he was either led to believe or he strongly believed that between $7,500 and $10,000 a month was going to be in the range of what he would get for his work on the upcoming ProWrestling.com. He also said that, because John's trying to get a documentary of his life off the ground, he's raising money for his own documentary of his own life, that the kid said he would be interested in being executive producer, or at least a producer on the documentary, and in fact, would even get Eric Bischoff involved. And when you know who won the pony, the next day John's at the game, Eric Bischoff calls him up, John leaves the fucking game. He's in Atlanta for the Met game, he leaves the game to go talk to Eric Bischoff. That was when he appeared on Bischoff's show. Apparently Bischoff has a radio show in wherever he is, Wyoming, Montana, I don't fucking know. He has a radio show there. All of a sudden, John's on the show. So John is enticed. John, he wants to cash out, and he believes all of this is realistic. And he says it all to me. And I say, John, once again, I'm not willing to share talent with him. John let me know that he knew that, but he has to explore this. This all had happened pretty quick. So we had a few other phone calls, and I told John that I'm going to think about this. Why don't we talk on the 5th? Which we did. We then talked also on the 12th and the 21st. But what it ended up coming down to is I said, John, I'm going to give you a deadline. And that deadline is July 25th. Go negotiate with the ballless one. Get as much money as you fucking can out of him. He told you that him and Bruce thought that they should own the Andre footage. Get as much money out of him as you fucking can. Go for it, I told him. But at that time, when you come back after 25 days, I'm not willing to entertain this. Like, I'm not going to have this hanging over my head. You have to decide what you want to do. Do you want to go do something with him, or at least entertain something with him? Or are you going to do something here? John said that was fair, and he would do that. And we talked on the 26th. At that point, I had a few weeks. In that period of time, I had free time. For the first time in a while, I got to work on 605. I got to organize my baseball cards. I spend so much money on fucking baseball cards. An obnoxious amount of money on baseball cards. And then they sit here and I never get to put them away or do anything with them. I got to do that. Got to spend time with my kids. And I started thinking about Lou Kipilman, Arcadian Vanguard producer, about Jace Nacarado, who on the Pro Wrestling Spotlight Then and Now show was associate producer. And I realized that for this one show, based on my calculations, me and 2 of my team members were spending more time on this one show than every other show we did. And I'm proud of it. It's a great fucking show. Pro Wrestling Spotlight Then and Now is a great fucking show. And Lou Kipilman did a fucking great job. And Jace Nacarado did a great job. And I'd like to say I did a great job too. And we spent a lot of time from taking out excessive lip smacks, and John is one of the worst offenders of that, and we wanted to make sure he sounded good when the show went out, so we cleaned him up. You'll hear the difference, I'm sure, whatever he does next. From that to the notes, to just the fine-tuning of the audio, we spent a lot of time on that show. And I'm thinking about all the time, my personal time I spend on that show. I've left other shows. I mean, we'll talk about it with the Studcast. I left the Studcast. One of the reasons, and there were a few, was I needed more time. I'm dedicating all this time to John Arezzi. I said, if I come back after the 25th, if we have this conversation, if he doesn't just say, you know what, I fucked up, I love the show, let's keep doing this, let's grow this. If it's not some variation of that, it doesn't have to be exactly that. I just can't see how I could justify spending this time anymore. The 605 time. 605 is infinitely times more popular than John Arezzi's Pro Wrestling Spotlight. It is the third most popular show of Arcadian Vanguards next to the Jim Cornette shows. There has not been a 605 in months, and it still gets better downloads than almost any other fucking show. It's a rare animal. It's a special animal. The audience doesn't go away. It only grows. And I want to spend more time doing that. And I went through my schedule. I had a couple weeks. So much of the time I designated for 605 went to John and went to John's show. And again, proud of the show, proud of the project. The idea was making sure we document this history correctly and also in an entertaining fashion. And quite frankly, we did a great fucking job on the show. So I talked to John. I said, John, where are you at? This is on July 26th. And John says, there's nothing imminent. And I spoke to him and I let him know. And according to John, he was not very happy that I, Brian Last, was going to be pissed off about this. Apparently, he said nothing is imminent about ProWrestling.com, which John thought he was ready to jump right on based on the previous conversations. And John, according to John, the guy who he's trying to do his film with gave him a proposal to present that was for $500,000 to be a producer, which John told me he presented with the words, I'm embarrassed to present this to you, and then it was promptly laughed off. John didn't get the deal that he thought he was going to get. John got nothing right now. Again, nothing imminent. But when he came back to me and he said nothing imminent, that didn't say to me, I love what we're doing, let's just do this and go all the way. That said to me, I'm here until I get a better offer there. And I like John Arezzi a lot. But John Arezzi is throwing Hail Mary pass after Hail Mary pass, and there's no one else on the fucking field. And this isn't going to stop, because this isn't the first time he has come to me and tried to act as a buffer to get me to do something that I don't want to do for no reason that benefits me. So I told John, I said, John, I'll give you one option to stay on the network. It won't be with me. I can't justify my time for your show anymore. I said, there's one way you could stay. I said, you need a new co-host, someone who can do the job right. I recommended a specific person who had previously helped out with the show. And John said, no, he'd rather leave and go off and do his own thing. And I said, that's fine. He was very, very concerned about the messaging. Specifically, I mean, that was his word. The messaging. What are we going to do about the messaging? And I said, John, I'm just going to tell the truth. He said, right. But what are you going to say? I'm going to say exactly what happened. And that's what I kept saying. And then I said what I said on the Jim Cornette show. And I regret one thing there. And I'm going to say this here. I regret saying that John was honest, because I learned my lesson on that. Because since the time of that show, John has claimed to multiple people that he never, ever said the name of the person he was negotiating with. Which, if you think about the story I just told, none of it makes any fucking sense. If he's now claiming that he never even said the name, how would I know all of these details? How would I know all of this? And if you are a Yenta calling people up to badmouth me based on bad information because you're so fucking hungry to badmouth me, get back in your fucking hole and shut the fuck up. I don't need to get any more private messages from you to please leave you alone every time you get out a check. You do it again, and you're going to fucking really want me to leave you alone. There's a lot more I could say. But that's the John Arezzi story. After the fact, also, the person I recommended to be his co-host, John went and tried to get him. John went and tried to make him an offer. It didn't work out. But the exact person I recommended to John that he didn't want to work with, when John couldn't find someone else to work with, he went to that person. John's now lying about the whole thing, which really upsets me, and I'm disappointed with John. But that's the fucking facts, and that's the fucking truth. And I got everything fucking backed up, going back to my calls with Bruce Pritchard. And there's a whole lot more I could say. But this is exactly what happened with the John Arezzi fucking situation. And if you take a shot at me or my business, expect me to fire back. Not at your wrestling business, at your real business. Watch your step and stay in your lane. I do everything legitimately, but I get things done legitimately. That's the John Arezzi story. I wish John good luck. He won't be doing any business with me anytime in the future. He can keep throwing his Hail Mary passes. Maybe he'll get his $250,000, but don't fucking do shit with me and then fucking lie about it. Don't fucking lie about it. Don't try to fucking spin it. That's the John Arezzi story.
Brian, may I add something? All right. My addition that I would like to make to this portion of the story is, at no time, I've spoken with John once or twice this summer, and for various things, and all of the information that you're giving out, it was never covered, or John never mentioned anything like an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, that he had with other parties at any time, correct?
I don't know anything about NDAs with John. I certainly do not have an NDA with John. I do not have a single NDA in place with anyone right now, with the exception of several musical clients. With the outside of the music industry, I do not have a single NDA in place.
Well, and here was my point. Neither to you, to my knowledge, in all the times that we've talked about this, nor to me directly after July 25th, July 26th, was the subject of a non-disclosure agreement between Arezzi and these other parties ever referenced, such that John said to you or said to me, hey, I'm negotiating with these other parties. Hey, Steve, I feel like I need to let you know I'm the subject of an NDA with some other party, not with you, not with Arcadian Vanguard, but with these other parties that you're mentioning.
Not one thing has ever been said to me about any NDA that John Arezzi was involved with that had anything to do with wrestling. Not one time in the years we worked together, including the very end.
Well, and even in his negotiations, as you say, go out, get your money. Go out, get your money for your footage of Andre. Go out, get your money for this, get your money for that. Or if you're going to negotiate with another podcasting network, never once was it mentioned to me that the figures, the facts that you're putting out were the subject of some non-disclosure agreement. So lest anyone ever hear this and think, well, last was in violation or new was in violation of an NDA or whatever, never disclosed to me, if assuming that there was one.
No, I mean, I don't know anything about an NDA.
I don't believe that there is one.
I don't know anything about an NDA. And like I said, I'm just telling the truth. That's all I'm doing. And that's what scared John so much when he kept worrying about the messaging. I just said, I'm going to tell the truth. I'm done looking like the bad guy every time I stop doing business with someone who either is immature or is just a bad guy. As we'll talk more about that, but I'm done with that. I'm going to just tell the truth. If you fuck around with me, I'm going to tell the truth. And it will be backed up and it will be documented. And if anyone has a problem with it, Stephen P. New, 888-692-8084. Call him up. Try to sue for whatever you want. Go get a lawyer and try to sue.
And that's been my advice to you all along, is that if everything that you say is the truth, then there's no problem. And I have no doubts that what you've said is the truth.
And the truth is an absolute defense, of course. But let's talk now about one of the craziest things I've ever dealt with in business, let alone wrestling. Let me start off very easily. I was going to fire Ron Fuller from Arcadian Vanguard on Monday, July 26th, 2021. I was going to have a conversation with him. I was going to let him have it. I was pretty fired up and let him know that what I was fired up about, which included his attempts to poach an Arcadian Vanguard staff member to work for him in a competitive project to Arcadian Vanguard's projects. It included Ron fucking around with money. I never had money issues with Ron until earlier this year, and all of a sudden, money stopped coming that he owed. He's one of the very few people that, because his Patreon was set up before I produced the shows, the money goes to him. So he's been sending me the Arcadian Vanguard share since the beginning. Arcadian Vanguard paid for the Studcast to be up. Arcadian Vanguard produced the Studcast, edited the Studcast, many times had to do Ron's notes, many times had to write Ron's questions. We did everything for the fucking Studcast. And it was done for a profit share of the Patreon. Those shows aren't a gift for Ron. Those are a profit share. And as soon as you stop issuing our checks, you don't get to use that content anymore. As I explained to Ron many times, and there's a trail of emails and text messages. The deal is, I can't do anything with that content without your permission, but you can't do a fucking thing without my permission. And he's always known that. So I've been having problems with Ron over money. Ron started having a little bit of issues with me when I removed myself as the co-host, I guess I should say. I was going to say host, but technically I guess it was the host, but co-host of the Studcast, which I did for a number of reasons, including I could no longer say with certainty that Ron was getting things right on the show anymore. He was moving more into storyteller than fact teller. I did everything I could to fact check that show. Tim Dills sent me every Knoxville newspaper clipping he could find. I had people send me Knoxville results. I had people send me spot show results. We did lots of research. We made sure that Ron had in front of him all the information he would need to get shit right. And then he started getting shit wrong and insisting on it. Provably wrong stuff. I couldn't be involved with the show anymore. I removed myself for that reason, for the reason I wasn't having much time, for the reason that the format I came up with, go listen to the first show with me, go listen to the last show with me, I completely changed the fucking format so that it was Ron scripted so we can get as much shit right as possible, because Ron just says shit sometimes. It was Ron scripted going through the TV and the house shows and maybe some stories eventually, to the point where the only thing the co-host's job was going to be was, what'd you do next, Ron? I don't need to sit there and do that. And I wasn't going to do that. I removed myself from the show. Ron had a problem with that. I explained to him, and I was right. Anybody could co-host this show. You don't need me for this. He had a problem with me on the Super Studcast because he wanted me to do all the interviews. Time after time, we had issues where he wanted the Super Studcast to be him sitting there, talking to the wrestler and the guest for a few minutes, and then me doing the entire interview while he would sit there. And I had to put my foot down about that time after time after time. To the point where eventually we just had to write his questions, because Ron couldn't just sit there and have a normal conversation with a Coco Ware. He had to have things written down for him so he knew what to talk about. So anyway, having issues with Ron, he's not paying money. He got testy after I removed myself as the co-host of the show. He was getting inaccurate on the show, which is when I said, if he's a storyteller, I'm off the show. And I removed myself from the show. And he tries to poach one of our guys. He also decides he's going to launch a YouTube channel, which I'm all for. If you want to go do that, go do, put your... If you could actually prove you own your fucking old USA and Continental shows, that David Woods doesn't own that, or that they weren't vacated and are in public domain, please go ahead and try to monetize that shit. But you can't fucking monetize Arcadian Vanguard content on there. And I had to have a talk with Ron about that. That was June 11th. June 11th. And that's when Ron informed me, Bron, I found 2 marks. And then he tried to explain to me how YouTube works. Ron fucking Fuller, who has no idea anything about technology, he can't even post a photo without it being blurred and cropped wrong, tried to explain to me how YouTube works. And as he put it, the 2 marks are going to make him all this money on YouTube. And his plan is to use the Arcadian Vanguard content. And I put my foot down. I said, you can't use any of that fucking content, Ron. That's a 50-50 deal. We both need permission. And I'm not giving you permission. You want it on YouTube? We can put it on YouTube. It ain't going to be on the channel with two people that you just told me were two marks. And then he said, well, Brian, it's me. I said, Ron, doesn't matter. You're partnered with two people I don't know who you just called marks. Period. End of sentence. You can't use any of my content on the channel. And you also can't have Lou or any Arcadian Vanguard producers producing shit for a non-Arcadian Vanguard project. He seemed to understand at that moment. So all of these things had come to a head. I waited over 2 months. And once a check was over 60 days, I said, Ron's done. I'm not playing these games anymore. I knew some other stuff going on that was being said behind the scenes. I said, you know what? Let's see Ron go do this on his own. Because Ron needs someone to hold his hand for everything. It was going to come. I was going to fire him Monday, July 26, 2021. And I was so mad at Ron, I'm telling you, he's lucky I didn't get on the phone with him that day because he would have been really upset. He would have been really upset. I didn't get on the phone with him that day because something happened over the weekend, which changed everything. And again, this is the most unique situation I've ever been involved with in business and certainly with wrestling. So I'm going to fire Ron on Monday, July 26, 2021. Friday, the Charlotte convention starts, which is the 23rd. Saturday night, I get a phone call from Lou Kipilman at 8:10 p.m. Again, Arcadian Vanguard producer, on-air talent, friend, great guy, someone who never calls me at 8 p.m. on a Saturday night, just like that. He could. I love Lou. Lou, you're welcome to call me whenever you want. But he doesn't. He doesn't call me. And I blame myself. I didn't pick up on the urgency of his voice in that first call. Because I said, Lou, I'm trying to finish something up. Can I call you back in a few minutes? And he said, sure. And I mean, that's all he could say. You know, I had to finish what I was doing, but I didn't know what he was going to tell me. I call Lou back at 8:29 p.m. Right away when I hear Lou's voice, I could tell based on his tone that something's wrong. My first thought was maybe something health-wise had happened to Ron, because he told me it was about the studcast. I think the word Lou used was something harrowing about the studcast. And what he told me, and Lou, please jump in and correct me if I'm wrong about anything, if I misremember. I don't have all my notes for all of this in front of me right now, but I have some of them. Correct me if I say anything wrong.
Will do.
When I talked to Lou at 8:29 p.m. on Saturday, July 24th, he informs me that he received a phone call from Diana, who we know because she's Ron Fuller's live-in girlfriend. When Ron records the show, Ron doesn't put headphones on, which is a pain in the neck for production, but that's another story. If you're going to do a show, ladies and gentlemen, wear headphones. But he doesn't put headphones on, and he just lets the mic pick up everything. And whatever you say can be heard in a room. So Diana was frequently on the recordings. You may not have heard her on the air, but usually when we were recording the show, you could hear Diana in the room, hear conversation, hear interaction, say hello. Diana calls Lou up and claims that she has been verbally and physically abused, not just on one occasion, by Ron. She says that, again, Lou, stop me if I say something wrong, Ron has put his hands around her throat. That when there was a story, and Lou, I don't know if it was on air or off, about Diana falling and hitting her face on the pavement.
That was off air.
That story wasn't true. It was because Ron struck her. The one that affected me the most was when I heard that at one point she claimed she was scared enough to barricade herself in a room with a pistol. Let me say right here, we do not know what is really going on there. I'm not alleging that anything she's saying is true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying that this harrowing call came into Arcadian Vanguard, and we couldn't ignore it. And just like with the John Arezzi thing, I'll ask you, whether you agree with me or not, understand my line of thinking, and also ask yourself what you would do if you were in my situation. So now Lou's hearing from Diana in the moment that all of this is happening. She also says that she loves Ron and she doesn't want anything to happen that would hurt his reputation, and that she cares about him, and that his health in certain areas may not be the best. But she also called Lou Kipilman on Saturday night to say that she was being abused by her boyfriend. Lou, I'd like you to fill in any details I didn't say, but the one other thing I will say is the phone call ended, and this is another one. You hear this, and it just breaks your heart when you start hearing all this. The phone call ended with her saying, Lou, correct me if I'm wrong, I have to go, Ron's here.
I only have one slight correction in that the chain of events, I missed her phone call, received a sort of disjointed 30-second voicemail from her talking about that she was worried about Ron. She sounded in distress, which is why immediately after I heard that message, I called her up and we proceeded to have about a 45-minute conversation. Other than that, I think you covered it, Brian.
Now, I'm sure you can imagine it took me aback hearing all this. Now, I wasn't very happy with Ron. I was set to fire Ron. I did not suspect any of this. Now, they've been combative at times briefly in the background when we're getting ready to record a show. You could hear them bickering, but I never heard any sign. I mean, what do you hear? There were no outward signs of abuse that were apparent to me or Lou or anyone else from Arcadian Vanguard that was ever a part of the show. Some belligerence every now and then, sure. Some snide comments, sure, but nothing that I would even say was abusive. So then we hear this. Now, I didn't know what to think. This is 8:30 at night. I'm talking to Lou about this. I felt awful for Lou. He got a phone call. I mean, what are you supposed to do with this information? And then when the person who's telling you they're being abused gets off the phone by saying, I have to go, he's here. I talked to Lou for a while that night, and we were both really upset about it. We both didn't know what we could do, what we should do. It's a hard situation to manage when you're trying to figure it out in a moment. We want to help a woman if she's being abused. We're going to assume that if she's calling up, there's something she's going through. She needs help. Again, we don't know what's really going on there, but we know that a woman called in distress and we needed to try to figure out if there's anything we could do. After I got off the phone with Lou, I made sure to reach out to Stephen Pinu, who is my friend, my consigliere, and also my attorney, because he needed to know everything I knew as soon as I knew it with this situation, because I don't know how to handle this. Again, I've done a lot of things in business and in life. I've actually not dealt with a unique situation like this, where I'm about to fire someone, and then the girlfriend calls with abuse a couple days before. They didn't know I was about to fire. They had no idea. No idea. They thought I was just a mark in the woods. So, on Sunday, Lou and I talk. It's hard not to think about it. Between the Saturday night and the Sunday, we talk. And we're trying to figure out a game plan. We're trying to figure out what we could do. We talk a couple times that day, me and Lou. We talk at 5, we talk again at 11. And we know that we have scheduled recordings this week. And I wasn't sure what to do. Now, we're going into the last week of the month of July. So for patrons of the Studcast, even though I haven't been paid my money, I'm owed a lot of money. Ron Fuller Welch on the money he owes me. He owes me for 5 months, including the one that was just billed. Let's see if he pays up or if he's a deadbeat. But we still had to record that content because although Ron's fucking me, I'm not going to let the listeners get fucked. So I was concerned about making sure that we took care of the people who paid the money for the month of July, that they got their last show for the month. So we're scheduled to record because Ron's back from Charlotte. He came back earlier than expected. Supposed to record the Super Studcast, then the Studcast. The next day, Lou and I have a phone call with another party, who I will not name at this time. Steven knows who it is. This is verified. Lou was on the call too. We tell this party because we thought it was someone who needed to know for reasons I can't give because it would give away his identity. And he informed us that he wasn't going to say anything because you hate to jump to conclusions, but he noticed bruise marks all over Diana's arms in Charlotte on Friday. You know, it's kind of like you hear all this stuff's happening, you still want to hope for the best, and then the more shit you hear, it takes you down, it drags you down. It's like someone takes you by the neck and just pulls you down. I'm sure Lou had the same reaction. I mean, we didn't expect that. So Lou and I decide on a strategy that I thought would be the most responsible thing. I had Lou reach out to Diana again. Not that Lou wouldn't have, by the way. I'm not saying I had Lou do it. Like, Lou's a fucking mensch and a great guy. He was going to do it anyway, but we talked about it. Something benign, something casual, something, hey, sorry, we ended our phone call last night. Is everything okay? How are you? I'm paraphrasing a bit here. I don't have it in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't even my text. The response Lou got, which I have over here, I don't have it in front of me, but I have it. I've read it. Was along the lines of, hey, Lou, everything's great. Ron's here. Thanks. The night before, she says that she's being abused by Ron, to the point where she's scared enough to call the producer of his podcast. She has no one else to call. She's calling Lou Kipilman, the producer of Ron's podcast. There's no one else in Knoxville for her to call. She ends that call by saying, I have to go, Ron's here, after alleging all these things. The next day, the text we get is, everything's great, Ron's here. That didn't make us feel great. The strategy we decided to do was to record the Super Studcast and the Studcast, because, as I said earlier, sometimes Diana's in the room, and you can hear her. And I said, Lou, let's give her this chance to make a noise, to make a signal, something. I'm scared. I'm worried. I don't know what to do. Just let's give her a chance. This is the one opportunity she will have to do this. Then what happened was Lou got a voicemail from Diana, which I have heard, and we're not going to play it on the air because it's disturbing. Because in the voicemail, without knowing anything, but knowing all of these things we have now heard within a couple of days, allegations of abuse, an eyewitness that saw what he thought were bruise marks on Diana's arms, and then a phone call with what sounded like a woman choking and crying, a man in the background who sounds like Ron Fuller. I mean, I can't express... We didn't know what to do. I mean, it was just one thing after another over a few days. It just kept happening, one thing after another. And we're concerned. We're trying to figure out what the fuck can we do if she needs help and she's scared, but she's reaching out for help. What can we do? I will say that, and I don't know if this person wants it out there, but a party texted Diana a list of addresses and phone numbers for domestic violence shelters in the greater, I don't know if it's the greater Knoxville area or Knox County, but something. But we didn't hear anything from Diana. Then we get this voicemail. And then when Lou records the shows with Ron, we don't hear anything from Diana. Diana does try to call Lou before one of the recordings, but it goes to voicemail and we never hear back from her. Lou, and feel free to jump in whenever you want. I believe the last thing that I heard that you heard from her was when she got upset that I told Ron, and I'll discuss this in a moment, that any of his dealings going forward, he has to go through my attorney. I'm not playing this game. And she wrote to you saying that Brian insisted Ron go through his attorney, how awful I am, how, I don't know what this had to do with anything. I'm buying $1 million house, which I live in the Northeast, ladies and gentlemen. I have a lot of kids. And then that Lou better get something on paper with me, to which I said, Lou, do you want something on paper? I'll give you something on paper, whatever you want. I really don't care. But it was the damnedest fucking thing to go through to try to figure out what to do. And are we doing what's right? Is there something more we could do? Again, we're not there. Lou's in San Francisco. I'm in New Jersey. Ron and Diana are in Knox County. There's nothing we can do. So I send Ron an email on July 30th. At this point, I'm so mad at Ron Fuller. You have no idea. I'm livid at Ron Fuller. Not even knowing, again, if the Diana stuff is true or not. All I know, I don't know if it's true or not. I just know I don't want to be fucking involved with any of this fucking shit. This drama. And I also know that Ron owes money. It's not a lot of money for me. I'll eat the money. It's a lot of money for Ron, I'm sure. It's not a lot of money for me. I'll eat the money. I'll eat the money. I'd rather just tell people Ron screwed me, and I'll eat the money. He sent one check, but we'll talk about that in a moment. I emailed Ron, still trying to be protective of Diana, and my goal with this segment, quite frankly, is that this is some kind of security blanket for her. This is now on the record of what we know. We don't know what's true. We only know what we were told. But I let Ron know that the Studcast was canceled from the Arcadian Vanguard schedule immediately due to, amongst other reasons, Ron's financial shenanigans and the attempt to poach Arcadian Vanguard talent. In the email, as with everything I said with Ron, Stephen P. New was copied, and I encouraged Ron, if you have any issues with any of this, because I had to spell out once again how the content works, what you can and can't do with the content. Ron, and I'll say it here on the air, I said in an email, Ron, if you have any issues with any of this, go hire a lawyer, call 888-692-8084, and you can find out the realities of how things work as opposed to what you have decided you want things to work like. Ron emails me the next day. He has no idea what's happening, but he wishes me well. Can I still help him get his shows up? Can I do this and that? Again, I have to reiterate via email, and again, Steven's copied. No, it's over. You can't do anything with any of this content. I request everything pulled down. That's Arcadian Vanguard. That's part of the Arcadian Vanguard profit split. Everything has to be pulled down from the Patreon right now. For the record, everything is still up. And Ron got another payment from Patreon since that time. 2 since that time. We'll see what happens there. Again, I'll eat the money. Ron needs the money more than I do. I'll eat the money. But Ron fucked me out of 5 months on Patreon. And he can't use that fucking content. And we'll see what happens there. So I let Ron go, and that's that. And we kept quiet about this story because we just... a part of me wished Diana would reach out again and say... help me, just something, but I don't think it's going to happen. And it fucked with my head. It fucked with Lou's head, I'm sure. Just dealing with this. Dealing with all of a sudden, we're getting these calls and these allegations. I will say since that time, I heard from another party that similar incidents took place with them a few years earlier. Almost exactly what happened with Lou's conversations with Diana. Almost the exact same thing. And in terms of money, I also found that Ron screwed over Ian Totten. For those of you who don't know, Ian Totten has advertised on Arcadian Vanguard shows before on Breaking Kayfabe. Ian Totten, a very nice guy. I really appreciate Ian. He's always been really supportive of my shows. And he's from originally over here where I live. And I've had very nice conversations with him. I've always found him to be a nice guy. I never realized he was the ghostwriter for Ron's book. I never knew any of that. I never knew they had a deal, a financial deal that Ron reneged on. I never knew that Ron had a problem with the person who did the cover art, and there's an issue there still. Ian, I don't think has gotten any money for that book. There's a whole big issue there with that. Ron screwed Ian over. I didn't know that until recently. I've been finding out these things since that time. So this is what caused me to make these decisions. They're very different situations, but they're very similar in that I'm very comfortable with my decision. I think I made the most sound decision possible. With John Arezzi keeps throwing Hail Mary passes, looking for any big deal he can get, specifically with someone I'm not willing to share talent with for various reasons that I wouldn't do business with various people for. With Ron Fuller, Ron got shady as fuck about money. Ron tried to poach an Arcadian Vanguard person to do competitive work. Ron tried to do some shady shit with his channel, and as he put it, the 2 marks that he started up with. And that was enough for me to say, Ron, take your Mr. Ed sounding wig wearing ass and go for a fucking walk. Get the fuck out of here. That was enough. And then the abuse allegations. And again, I want to stress, we don't know what the fuck is happening there. We're not in the room. We're not in the state. But we also can't deny that we heard these allegations. Lou, is there anything I left out? Anything you feel needs to be said before we wrap this up, this grand explanation? Do you think I did an okay job from what you know, and you've been pretty involved in, especially the Ron Fuller thing? Did I say everything to the best of your knowledge correct?
To the best of my recollection, I think you've pretty well comprehensively covered the timeline of events. At the time of the phone calls and the exchanges, I tried to impress upon Diana that I was concerned, first and foremost, with her protection and with her safety. It remains a concern with me. And I can only hope that there is a resolution of sorts that will lead to no bad outcomes.
I think that's all we could hope for. And as I said, we've been quiet about this, but we've been dealing with this internally. We've been dealing with this, and it's been a lot. And if Diana's listening and you need help, there are plenty of people you can call. You can call either one of us. You may not be the happiest with me because of me firing Ron from Arcadian Vanguard. You can call Stephen P. New. I'm sure there are probably more people than you realize who would help you if you're really in trouble. And if it's not that bad and you're calling people and saying this, then you really need to reevaluate your relationship. Maybe you both need to sit down and figure out if this is, I don't want to give relationship advice, but this is really fucked with my head. And I know it's fucked with your head, Lou. And, I still to this day, I'm very comfortable in every decision I make with business. I spend a lot of time, I meditate. I practice transcendental meditation. I spend a lot of time on my concepts and protocols for business. And I still don't know if we did right here. I still don't know if us waiting, us not just getting rid of Ron right away. I don't know if us not trying to reach out. I mean, we did, you and another, we did try to reach out to Diana. But there's only so much we can do. And it's frustrating. And it's kind of, we hit a wall with this. But I swear this is exactly what happened with John Arezzi's Pro Wrestling Spotlight and Ron Fuller's Studcast. And I give my word, everything I just said here is the truth. And I have people both on this line and on this call and off this call who were aware of everything happening in real time. There are plenty of contemporaneous documentations of various forms of all of this. This is the truth. And I just want to make sure it's out there because the audience deserves to know. 2 shows left the network. Steven, before we wrap things up, any exposure for me and the mighty Arcadian Vanguard, or you've been involved, you know everything I've known, you've known, and you've seen various things in terms of documentation. Do I have anything to worry about? I mean, we good here?
You are absolutely 100% good, Brian. Arcadian Vanguard operates above board, of course. You have access to an attorney, and you mentioned those discussions with Lou. as all of that was unfolding with the Fuller situation, you and I were having late night conversations on a weekend. Hey, I'm hearing this. I'm concerned. What's going on? What legally can I do? What legally shouldn't I do? And various other things. But you keep operating Arcadian Vanguard the way you are, and you'll be fine. And with both these situations, 100% truth and accuracy, which can't be questioned by anyone involved.
And as I said, and I'll wrap up with this, I am very happy with my decisions here. I think they were sound. With the Arezzi one, I ask you what you would do out there. And maybe some of you would think I'm going over the top. Maybe you think, hey, it's wrestling. Do business with whoever. Take whoever's money. I'm a little different. I'm principled. I stand for something, but I also stand against something. And again, you like me or not, I'm going to be legitimate. I'm going to be honest with you. And I kind of want the same with anyone I'm in any way associated with. So some of you may disagree with the Arezzi decision, but I'm happy with that. And with the Ron Fuller decision, there was nothing else to do. The only decision to make was to cease operations of Arcadian Vanguard's production of the Studcast, immediately separate ourselves from Ron. And like I said, the only thing I've been beating myself up over is if there was anything else we legitimately could have done to help Diana. But that's this. I'm sure some of you in the mothership may have some questions. Some of you on Twitter may have some questions. I may answer some, but I want everyone to know what's happening. And I try to do things on the up and up, and I try to include everyone. When I finally do a decision and finally do something, I want people to know. And like I said in the past, various people have come and gone from Arcadian Vanguard. I usually keep my mouth shut. I usually don't say much. Quite frankly, the few times I have said stuff, I've bit my tongue and held back, and I've let people say things that weren't true or disparage me, but that's all right. In this case, everything we just said is the truth. This is what it is. And how do we end this? We'll be back with more of the 605 Super Podcast right after this. Well, there it is, my conversation with Lou Kipilman and Stephen Pinu. Actually, it's not really a conversation, just us telling the story. And as I said there, it's been a really rough time dealing with the Ron Fuller thing and trying to figure out, what to make of it. There was another text also, I forgot to mention it during the conversation, where once again, after we got that distressing voicemail, "Hi, we saw that you called, everything okay?" Lou sent it. And the response was, "Everything's great, Ron's here, he's wonderful." Very uncomfortable situation. I hope for a peaceful and happy resolution for them, but I'm over here. I'm not involved. I did everything I could. It still pains me if there was anything more I could do, but there's only so much we could do away from Knoxville. And with the Arezzi thing, I kind of said all there is to say. I do want to add, I've always tried to have a philosophy with the podcast, with the wrestling podcast specifically, because I know wrestlers and I know wrestling people. But I always try to not work with people who are desperate, because I always fear when people are desperate, they'll say and do anything. And there's another network, some of you may be aware of, which shows balls-free shows. And look at who's on that network. And look at who's busted or broke or drunk or bankrupt. And just, that's my thing. I don't want to work with desperate people, because desperate people do desperate things. And I try to do everything on the up and up, and I try to be honest. And I also will point out, because several people who know the story have pointed it out to me, the irony of John Arezzi, who got mad at Vince Russo for going and meeting with Vince McMahon behind his back, and then coming back and saying, "Vince wants to work with us, let's do a deal with Vince." And John had a problem with that. And of course, Ron Fuller having an issue with Bob Roop trying to steal all of his talent to take his territory. And of course, in this case, John kind of did the same thing here. And of course, Ron tried to steal an Arcadian Vanguard producer. So there is some irony there in both guys doing exactly the things that have upset them in the past. But onwards and upwards. We're good over here. But with that said, Brian, it's time for Book of the Week. And this week's Book of the Week is one that I've been waiting for. I've been dying to talk about for a while. It's a segment that was recorded a little while ago that we'll play in a moment with Tim Hornbaker. talking about the Buddy Rogers biography, Master of the Ring, one of the great wrestling biographies of all time, expertly researched. Of course, you can get that book right now, crowbarpress.com. Go there. You can order Master of the Ring by Tim Hornbaker, the Buddy Rogers book. You're about to hear me and Tim talk about Buddy Rogers and his book in a moment. But of course, go to crowbarpress.com. An amazing collection of classic wrestling books and so much more. And check out our book of the week, Master of the Ring, Tim Hornbaker's fantastic biography of Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. But for all your other purchases, whether it's a book or a movie or perhaps blue jeans or perhaps slime for your kids, there's a lot of that in this house. Whatever it may be, perhaps you're making purchases on Amazon. Well, if you are, please consider using our promo link, tinyurl.com/superpod Amazon. By using that link before you check out as you're adding things to your cart, we get a little bit of credit from the fine people over at Amazon. We want to send our congratulations to Jeff Bezos on his retirement. Good luck in outer space, my man. But when it comes to Amazon, use tinyurl.com/superpod Amazon for all your purchases, and you help out this show. You support the Super Podcast. Lots of other shows have links they want you to use. Lots of other shows beg you to support them and give you shitty content in return. You know what we say over here. When it comes down to them or us, fuck those guys. Support the Super Podcast. Support your Super Podcast. But with that, let's now go to my conversation with Tim Hornbaker, author of our book of the week, Master of the Ring, the story of Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. I am very happy to welcome back to the Super Podcast today one of professional wrestling's preeminent historians, Tim Hornbaker, of course, the author of the brand new book, Master of the Ring, the biography of Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, out on Crowbar Press at crowbarpress.com. Tim, thanks for being back with us today.
Thank you, Brian. It's great to be with you again. Thanks for having me.
I'm going to talk to you all about this book and all about Buddy Rogers. I have to say here at the top, this is a fantastic book, one of the most heavily researched wrestling books out there. I mean, a lot of books you could assume there's a lot of research. You put the research in here, so you actually get to see it. We're going to talk all about this. This is a fantastic book. But before we get going with Buddy Rogers, something that's connected to Buddy Rogers is Bobby Davis, of course. Bobby Davis was Buddy's manager. And as the book lays out, Bobby Davis did a lot of things behind the scenes that a lot of people may not realize. It's been a long time since Bobby Davis was active in wrestling. He just passed away, but I know you got to know him. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about Bobby Davis. And of course, my condolences to you because I know you got to be very close with him.
Well, I appreciate it. It's definitely been a very somber week. Sylvia Davis, Bobby's wife, called me with the news, and I'm a little bit heartbroken. I mean, maybe a lot heartbroken. Bobby was a good friend, a great friend. I mean, we were speaking several times a week. I was just very fortunate to meet him and talk to him and become his friend. And Bobby was just a brilliant, brilliant man.
To the people who may only know him from seeing pictures of him managing the Grams or Buddy Rogers, of course, what don't they know about Bobby Davis? He was a young guy in the wrestling business, but in terms of his influence behind the scenes, what do people need to know?
I think Bobby brought a natural instinct to professional wrestling. And yes, he was in his late teens, early 20s when he first got started in professional wrestling. And he started with Al Haft in the Columbus territory. He just absorbed everything that he learned. I mean, he was just a very natural. He started as a wrestler and then became the manager of Don Stevens. And then the two of them picked up and went to the Northeastern territory to work for Toots Mont. And Toots took Bobby under his wing. He was like a father figure. And Bobby just was a natural in that environment. And as a heel manager at the time, there was, he was kind of a pioneer. You know, he was kind of like the big mouth manager who would do promos and build up the feuds and the matches. And he did a lot of that for, speaking on behalf of his wrestlers, the Grams, and, eventually Buddy Rogers himself, but various wrestlers. And he really just left his mark as this pioneering innovator, this heel manager. And he was a heat magnet. The fans just loved to hate him. He just, got under their skin like nobody before. And he just set a precedent for future managers to kind of take that and run with it. And I think that's what happened in following years.
As I recently said on the Jim Cornette podcast, he invented the obnoxious heel manager.
Yes, definitely. That's it. He, in promos, he was just that, smug and, wearing the tuxedo jacket and just his hair was combed perfectly, and he would sneer and make these obnoxious comments, and fans would just jump out of their skin either at the arena or watching him on TV, and they wanted to see Bobby get his. And I think that's what set this kind of legacy for future managers, and just to build up that kind of heat. Bobby was really just a pioneer.
And of course, in terms of behind the scenes mechanisms, he was the buffer between Buddy Rogers and Toots Mondt, who had many problems throughout the years. We all think about Buddy Rogers in the Northeast, Buddy Rogers as the first WWF champion. Buddy Rogers is the NWA champion, because that's really at a time where the Northeast, Vince McMahon, Toots Mondt, had that relationship with Fred Kohler. So even though it was Chicago, it's kind of the Northeast and the Northeast crew. None of that happens if Bobby Davis doesn't bridge that gap.
Absolutely. Had Bobby not brokered the deal, Buddy would never have gotten to Capital Wrestling, and he never would have won the world title. And I think that's one of the things Bobby was always so proud of. He would always tell me that story, how, he called Toots and said, hey, we have Buddy here, and what do you think about us coming in? And Toots, was hesitant. He knew how much of a draw Buddy was, but based on their history and based on what he knew about Buddy's own kind of backstage kind of manipulations, he was worried. He would be worried about that kind of an influence in the territory. And Bobby said he could trust them, and he would kind of, run with it, and he would kind of put a leash on Buddy in terms of, what he could do and what he couldn't. And yeah, Buddy had his own mind, but Bobby kind of brokered the deal and allowed that transition. And without it, Buddy's career never would have reached the pinnacles that it eventually did.
Did Bobby get an opportunity to see the finished book?
Yes. I'm very thankful for that. The book, again, with all the problems over the holidays with USPS, it took longer than I had hoped, but it finally reached him. And his wife, Sylvia, actually read it, I think, in 1 or 2 days. She just absorbed the book. She loved it. And then Bobby was reading it, and he loved it as well. So to get his positive feedback was just immense to me. Talking to him about Buddy and hearing how passionate he was about his old friend, and then to have him hold the book and read it, and then to give his feedback was just it was mind blowing. It meant a lot to me personally, and it's something I'll never forget.
Well, naturally, we'll talk a lot more about Bobby Davis as we talk about Buddy. A lot of fans out there, a lot of wrestling fans know your previous work. A lot of baseball fans already have your Shoeless Joe Jackson and Ty Cobb book on their shelves, like I do. And of course, your National Wrestling Alliance book, The History of Capital Wrestling, The Death of the Territories, which I believe was your most recent wrestling book, which everyone loved. What made you decide to tackle Buddy Rogers next?
That's a great question. I think after writing Death of the Territories and focusing on the 1980s and that scene, I wanted to take a deeper dive into wrestling history. I wanted to look at, a different era, and I wanted to write a biography. I'd never written a biography on a professional wrestler before. And like you had mentioned, I've written 3 biographies on baseball figures, and I wanted to do a very deep study of someone involved in professional wrestling. And the name that always kind of was in my mind was the Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. He was just someone who I had always been impressed with his influence. I knew that, he always stood out in history, and it was a book and it was a story that had never been written or told before. And, he died before shoot interviews, and he died before, he could write an autobiography himself. So there was, a massive story there to be told. And I think that I just, even though it was complex, I knew it was going to be a hard book to write. it was something that I took a chance on, and I'm thankful I did.
I have to imagine it was a pretty tough challenge because although Ty Cobb and Shoeless Joe Jackson, to use them as examples again, have been gone a long time, baseball wasn't clouded in mystery the way the professional wrestling business always has been, especially for guys of Buddy's generation, where even if Buddy was alive during shoot interviews, we don't know if he would go out there and say everything. There are lots of guys from that era who were still very protective to their dying days about everything that went on within the business. In terms of the challenge, was that a scary proposition for you, the idea of trying to put together a comprehensive and well-researched look at a nature boy Buddy Rogers, knowing that so many of the guys who lived that history are gone and their stories were never told in a shoot interview fashion or just a thorough interview?
I definitely. I mean, that was one of the biggest hurdles I had mentally going into a book like this. And I think, many months went by, maybe even a year, because this book took me 2 years to write. And to be honest, probably even a year into the book, there was still some question of whether or not I was going to be able to get the answers I needed because of the mystery surrounding Buddy and, his family. And first of all, I mean, Bobby Davis was out of wrestling. I mean, nobody really even knew where he lived, let alone had gotten any interviews from him. So that was a big question in my mind, whether or not I would be able to connect with him. And then beyond that was Buddy's family. There were a lot of aspects about Buddy's personal life that I knew that I needed to kind of answer for this book if it was going to be legitimate and complete. So those two right there, and then you go beyond that, like you said, a lot of his contemporaries had passed away. There's a lot of materials in the Pfeffer collection that are missing with regard to Buddy Rogers. So there was a lot of stuff that I had to kind of overcome, I think, and to make this a complete book. And it took me two full years, a little bit more than that, and it was a very trying but worthwhile project, and it definitely tested my research abilities.
Yeah, you bring up Jack Pfeffer, of course, one of the great characters in wrestling history, but also an important figure for wrestling historians because his collection is housed at Notre Dame. It is something that historians can access and see everything from his personal correspondence to the payoffs that guys got when Jack was managing them. You say there's a section of stuff of Buddy Rogers missing. Is it as simple as it's missing because it's gone through time, or Jack said, I've had it with Buddy Rogers, I'm burning this? I mean, why do you think the Buddy Rogers stuff may have been missing?
In my theory, the Pfeffer collection, before it got to Notre Dame, was housed in several different locations. First, Pfeffer had it, and then I believe the Santos family had it in the Northeast, New England, I mean.
Yeah.
And I believe at some point they had visitors, and again, I'm speculating. I know that some Pfeffer material has ended up on eBay over the last 10, 20 years. So within my speculations of what happened, I think people at some point were given access to the collection and removed items.
And then, of course, I believe in terms of chain of custody, did it go to Eddie Einhorn next, and that's who donated it to Notre Dame?
That is correct. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Eddie Einhorn got the collection, and he graciously donated it to Notre Dame, where it is now the greatest center for wrestling research that there is.
So again, you have this great access to so much material there. Not always the complete story, and very often maybe a one-sided story when going through Jack Pfeffer's files, but you have the ability to go through that and formulate different things that you're going to be looking into. That's Buddy as a wrestler. Let's take a step back. You go into detail about Buddy before he was Buddy, growing up in Camden, New Jersey. What was it like researching the early years of the man we would later know as Buddy Rogers?
Well, it was fascinating because so much about his life was unknown, and just digging into who he was and what he did in those formative years, how he dropped out of high school and joined the Navy, and the passing of his father. I mean, these are the things that made him who he was. Growing up in the Depression gave him a kind of a he valued the dollar, for that reason. And I think that also drove him later in life during his wrestling career to, to make every buck, to work as hard as he could. And he was not, he was not the kind of spender that you would think. I mean, he had some things that he liked to spend money on, but this was the kind of man who wanted to ensure that he didn't turn up broke one day, as many of his peers had and wrestlers before him. But, growing up in the Depression and in South Camden, and, his father was a hard worker, and his mother, preached to him about staying in school and, and going into the Navy. I think all of these things, were helped make him the man that he eventually would become, and all of these trials. And it was just a fascinating learning process for me to dig in and to find this information out about the great Buddy Rogers.
He would, of course, become a professional wrestler in the early 40s, although I believe he claimed, 1939 was the year he started.
Yes. Yep, 39.
But there's no record of anything from 1939.
Absolutely not. I mean, in 39, he was either in high school or just joining the Navy. I know that was the story he liked to tell, and I don't know if that was just something that he misremembered, but 1942 was the year of his pro debut.
And a lot of fans, if they've seen any footage of Buddy Rogers, and you see what a natural he is as a heel, they may be surprised to learn that not only was he not always a heel even in the later years, but he started out, he was kind of that young, good-looking babyface getting the fans behind him.
Oh, absolutely. And that was what drove him in the very beginning. He was just that clean-cut fan favorite. And, he wrestled clean, which people back in those days really appreciated. They appreciated the sportsmanship of his matches. I think, in the natural evolution of wrestling, even within the period of World War II, even the baby faces were pulled into working rough against some of the villains of the time. But Buddy was the natural baby face, and he was very popular.
So let's talk about his emergence as a heel. And I guess that ties in with his relationship with Jack Pfeffer. How would you explain I don't know if we say manager, I don't know if we say agent, but the relationship between Jack Pfeffer and Buddy Rogers?
Okay, that's great. Jack Pfeffer he was a unique individual. And when he would take a wrestler into his clique, his crew, his booking group, he was kind of like a father figure to them. And I feel like that's what he was to Buddy at that point in time. He welcomed Buddy in 1946 at a very important time in Buddy's life, where Rogers was kind of learning about politics in the business and seeing how if he didn't have a manager or an agent protecting his interests, he was kind of hanging out to dry. And that's where Pfeffer, he stood 5'3", 5'4", but he was like a mad dog. And he loved the wrestlers that were in his group, and he protected them. And he was like a father figure. And I think Buddy at the time really appreciated that. He needed it for his career. And Buddy made a fortune for Pfeffer as they traveled around the country, just working within their group.
To take a little bit of a sidestep here, Buddy obviously learned a lot and saw a lot under the umbrella of Jack Pfeffer. And of course, in the years after Jack Pfeffer, and you could maybe even say before Jack Pfeffer, Buddy started developing his own crew, his own group of guys that he felt comfortable working with. And I guess the first would be Billy Darnell. What can you tell us about the relationship between Billy Darnell and Buddy Rogers?
I think Buddy saw a lot of himself in young Billy Darnell. Darnell was a couple years younger. He was from Camden. They had both been lifeguards in Wildwood, New Jersey. I think Buddy saw an up-and-coming athlete, and he began to train Darnell. They worked out together, and then Darnell made his pro debut. But like you said, I think, Buddy saw a friend that he could travel with, someone he could trust, and they formed a lifelong relationship. And because they knew each other so well in the years that followed, they had some of the greatest matches, people probably have never even heard of. Buddy and Darnell, they worked so well together, and they could do so many different styles and finishes that their matches are definitely legendary.
And a lot of people believed, even though it wasn't true, that they were actually brothers.
Oh, definitely. And if you go beyond that a little bit, you have to talk about Buddy's legitimate brother was John Rhodey. And John Rhodey entered the wrestling business as part of this little group that Buddy had formed. And Buddy at the time worked as Dutch Rhodey. He was Herman Dutch Rhodey, his real name. And when John entered the business, he became the first Buddy Rogers. And he actually used the name Buddy Rogers alongside Dutch and Billy Darnell, and all three of them were considered brothers in the Northeast. And, like I said, they traveled together, and I feel like Buddy liked having people that he knew with him on the road. I think that was comfortable to him, that made sense. And in the cold world of professional wrestling, I think, that was something that he sought for the remainder of his career.
I brought up chain of custody earlier, and I guess it kind of ties into what you just opened the door for. The name Buddy Rogers. Now, of course, there was Charles Buddy Rogers, an entertainer, and then Buddy Rogers, the wrestler that we famously know as the Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. But his brother, John Rhodey, started wrestling first as Buddy Rogers, and then Buddy just took the name.
Absolutely. When Buddy went to Texas, we're talking about Herman Dutch Rhodey. When he went to Texas in 1945, the promoter there, Morris Siegel, did not want Herman using the name Herman Dutch Rhodey because of the German-sounding name that it was. So he wanted him to change his identity, and he adopted the name Buddy Rogers, which would obviously become his trademark identity for the rest of his career. But that was definitely an interesting, going back into the records and researching this, it definitely was confusing because, seeing Herman Rhodey wrestling on the same card as Buddy Rogers, for anybody looking at that, you're scratching your head, what is this? How does this make sense?
Yeah.
And it definitely was a challenge to kind of to straighten that out. John Rhodey wrestled as Buddy Rogers probably less than 20 times, only in the Northeast. And as legend had it, he suffered an injury and retired, although I could never find clarification on that. But once Herman Rhodey took the name Buddy Rogers, he never looked back.
The only time he almost had to look back was when he got sued by Buddy Rogers. But by that point, and I actually didn't know this, he had changed his name legally to Buddy Nature Boy Rogers.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, when Charles Buddy Rogers sued him, there was some questions, looking through the court documents, there was some questions on his lawyer's part on whether or not, or what Buddy's real name was, Buddy the wrestler's real name was. And little did they know, yes, Buddy in Ohio in 1952, I believe it was, he legally changed his name to Buddy Nature Boy Rogers. So he had standing to use the name, and that lawsuit was ultimately settled. But Charles Buddy Rogers was not thrilled that a devious heel was traversing the country, using his hard-worked, hard-earned name that he had been using for decades. So it was an interesting period of time.
And that's why in California, for a time, he was not called Buddy Rogers. He was afraid of getting sued again. He was just Nature Boy Rogers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think he was smart enough to know. And, unfortunately, some of that was out of his hands as the promoters were doing the advertising. But I think when he did some of those later California tours, he made it known that this is how it had to be, and there was just no other way. And the promoters, they listened, and they that's how they build them.
He's pretty lucky. I mean, when you think of great names in wrestling, Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, top of the list. Herman Dutch Rhodey, it could have worked. Who knows? Wally Ward. Thank God he didn't become famous as Wally Ward.
Yeah, that's a little tough one to take. And again, without some of the diligent work of Fred Hornby and some of the preeminent historians that have come before me, to figure out that Wally Ward in the Mid-Atlantic territory in 1944 was indeed the Buddy Rogers, that's a big discovery. And Yeah, Wally Ward just didn't have the kind of the backing behind it, the positive forward momentum that I think Buddy Rogers would ultimately have. But yeah, it's definitely a fun time of Buddy's life there.
When it comes to Buddy breaking out, he obviously right away had a lot of talent and got a lot of attention for it, and he did well everywhere he went, and people recognized how good he was. He becomes the Nature Boy. They give him slave girls. Sometimes they were female wrestlers. Sometimes they were just, we don't know who. It's been lost to time. But I guess when you think about where Buddy would end up, being the world champion, but being a political player behind the scenes, and being someone, like we mentioned before, who had his own crew of guys that he felt comfortable working with, his own clique, as it were, you have to think that one of the major moments of his career that would shape the rest of his career was leaving Jack Pfeffer.
Absolutely. I think that was one of the big moments in his life for professional wrestling. And, for all the positives of Jack Pfeffer, there was probably more negatives. He was very smart, a good booking agent, but he had a lot of grievances against the greater wrestling world. And because of his constant negativity and just his vengefulness and his paranoia, I think that hurt Buddy Rogers at the time, and Buddy knew it. And for that reason, for the reason that Pfeffer would not work with certain promoters, and Buddy kind of felt that he was being held back. And in 1951, he had to make a decision, and he decided to break from Pfeffer and kind of go out on his own. But that too had its own limitations. But I think breaking with Pfeffer and making that decision after, 5 years of working with him, kind of set in motion a new path for what, the Nature Boy would eventually become. And, without that, again, he would never have achieved what he did.
And like you said, it would have positives and negatives for him. And it's not exactly being blackballed, but after he left Jack Pfeffer, Sam Mushnick didn't use him. Even though he was a major drawing card in St. Louis, Sam Mushnick, not wanting to upset Jack Pfeffer, decided not to use him for several years.
Yeah, it's amazing. As much money as Rogers had made in St. Louis, Mushnick had to make the political decision not to upset Jack Pfeffer, who had helped him earlier in his career. I think Mushnick credited Pfeffer for helping him win the St. Louis Wrestling War in 1948-49. And with that loyalty came, this promise to Pfeffer that he would not use Buddy, even though it would hurt, him at the box office. And at the same time, it also hurt Buddy. But I think, Pfeffer demanded loyalty from people. And at that particular time, he wanted wrestling to blacklist Buddy Rogers and put him out of business, and he wanted to hurt him every way possible.
One of the things I find really interesting in the book, too, is the breakdown of what was happening everywhere he went. And I'll give you an example. Buddy was obviously a big star in Chicago. And I think to a fan who is not maybe historically minded, they don't pay too much attention to the inner workings of what was happening in 1950. They think Fred Kohler, Chicago. But one of the things the book talks about, and I find it so fascinating, is that Chicago was one city, one of the very few cities, that the NWA did not enforce the one promoter for a city rule. And so that while TV on the Dumont Network was coming out of Chicago, there were rival promotions in the same city that had national television coming out of Chicago, and Buddy went back and forth. He was on both shows.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that's, going back through the old NWA correspondence, I would read letters written by Fred Kohler where you could tell he was literally out of his mind in just amazement and just angry at Sam Mushnick and the leaders of the NWA that they would keep Chicago as what was called an open city and allow two promoters to work there. And then NWA promoters were actually helping his rival by supplying them with talent. So it was not a pretty thing for Fred Kohler because of, doing business and the commitments that he had first agreed to with the NWA to have an exclusive territory. Well, he had anything but that. And not only that, but his rivals had TV, like you had mentioned. They had talent coming in from New York and Ohio. So yeah, it was an interesting time, and Buddy kind of played all sides, and he went where the money was, and I think that's something that would become kind of a pattern throughout his entire career.
Yeah, and he was in and out of New York probably more times than I realized. And of course, he would end up having problems with Toots Mondt, which, as we talked about earlier, Bobby Davis would repair for Buddy's legendary run starting in 1960. But talk a little bit about Buddy in New York, because also that's the one place where, even though he was establishing himself across the country as Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, because he had wrestled there under his original name, under his real name, Herman Dutch Rohde, early in his career, even after he had become Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, whenever he was in the Northeast, for a number of years, he was still called under his real name.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the New York State Athletic Commission. They were not thrilled about gimmicks in professional wrestling, and they really tightened the noose for a lot of the wrestlers there who were trying to put over these gimmicks, such as the Nature Boy Buddy Rogers and various other ones. They did not want wrestlers taking it to that extreme, and Buddy had been suspended in New York before. He had problems with the commission before. So he was already walking kind of a tightrope with them. Another thing about working in New York was kind of problematic was Toots Mondt had established Gene Stanley as kind of the local, popular hero, with the jackets and the good looks. And he was the wrestler that kind of, and Stanley even admitted that he kind of took some of that from watching Buddy Rogers. So he was kind of already doing the Buddy Rogers style in New York while Buddy was off, wrestling elsewhere on the national circuit. So by the time Buddy had gotten there, his style was less impressive, I think, for the local crowd. And adding that with what the pressure was coming from the commission, it just wasn't a remarkable time period for Buddy in New York.
It's funny because that ends up happening in different ways, but similar ways, twice on both coasts, because it happens in New York where Gene Mr. America Stanley had been established. People probably forget now. Well, I mean, a lot of us weren't there, but his name isn't talked about as much as some of these other people. A major star, Gene Stanley, and someone who also was a pioneer in terms of merchandising or self-merchandising, Gene Stanley was. And Buddy did not like him. Buddy absolutely thought he stole his gimmick. But also on the West Coast, when he becomes Nature Boy Buddy Rogers there, similar to Chicago, there are two offices. I mean, at this point, Hollywood and Los Angeles are two separate offices, and he's main eventing for Hollywood while Gorgeous George is wrestling for Los Angeles.
Yep, and that was Pfeffer's plan. I mean, he brought in and he designed the Nature Boy gimmick going into Hollywood for Hugh Nichols in 1948 to oppose the record-breaking houses of Cal Eaton and Johnny Doyle over at the Olympic Auditorium. And they literally came up with this gimmick Nature Boy to directly go against what Gorgeous George was doing. And, and that's, it makes me think that, maybe the Nature Boy gimmick wasn't initially going to be a long-term plan for Buddy Rogers, but because it took off and did so well, they just kept going and going with it. But yeah, Gorgeous George accused Buddy Rogers of stealing his act. There was a lot of turmoil at the time, with the two promotions. Of course, Buddy denied it. He said that, his style was different, but you can't deny that, the pomp and circumstance that Gorgeous George brought to the ring and the efforts of what Buddy Rogers was doing there in 1948 and early 49 was strikingly similar.
Yeah, and of course, Gorgeous George had his valet and Buddy Rogers had his slave girl. So, I mean, there were differences, but there were a lot of similarities. And again, it ties into Buddy sees Mr. America Gene Stanley and he's saying, this guy's out there in his robe. This guy's out there with the bleach blonde hair. That's my gimmick.
Yep.
And of course, it prevents him from being Nature Boy Buddy Rogers in New York for a very long time.
Yeah, and I think, Buddy saw it as, it was injuring him, it was injuring him at the box office. It was taken away from what he brought to the table. And, he would go into New York and, people were less than impressed with some of his style and his showmanship. But I think, Buddy's wrestling ability ultimately would kind of get through, and fans would recognize that he was not just the standard wrestler.
You know, anyone who read your book, which I encourage everyone to read, Death of the Territories, they're aware of how every territory we hear about today and every territory we may have seen on TV went away, how everything became what we have now, which is WWE. I mean, we could talk about there being AEW, but AEW is a new thing. The only thing that exists from those old days is WWE. Now, in Death of the Territories, you read about all these territories we know. The one territory that is already gone by that point, and reading this book, you realize just how big and how powerful a territory it was, is Ohio, and is Al Haft. And this would be a major part of the Buddy Rogers story, not just because he was a star there, but he would end up moving there. He would end up at times booking there. Talk a little bit about Ohio and Al Haft.
Well, I think, Al Haft was a former wrestler in the 1910s and early 1920s. He was just based in Columbus, and he was just he loved professional wrestling, and he became a promoter and built the Ohio region into one of the most flourishing in the nation. At points, he was booking Ohio, Pennsylvania, into Baltimore, even into New York at times, and Indiana. I mean, he had a very large territory, and Al Haft was just a pioneer in terms of wrestling promoters, and at the forefront of the TV kind of boom in the late 1940s. But he did a lot of great business. And in 1951, after Rogers had broke with Pfeffer, he kind of looked to two people to kind of help book and shape his future. And they were Eddie Quinn in Montreal and Al Haft in Ohio. And Al Haft, embraced Buddy, and Buddy loved Columbus, and he moved there. He would meet his third wife there. He would live there for many years, and he loved the city, loved the territory, and it played a major part, as you said, in his life and career.
Eddie Quinn, like you just mentioned, would be another big booster of Buddy Rogers. Even when Buddy had problems in other places, he could always go back to Montreal and be in the main events.
Absolutely. Montreal was one of his best territories. I mean, absolutely. It was a big, big money territory. Eddie Quinn had no problem finding the best in the business to bring in on a weekly basis at the Montreal Forum. And that's what he did. I mean, he brought in the top workers from across the globe, and he put on some of the best matches anywhere, probably anywhere in the globe. I mean, he had Killer Kowalski and Thez and just some of these great names. And Buddy would go in there, and Quinn just gave him a platform to wrestle and just thrive, and Buddy made the most of it. He loved working there, and it was always a big business for him.
In talking about Ohio and going back to Bobby Davis, so many people remember Bobby Davis as Buddy's manager, and as the book points out, at times managing against Buddy Rogers at different points in his career. But I was surprised to learn about how they first met when Bobby Davis was a teenager. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite stories, and Bobby always loved to tell this. I mean, he just, when he would tell me this story, he would just light up. And essentially what it comes down to is Bobby was a huge, huge fan of Buddy Rogers, and being in his teenage years, living there in Columbus, he found out where Buddy Rogers lived. And one afternoon he went over to the address and gave a knock on the door, and there he was. Buddy Rogers opened the door and looked down on the young man that was standing there, and welcomed him inside and answered all his questions. And one of the aspects of it that always is entertaining is that Bobby introduced himself as Bob Davis, and Buddy looked at him and just said, "No, you're Bobby, just Bobby." He was just Bobby, and he was Bobby from then on. It wasn't Bob Davis. And I think from that moment on, even though there was an age difference, and Buddy kind of took him under his wing, and they would maintain a friendship, and it was just a friendship that would last a lifetime.
And of course, Bobby Davis, as we mentioned earlier, would become a big player behind the scenes, even at a young age, and someone that even when Buddy was having problems with people, would jump in and help out and try to soothe over those problems. he had already been established in the Northeast when Buddy went back in 1960. Yep. Bobby Davis had been there managing the Grams, and he was a known entity there. Was it tough to get Toots Mondt to accept Buddy back into the territory? A lot of people think Vince McMahon. It wasn't just Vince Sr. It was Vince and Toots was really the one with the wrestling connections.
Yes, and Toots was very suspicious of Buddy Rogers. I think knowing what Buddy was capable of behind the scenes, that he was worried that Buddy would get in there and sink his teeth into the territory, bring his guys in and try to, manipulate and take over. And, that was kind of working against what Toots and McMahon were doing. They had a workable system. And frankly, they didn't need Buddy. I mean, of course, Buddy was going to change the face of the business for Capital Wrestling, but they were doing good business, and they didn't want to bring in someone who was going to rock the boat. And I think without Bobby Davis there to kind of act as a middleman and kind of give his assurances, I think, that would never have happened, but it did. And Bobby brokered the deal, and, Buddy and Bobby were off for Capital territory.
You say that Toots was suspicious of Buddy. One of the things in the book is you go through various correspondence from Sam Mushnick. We see that at various points, a lot of people are suspicious of Buddy. Is he really injured? What's his real motive here? Why do you think Buddy got this reputation for, I don't know if troublemaker is the right word, I don't think it really is, but being maybe someone who's manipulative and someone who's trying to look to take over?
I think Buddy just possessed his own mind. I mean, he wasn't a leader as much as he was someone who would work, and do things that were for his benefit. And going into a territory, he would kind of, he was a manipulator. And I want to say a lot of things that are said about him are probably true. There are things that have been said about him, criticisms or even just, descriptions of him that are less than flattering. Buddy was the kind of guy that looked out for number one, and even his friends would admit it. He was the kind of guy who he deserved to be in main events, obviously. I mean, he was a great draw. He was a great wrestler. But, the way he booked matches, if he decided, he didn't want to work against a certain opponent, he had the ability to change things. And some wrestlers kind of saw that as, being a problem, and especially if it was, a high-profile match and the other wrestler was looking forward to making some big money, and Buddy made a last-minute change. I mean, I think he definitely rubbed people the wrong way at certain times. But a lot of these same people, loved to work with him. I mean, they complimented him. But Buddy had his own way of manipulating and kind of, sinking his teeth into a territory and getting what he wanted, which obviously rubbed a lot of other people the wrong way.
A few times now we've brought up Buddy's crew, and we brought up Billy Darnell earlier in the interview. Talk a little bit about some of the guys that were in Buddy's crew. Who did Buddy, A, feel comfortable working with, and B, take with him whenever he got set up in a new territory?
Absolutely. He worked with a lot of guys through the years, and some of his more notable people from within his clique. You could say Johnny Barron, Fritz Von Goring, Buddy Austin. Even he had some lesser journeyman types of Buddy Rosen and, who am I forgetting? But there was a lot of guys that he would bring from territory to territory. And they would come in and they would have these great matches. Even look at like Johnny Valentine and Bobo Brazil, to a lesser extent. I mean, these were guys that Buddy trusted and, had some great matches. Bearcat Wright, just through the years, there were guys that were part of Buddy's immediate crew, as we've talked about, but there were also a lot of guys that Buddy liked working with. And I guess they were maybe the extended kind of crew of Buddies. But yeah, a lot of these guys, Ruffy Silverstein, and these are big names from those days. Even Bill Miller was part of the circuit for a while there. Maybe he wasn't directly part of the crew, but Buddy liked working with them. They sold out a lot of arenas and they made a lot of money. So, Buddy definitely, and some of these wrestlers, they loved working with him. So wherever the money was, that's where they were as well.
It is interesting to me, I don't think you'd ever see this again, that Buddy Rogers' clique also had Buddy Austin and Buddy Rosen. 3 buddies
Yeah,
working with
funny.
each other.
Yep. Yeah, I guess it's a coincidence. You know, Buddy was one of those, he was a very interesting character. And I think, you know, for something like that, I think he probably enjoyed having those buddies with him just for the sake of having them around.
Now, we talked about his return to New York. We say New York, but really the Northeast, Capital Wrestling, everything from Washington, D.C., up the coast. But part of the story there is the relationship that Toots and Vince McMahon Sr. were forming with other areas. Because with Buddy there, now they have to deal with Fred Kohler. And Fred Kohler had been really hot. He lost his TV. And then things kind of cooled down a little bit in the late 50s. All of a sudden, he's got Buddy Rogers on top, and he's drawing these big houses. Buddy and Bearcat Wright, Buddy and Haystack Calhoun. Of course, Buddy and Pat O'Connor was the big one. But when you look at the success that they had in the Northeast and the success that that crew had in Chicago, how much of it do you think is directly because of Buddy Rogers?
I think a lot of it. I think he was the glue between the Northeast and Chicago. And even in later years, when you draw in Cleveland and some of these other cities, and especially Columbus, where, McMahon was working a deal later on with Al Heft, all of these cities were kind of centered around Buddy Rogers because of his, just his style and his just, I'm not going to say popularity, but his ability to draw at the box office. And there were so many great babyface wrestlers out there, and so many wrestlers that matched up so well with Buddy that you just had a never-ending stream of main events. Two times a month at the International Amphitheater in Chicago, you were selling out. And Buddy was there at the main event, nearly every time. And Fred Kohler was making a mint, and the TV coming into Chicago from Bridgeport and DC really revolutionized wrestling at the time in the Windy City, and equally in other places around the Northeast. And they were making a mint. I mean, it really was just amazing the kind of money they were making.
And there's a lot of interesting things happening behind the scenes at this period of time. Vince McMahon Sr. wasn't a member of the NWA. Toots Mondt was. Vince gets made a member without having to go through any of the mechanisms that anyone else had to go through to become a member, because the NWA was in a lot of trouble. And they thought that it would really help to have those cities that Vince McMahon Sr. was promoting and to have him in the NWA. This indirectly or maybe directly leads to Buddy Rogers being recognized as the NWA U.S. champion. Before that, there wasn't a U.S. champion that was recognized nationwide by the NWA. And this, of course, leads to the vote to make Buddy Rogers the NWA champion. I want to talk to you about that. I want to talk to you about him defeating Pat O'Connor in Chicago. But the interesting thing is how old he was already and how seasoned he was already when he got that chance to be the NWA champion. Thez never dropped the title to him when he was younger. By this point in time, he didn't wrestle the same way he did when he was younger. What do you think Buddy Rogers as an NWA champion in his 30s would have been like?
Wow, that's a very interesting question. I mean, I think he probably would have set a standard that, for that time period would have been very hair-raising. I mean, he was in his 30s when he was doing some of his great matches in the early 1950s or mid-1950s, how he was actually considered a high flyer by a lot of people. And that's not the high flyers you recognize today in professional wrestling, but just the quickness that he had bouncing off the ropes, the drop kicks, just the stunning moves that he was able to pull off. I think him as the champion in the 1950s, and it comes down to 1957 when Thez could have dropped the title to him. I think it would have been a much different story comparing that version of Buddy Rogers to where he was even 4 years later, because 4 years in professional wrestling in those days, especially for someone who traveled and worked as hard as Buddy Rogers, was like a lifetime. And he did, like you mentioned, he did have to alter his style, but a younger version of Buddy Rogers as NWA champion would have been a different story, undoubtedly.
Yeah, you have to think. I know Thez didn't want to drop it to him, And Thez and even most of the promoters in the NWA wanted a legitimate wrestler to hold the belt, and Buddy was a showman more than an actual shooter. He certainly knew how to wrestle, he had trained, but he wasn't a Lou Thez, and he wasn't a Dick Hutton, but I gotta think Buddy as NWA champion, instead of Dick Hutton, would have done much better business for everyone. It's just, I guess they didn't really, A, they didn't trust him at that point, but B, Lou Thez wasn't gonna do it.
And that's what it comes down to. Lou Thez held up the NWA. He had his own reasons, and I believe that he felt that he had given so much of his blood, sweat, and tears to making the NWA belt as credible as he had, that giving it to a non-shooter, someone who was more of a performer, as you say, and someone who he didn't trust, and someone he didn't really like, to do that was something that he just, in good conscience, couldn't do. And he didn't do it. In 1957 would have been the prime opportunity to give Buddy the belt with NWA support, and Thez opted to drop the belt to Dick Hutton instead.
Once again, I want to remind everyone the book is Master of the Ring, the biography of Nature Boy Buddy Rogers by Tim Hornbaker on Crowbar Press. Get your copy today at crowbarpress.com. But Tim, talking about the NWA title, Buddy would of course get the title finally in 1961. A famous match, him and Pat O'Connor in Chicago. Can you talk a little bit about the build-up to the match and also the records that the house and the gate and the match set?
Yes, absolutely. The match was incredible. From step one of the blueprint and how to build up to a professional wrestling match was something that was legendary for the time, and it's legendary today. I think with all of the different people involved, you had Fred Kohler in Chicago doing promotion on the ground, building up to this massive show at Comiskey Park. You had Vince McMahon and Toots Mondt in the Northeast kind of pulling the strings with the TV setups in Bridgeport and Washington. And then you had the players. You had O'Connor as this great wrestling babyface champion who had really was a credit to the sport. And then you had the heel Buddy Rogers, the Nature Boy, and then you had manager Bobby Davis. And I think all of these elements working at such a great pace and just with all of these great minds putting these elements in the proper place with the promotion and the TV and the exposure and building up, it was building towards a record house. And hearing Bobby Davis tell me the story of how he talked so much trash about Pat O'Connor and how on TV, they built up the match and how they really just got under O'Connor's skin and said, you're scared of Buddy Rogers and you would never wrestle him, and just all of this. And then finally O'Connor, had to just give in and just say, you'll give him the title match. And, just this incredible build up. And by the time, June 1961 came around, the wrestling world was on fire. And in Chicago, building up to this house, I mean, you literally, you're going to put 38,000 people in Comiskey Park, which set, an national attendance record and $128, I think, or 125 plus $1,000 gate, which was another record. I mean, this was just an incredible build-up and a promotion that just set a standard that I think, even till today, people and promoters can take lessons from.
Buddy would get the NWA title, and this is where things get interesting, because I bring up, what if he had gotten the title in his 30s? I have to think the run would have gone a lot differently than it did here, because Buddy is linked up with Vince McMahon Sr. and Toots Mondt. Unfortunately for the NWA, they eat up a lot of his dates. He's still a regular in that territory, while NWA champion. Typically, the NWA champion is a touring champion. Buddy goes to places, but there are territories he never goes to. He never goes to West Texas. There's no Buddy Rogers and Amarillo NWA title defenses. So this starts causing problems in the NWA. And around this period of time, Buddy also begins to have some health issues, as well as a notorious locker room incident in Ohio. And let's start by talking about that, because that certainly weighed on him going forward. This is one of those stories we've all heard. We've all heard different versions of it, and this is where you do such a good job in the book, Tim, of separating the fact from the fiction. What can you tell us about the famous locker room attack on Buddy Rogers by Bill Miller and Carl Gotch?
Well, I think in wrestling history, there are a few moments that are as important in just the NWA and just wrestling history than the Gotch, Miller, Buddy Rogers locker room altercation. And essentially what happened was Buddy was in a friendly town. I mean, he was in Columbus. He was in his hometown. This was his adopted hometown. He lived there. He was raising his family, his daughter there, and it was a place that he was comfortable. And he was backstage at the fairgrounds, I believe it was, and he was confronted by Carl Gotch and Bill Miller, who, depending on what source you want to take or listen to, they had a grievance. Either Buddy was ducking them, or there was something more sinister going on. Either way, it was Gotch and Miller, two renowned shooters, up against Buddy Rogers in what was a confrontation of sorts. And again, there was versions that Buddy was slapped. Buddy had his arm slammed in the door. That he was essentially, and he's the NWA World Champion. I mean, to have a story come out publicly that the NWA World Champion was essentially beat up in the locker room. I mean, it doesn't really, it doesn't do a lot of benefit. It does not have benefits for the NWA or professional wrestling in general. But Buddy did have an altercation with them, and luckily for him, he wasn't seriously injured in the attack. But there was a lot of mental and physical anguish stemming from the incident, and he was out of action for a good 7 to 10 days after that. And I think it also helped break his spirit as NWA champion.
And it certainly helped break his relationship with Ohio and Al Haft. And a lot of people, as the book points out, there are people who think Al Haft may have actually been behind it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Al Haft, according to, a few sources, he was the man that, in fear of the rumor, and it wasn't so much a rumor, that Capital Wrestling and McMahon and Mont were looking at a possible takeover of Columbus. Haft was paranoid, and as it happened, he kind of brokered this situation to kind of send a message that, don't come in here. You're not going to come in here and take what I've, the territory that I've promoted for 40, 50 years. And it's an example of, just the dark underbelly of professional wrestling and how paranoid these promoters were, and just what lengths they would go to protect what they thought was theirs. And Al Haft obviously felt that Columbus and the Ohio territory was, he owned it, and that was his property. And to the thought of someone coming in and trying to take over, he was ready to send a message.
And certainly Vince McMahon Sr. did have his eyes on Cleveland, and they did run Cleveland, but that was all. I mean, the only way that works is if you have Buddy Rogers. He was the most important factor there to being able to expand your territory to a Cleveland, Ohio. Tim, I want to ask you about Buddy's health starting around this period of time. He gets hurt to some degree during his locker room attack. A little while after that, he breaks his ankle in a match with Killer Kowalski, a pretty notorious match because it led to Kowalski for a time having a claim on the NWA title. Now, Kowalski and Buddy had a great relationship. It wasn't that he was doing anything underhanded. Buddy broke his ankle jumping off the apron. But this goes to this whole period of mistrust. Mistrust of what Vince and Toots are doing, and mistrust of Buddy from Sam Mushnick and the NWA. Even when he gets hurt, you have documents that show that the promoters thought maybe he wasn't actually hurt.
Yeah, and it goes back to, like you say, the mistrust of Buddy and just what people thought of him, and and also, just to think about this. I mean, in his time as champion, I mean, he had suffered an elbow injury. He needed surgery. The attack with Gotch and Miller, the broken ankle, and just all of these things put him on the shelf. I mean, this is a lot to happen to a man who had gone most of his career without suffering a lot of injuries. I mean, he was pretty fortunate throughout his wrestling career to not suffer, these kind of ailments and injuries. And I think that worked to his favor because he was always, main eventing and traveling. And but here you have, him as champion and him going out, all of these different times. And even they are legitimate. You still have people wondering if this wasn't his way of either sending a message or taking time off or whatever it was in their minds. But Buddy actually was going through a very dark period of his career, and headed into late 1962, he's facing something that, he wouldn't have thought in his wildest dreams. I mean, he had worked so hard to become champion. He was literally facing something that was a possible career ender. And with everything that happened, I think mentally as well, he was really struggling.
And again, this goes to the idea of what it would have been if Buddy had been champion a few years earlier, health-wise and for so many different reasons. But by the time Buddy breaks his ankle, things are already in play for Lou Thesz to become the NWA champion once again. In fact, a lot of people think that the injury delayed the inevitable, which was Lou Thesz winning back the title as he would in early 1963. The problem with that was Vince McMahon and Toots Mondt and Fred Kohler didn't want a different champion. They wanted Buddy. Talk a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes right here between Capitol Wrestling and the NWA.
Well, Capitol Wrestling, they had an incredible money-making circuit. They had a territory that extended from the Northeast across Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, all the way across, at certain points they were promoting and booking into Detroit and then Cleveland and then going across to Chicago. And this was a territory that was such a moneymaker and so lucrative at times that they saw it as a region that needed its own champion. They didn't need to rely on the NWA, either its name or its champion, to do business. And yes, Buddy Rogers was the constant. He was the draw in the Garden in New York. He was the draw in Cleveland and the draw in Chicago and all points between. They really didn't have anybody else. They had a lot of, great opponents for Buddy, but Buddy was the central focus. And they, once the NWA had kind of set it in stone that they were going back to Thesz was not a draw in these regions. I mean, he was not a draw in New York City. He was not a draw in Chicago. And McMahon and Mondt and Kohler really, as much as, they respected Muchnick and they did their part for the NWA, they really just didn't have any use for the NWA at that point. And they were ready to declare their independence and form their own organization and continue recognizing the Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers, as champion.
The famous match with Lou Thesz, the myth, the story that's always been told is that Lou Thesz said to him in the ring, "We could do this the easy way or the hard way." Based on your research, did that really happen?
No, that did not happen, and that's one of the things as a wrestling historian and researcher that kind of just makes me pull out my hair, because some of these stories, I mean, it really is designed to make one wrestler look really bad and one wrestler look really good, and it shapes the reputation of someone like Buddy Rogers. At some point, over the last 10 years. Documents have come to light, specifically documents from the collection of Sam Muchnick, shows that everything there was complete agreement between Muchnick and Capitol Wrestling and Buddy Rogers to drop the belt to Lou Thesz. There was no threatening. There was not going to be a shoot. Lou didn't have to sneak into the building in Toronto and take Buddy by surprise. There was no suitcase full of cash, delivered. Just all of the stories that people have heard over decades of wrestling lore, none of it happened. What really happened was McMahon and Mondt needed money, and McMahon had gone to Sam Muchnick, and Muchnick agreed to give McMahon and Capitol Wrestling half of Buddy's performance bond back to Capital Wrestling to kind of save them from the financial predicament they were in. Muchnick cut them a $5,000 check well before the match. Everybody knew what was going to happen in Toronto, including Buddy and Thez. It was a complete worked match, and everything went according to plan.
So coming out of that, Lou Thez is the NWA champion. However, in many of the cities controlled by Vince McMahon and Toots Mondt, Buddy is still recognized as the World Heavyweight Champion. In some newspaper articles, still the NWA Heavyweight Champion, which must have driven Sam Muchnick crazy. But they're obviously trying to figure out what they're going to do next. There's that match in Cleveland with him and Dory Dixon for what was the WWWA World Championship. You have to wonder what would have happened with that if the Cleveland promotion that Vince McMahon did hadn't failed. But it's around this period of time that they decide they're going to be the WWWF, and Buddy Rogers will be the first champion using what was formerly the U.S. Championship, the NWA U.S. Championship we talked about earlier, as the world title. Unfortunately, around this period of time, one of the saddest things I think in the story, this is where Buddy's health really takes a turn for the worse. And there's been a lot of things said throughout the years, and I know you've heard them, Tim. A lot of historians, maybe a lot of wrestlers, doubted that Buddy really had any heart issues, that he really had these chest pains. From your research, and I know your research isn't just looking at results, it's talking to people, you're seeing what you could find out in terms of medical records, it's talking to his family. What were the realities? What actually was Buddy Rogers' health predicament in 1963? And was it legitimate? Or was it something where Buddy was playing things up? What did you find out?
Well, it was legitimate. Buddy Rogers was in very bad shape. He what it came down to being was he was headed towards a very bad heart attack, and he was having chest pains, and the chest pains may have started even up to a year or so prior to this, and it was something that he had come to kind of deal with. He was having chest heaviness. He was having shortness of breath. And when he was having these bouts of angina, he would have to curtail his in-ring performances to kind of balance against how he was feeling on any given night. And this was something that he had been dealing with for a long time. He had talked it over with Bobby Davis, and this was one of the reasons why Bobby Davis had stopped being his manager, because Bobby wanted to see Buddy visit a heart specialist and get his health looked at. But Buddy had worked, his entire career to be world champion. And it was kind of one of those things that he was so prideful and, so caught up in his position and making all of that money that he felt he could keep going. He felt he was strong enough, and whatever his condition was, he felt he could overcome it. Unfortunately for him, this was building towards what could have been a life-ending heart attack. And in April 1963, he actually had a series of small heart attacks that landed him in the hospital, which kind of set in motion, what we will ultimately talk about here. But, in my research, hearing all of the people denying that Buddy was sick and analyzing what documents I could find and speaking to Bobby and other people from the era and looking for information, it is very clear that his health problems were legitimate. He showed up on New York State Athletic Commission documents as, having to see a cardiologist. He was ultimately suspended for health reasons. I mean, these were not things that he had done to show some massive work to the wrestling audience. I mean, this wasn't something that he was trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the profession. This was a moment of crisis in the life of Buddy Rogers, and he was either going to stick with it and maybe die in the ring like some other wrestlers had, or he needed to walk away.
And I think one of the issues is that Bruno Sammartino, in almost any interview he ever did where Buddy Rogers came up, would basically say that he didn't believe Buddy was really that injured when he got into the match with him. But again, Bruno also pretended like the match was real. Bruno never ever broke kayfabe that when he beat Buddy Rogers for the WWF Championship, that it wasn't a legitimate fight. What can you tell us about the relationship with Bruno and Buddy? Because it's a really interesting one, and your book reveals some stuff that I had never seen before about the planning of the title change. But Bruno has said a lot of things over the years about Buddy. Of course, Bruno's no longer with us, but when Bruno was with us, he never really had anything good to say about Buddy Rogers at all. What can you tell us about their relationship?
They had a very difficult relationship, and I think, Bruno's perspective of Buddy, I think, was shaped by the claim that Buddy had stepped out of a hospital bed and was taken by ambulance to the Madison Square Garden to drop the title, and I think Bruno took exception to that. I think there was other things that came into play as well. Honestly, I don't think Buddy had a problem with Bruno. And in 1988, they actually did a radio interview with Blackjack Brown and discussed their differences. And from listening to it, I mean, you can hear each of them kind of laying out their case to each other. And they were both very passionate. They were both deep believers in what they saw to be the truth. It's just, to say that their match was a shoot and to claim that it was a legitimate win, it goes against what, professional wrestling was at that time. It clearly was a work championship match. Buddy put Bruno over, and he put him over like nobody's business in 48 seconds, not only giving the WWF, this new organization, this great champion who just toppled, the unbeatable Buddy Rogers, but he just did this favor for McMahon as well, and just launching the WWF into, putting it on the right path to, what it would eventually become. So I think, Bruno's perspective, he is a very genuine man. I feel like he deeply believed some of the things that he talked about. But I think from Buddy's point of view, some of the stuff that has been said wasn't really fair. And to take it from a historical perspective, it's stuff that, really needs to be clarified for history and for the sake of Buddy Rogers and for the sake of Bruno Sammartino.
And Buddy was set up to have a really great year. I mean, his whole career had been working towards this. And the health issue, you can go look, and your book goes into detail. All of a sudden, he's wrestling in either tag team matches where he's barely in the ring, or matches that go under a minute. He's in and out. So there's something going on. You mentioned that he's suspended by various athletic commissions. It's interesting, too, that when all this starts happening and Buddy all of a sudden stops wrestling because of his health, Fred Kohler, all of a sudden when he doesn't have Buddy Rogers, look at what happens to Chicago. He turns to Jack Pfeffer, and his territory is destroyed in less than a year.
Yeah, and Chicago had gone from, just being the prime capital of professional wrestling to being almost a laughingstock. And you have to wonder if, Fred Kohler kind of hurt himself by, cutting ties from the NWA when he did, because had some of those alliances still been, going there, maybe he wouldn't have had, to go with the last kind of resort of Jack Pfeffer. And, his run was essentially over soon thereafter. So, yeah, Chicago was deeply hurt by the loss of Buddy Rogers. And just as Cleveland was, and just as the Northeast was, everybody, the entire territory that McMahon had seen as being what would take into the future, was completely disintegrating in a matter of weeks and months, and it all centered because of Buddy's health.
Another story that Bruno often told, and I'd like you to say if it's true or false here, is that Buddy had a reputation for hurting other guys in the ring. What did your research show you about this?
Buddy was known, and I even, the title of my book, Master of the Ring, Buddy was known as being a great wrestler. He had wrestled thousands of matches against some of the biggest names in the business. Of course, looking at history, there were moments that Buddy had, maybe done, maybe there was an accident. He broke Al Cashi's nose in Chicago, I think in 1954. I mean, in professional wrestling, accidents did happen. But one of the things that I found in my research was that because Buddy Rogers was not a shooter, and this is very important, he was not the Lou Thez. He didn't have the tools in his bag to send a message or to protect himself. So I think there were instances in his career where he would come up against someone. There's the legend that he had an instance with the Zebra Kid, George Bolas, I think maybe in Toledo or somewhere in Ohio. And the Zebra Kid was, a former NCAA champion. Well, as legend would have it, that they had differences, and Buddy had the giant swing on Zebra Kid, and instead of releasing him lower to the ground where it would have been safe, he released him at a higher point, which sent his opponent sailing from the ring. And obviously that is a very dangerous move. But when you read the books of, you read Lou Thesz's book, or you hear stories of these great shooters, putting these submission holds on wrestlers to teach them a lesson or to, protect themselves, wrestling fans, kind of have held them in high esteem. They're like, wow, look at this wrestler. He could defend himself in that way. Well, Buddy didn't have those tools. He had to do other things to send a message, or if he had an uncooperative opponent, or if someone was trying to, shoot on him, this was Buddy's way, I think, of defending himself. And yeah, in wrestling, it was a brutal sport. I mean, there were moments where, things happened, and Buddy was injured himself plenty of times, throughout his career. And I'm not in any way defending the actions of a wrestler who would purposely injure an opponent. And I'm not even saying that Buddy did that. All I'm saying is that Buddy had limitations, and unlike a Thez or a Silverstein or a Bill Miller or Carl Gotch, he didn't have the tools in his arsenal to send a message or to defend himself where some of these other champions would have.
Coming out of the title change to Bruno in May of '63 at MSG, Buddy still wants to get in the ring. I mean, it's a hard thing to kick, being in the ring, being Buddy Rogers, being the center of attention. They do start building up an outdoor show at Roosevelt Stadium in Jersey City. That's going to be Bruno and Buddy, the rematch. I think in Buddy's mind, based on what you wrote, he thought he was going to win the title back. There's a big falling out around this period of time with Buddy and The Office. Buddy was also promoting shows locally in New Jersey. It ends up being Bruno and Gorilla Monsoon. Not the house they expected. Certainly not. What can you tell us about the dismantling, for lack of a better term, of the relationship between Buddy Rogers and Vince McMahon Sr., and what were his years after 1963 like?
Well, I think Buddy had high expectations for himself. I think that he felt that he could come back, regain the title, that that Bruno was a transitional champion, or a temporary champion, I should say, and that he was going to come back and win the belt and regain his top spot. Unfortunately, his health was not going to allow that. He hadn't improved at all. He was still in great pain, and doctors had told him that he should not return to the ring. So he had, personal decisions to make. I think Buddy also had expectations as on the promotional end. I think he expected to take over parts of, southern Jersey and maybe even Philly, and kind of run them as part of the WWF. And I think because of the same suspicions that Mont and McMahon probably had in earlier in the 60s, those were remaining in 1963. They didn't want to relinquish any of this power to Buddy. And I think by doing that, then there was kind of a pushback kind of a situation, arguments ensued. Buddy, it wasn't going according to Buddy's plan. And I think McMahon just kind of pulled back and said, we're done, and Buddy was kind of just left to do his own thing. He was without, allies, without the WWF, without Mont and McMahon. He didn't have, he really didn't have anywhere to go at that point. And because of his own physical limitations at that point, also, he wasn't going to just go to another territory and just resume his career. So his wrestling career at that point was over for the most part. And he had to look at life after wrestling. He looked at going into business, and he did open up some businesses. He promoted the Roller-Rama in southern New Jersey. He had an enterprising mind, but wrestling was his love. And to not be able to come back to wrestling as a performer or even as a promoter, because he was kind of aced out because of the WWF's kind of lock on the region. I think that was very disappointing to him. And, there was just the nature of the beast at that point.
Was Buddy well off? Did Buddy save his money?
Yes, Buddy did save his money. He was one of the few wrestlers from that era that definitely invested money in real estate and saw kind of the bigger picture. One of the legends, or maybe it wasn't even a legend, but one of the stories that Buddy always remembered from his time was the story of Ed Strangler Lewis. And Ed Strangler Lewis was one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Unfortunately for Lewis, he didn't save his money. He lived fast and loose. He partied, he drank, he traveled extensively, and he didn't save a dime. And at the tail end of his life, he kind of relied on, the goodwill of the NWA and friends to sustain him there. And Buddy saw that as something that he didn't want to end up like Ed Lewis. And he saved his money throughout his career. He bought annuities. He had real estate. And was looking at further business opportunities, because that's where he saw his future going. Of course, like I just said earlier, he also wanted to stay involved in wrestling, but again, that was not going to be a possibility for him.
He did try to get involved at various different points. When Bobby Davis had a promotion, he got involved with that for a brief period of time. He was involved with the Detroit office for a brief period of time. He ended up in Florida in the late 70s, famously in Mid-Atlantic, a Nature Boy versus Nature Boy feud with Ric Flair. And then he ended up on WWF TV as the host of Rogers Corner and eventually the manager of Jimmy Snuka. What was that road back to the WWF like? Because he had been gone for so many years. They never used him for anything. Not a guest referee spot, not a say hello to the fan spot. What was that road back to the WWF like?
It was a long road, but I think it was genuinely welcomed by Buddy and Vince Sr. And I think it was kind of the welcome home for the Nature Boy. And Buddy went back and he relished it. I mean, he wanted the opportunity to be back on TV, back involved with wrestling. And I think, traveling with Snuka, of course, that's a story within itself. But I think, doing Rogers Corner and being able to mentor some of the guys, which he did, I think was a very important thing for Buddy at that stage in his life. And I think he really treasured his time with the WWF.
Let's briefly talk about it because you just mentioned it. Jimmy Snuka. They would first get together in Mid-Atlantic when he was there as a heel against Ric Flair. And then when Jimmy Snuka is a heel in the WWF and Buddy Rogers is there doing Rogers Corner, the big babyface turn happens around Buddy Rogers revealing that there is no contract with Lou Albano. Jimmy Snuka is a free man. They end up traveling together. They end up living next door to each other. But Buddy didn't like everything he was hearing and everything he was seeing. And of course, this is the year that Jimmy Snuka murdered his girlfriend. At the same time, people forget he had a wife. And his wife was living next door to the Rogers. What was that relationship like with Buddy and Jimmy Snuka? And how disappointing, I guess would be the word, was it, the way things turned out?
I think Buddy really had high hopes for Snuka. I mean, he genuinely cared about him. He saw him as a potential future world champion. As your listeners know, I mean, Snuka was an unbelievable talent. I mean, he had such great potential. He could have been world champion. There was, he had some limitations, but, Snuka was someone that Buddy actually, cared about. And I think in the beginning, that was a very good match because Buddy, their styles kind of clashed, but Buddy at the same time was able to kind of present Snuka as this, credible, future champion. But behind the scenes, Buddy was less than pleased with what was going on. And of course, everything that surrounded Snuka's girlfriend. I mean, it was just just sad and just it was upsetting and the entire Rogers family had to kind of cope with this at that time because it was in their face, and this was Buddy's job as part of the WWF to travel with Snuka, and they really even at home with them living next door, they really couldn't get away from what was happening. So I think for all the enthusiasm Buddy had of Snuka in the beginning and being back on TV and traveling and being back with the guys, back in wrestling again, I think, his enthusiasm just sank like a stone with everything that was going on with Snuka and depressed him. And I think he, it was the beginning of the end, and he was seeking a way out of the promotion.
Buddy would make sporadic appearances going forward. He was on TNT once with his son David. He, of course, like you said, did the interview with Bruno Sammartino in 1988. In 1989, he's at the Clash of the Champions with the other NWA champions when Ric Flair wrestles Ricky Steamboat. But it seems like the last couple of years of Buddy's life, and I want to talk about the last year or so of Buddy's life with you, he enjoyed the camaraderie with the wrestlers once again. He has that appearance at John Arezzi's Weekend of Champions, where you can see the videos. It seems like him and Lou Thez are getting along really well. Fabulous Moolah's there. He had a good relationship with her. Ric Flair. There are still stories of Ric Flair and Buddy Rogers staying up late into the night to call people together because they were so excited to be with each other. And then, of course, he goes to the Cauliflower Alley Club, reunites with Bobby Davis there. It seems like at the end of Buddy's life, he really was in a very good place with professional wrestling and really enjoying the camaraderie with his former colleagues.
I would agree wholeheartedly. I think Buddy was thriving, being back around his peers and some of the younger wrestlers, and everybody that had seen him at the Weekend of Champions event were just in awe of how he looked. I mean, Buddy looked to be in such great shape. And he was. I mean, he was in very good shape. I mean, physically, he was strong. He was tan. He looked fit. Everybody was impressed. And, and he really did. He really enjoyed being around Flair and Thez and reminiscing and giving advice and, talking with the fans. And, doing research for this book, I talked to a lot of people who just had nothing but great things and great memories of hanging out with Buddy and just his zest for life and just down-to-earth personality. And it was just wonderful to hear all these compliments about Buddy at this time in his life, knowing what was right around the corner.
Once again, the book, Master of the Ring, the biography of Nature Boy Buddy Rogers by Tim Hornbaker, available on Crowbar Press. Go to crowbarpress.com to order your copy. It's also on Kindle, available at amazon.com. Tim, this book gets my highest possible recommendation. You did a stellar job with this. I think everyone who cares about wrestling history should check this out right now. But as we wrap up this segment, why is Buddy Rogers still important to professional wrestling today?
Well, I think Buddy kind of, in an era, of the TV era, the TV boom, however you want to look at it, I think Buddy stands out as one of the most pivotal figures in wrestling history out of that crowd, out of that era of the Gorgeous Georges. And even if you want to, lump Thez and some of these other great names, Buddy Rogers stands out as just a pioneer and an innovator, not only in the ring, but out. He was a great wrestler. He had a great mind for the business, knew about ring psychology. The things that he brought to wrestling helped the business evolve. And not only was he great in the ring, he was an influence to his peers. He was an influence to up and comers. I mean, there was just, Ray Stevens, some of the wrestlers that idolized him, just put him on this pedestal and they patterned their careers after him. So not only was he such a great draw in the moment and such a great performer that fans, took so much from, but he was giving back to the business, not only personally one-on-one with wrestlers, but people were seeing him and then patterning their careers after him as well. So there's so many elements of Buddy Rogers as a wrestler and performer that I think you'll see even to this day being, elements that are still viable for professional wrestling to this day. And it's all, attributable to his great success and the legend of Buddy Rogers.
There it is, my conversation with Tim Hornbaker, one of the great wrestling historians out there and one of the great wrestling authors out there. I have loved his books, and the latest one, Master of the Ring, the Buddy Rogers biography, is another hit. Get it today at crowbarpress.com. But Brian, as we begin to wrap things up, once again, let me thank you here at the end of the show. Fantastic job in the co-host chair. You will certainly be invited back. There's so much more for you and I to talk about. But as we wrap things up, what can you tell the listeners about this book that everyone's waiting for, the long-awaited, the very first biography of the Sheik?
So I should probably start by mentioning what it's actually called, because I realize I haven't done
That's a good idea. Good idea.
I'm thinking, oh my God, I didn't even say the name. Mike Holmes is going to kill me. But it's called Blood and Fire, the unbelievable real-life story of wrestling's original Sheik. And like you said, Brian, there's never been a book like this attempted. There was talk that the Farhat family, even when Sheik was alive, had toyed with the idea of doing it. It never really got past the planning stages. And I first got the idea when I was writing my last wrestling book, which was called Pro Wrestling FAQ, which was kind of like an overview of wrestling. And it had profiles of major figures. And so I did a profile in that book of the Sheik, and just doing the research, I started to get really, really fascinated by him. I always had been, but more so as I learned more about, his importance to the business and things like that, and just the importance of Detroit wrestling. And I started thinking, well, okay, I can't think of another person at his level of fame and notoriety and importance to the business, his legend status, especially from that era or later, that has never had a book done. So I thought, I've got to fix this. I've always been fascinated by Detroit wrestling history, particularly because I feel like it's a territory that doesn't get enough mention these days. It went out of business even before the WWF expansion, and it was incredibly hot for a few years. It was one of the hottest in the country, and then it just kind of fizzled out and burned out. So that was a motivation too, to kind of delve into the Sheik's life story, to delve into the history of wrestling in the Detroit area. And I was very, very lucky, that ECW Press was interested in a book like that. Now, I don't take that for granted, because this is a figure who really had his heyday, I would guess about 50 years ago, and hasn't been with us for 18 years. So I'm grateful to get that opportunity. But like I said before, I wanted it to be more than just a wrestling story. I wanted it to be the story of a life. I really sat down with this thing and said, what is the story I'm going to tell here? Because, there's a lot of great historians that do wrestling work. We've been talking about a bunch of them that are brilliant, and I worship at their altar, and I basically wouldn't be able to do what I do without them. But what I also wanted to do is, being a professional writer, I write on a lot of different subjects. I wanted to bring that sensibility to this kind of a book and say, I'm telling the story of a life here, of the life of a person who happened to be a pro wrestler, who has this incredible immigrant story, came from a family of immigrants, and took over an industry, made a name for himself, became what I consider to be the greatest money drawing heel in the history of pro wrestling. And he was a self-made man, took over his own company. He had his own territory. There's so much fascinating aspects of his life that he created this persona, and nobody knew what was really going on behind the scenes. And I wanted to tell that story. And it's been a journey that's been going on for a year and a half now. And the book, I recently got the release date. It is going to be April 12th. So everything now is pointing to that date. The writing's done. We're the photography selected. That was a fun process. And it's being laid out, and I've been involved every step of the way. So I'm super grateful to ECW Press for giving me that control on this, and really giving me the respect to do it the way I want to do it. I really am very grateful to them, and I'm hoping that a lot of people enjoy this book and the story that it has to tell.
Well, we will be looking for that book when it comes out next April. Once again, Blood and Fire, the first ever official biography of the Sheik, the first ever biography of the Sheik, not even official, the first ever biography of the Sheik.
Right.
And we are all looking forward to it. Of course, if you enjoyed this show, please go to iTunes, leave us a positive review and a 5-star rating. It really does help the show out. If you want to support the show also, tinyurl.com/superpod, Amazon. It's the best way to support the show by using that link. You don't spend any more money than you normally spend at Amazon, but you support your friends here at the Super Podcast. Of course, don't forget tinyurl.com/superpodstore for official Super Podcast merchandise, t-shirts, stickers, and so much more. Couple notes here. We actually sold out of a bunch of stuff and had to restock, but you could still get t-shirts and other stuff while they're available. tinyurl.com/superpodstore. Of course, the Super Podcast was brought to you by our friends, the wrestling fans over at Ramsor Records, RAMSEUR, RamSorRecords.com. Go there today and go through the roster and hear some great music. You may remember us talking way back here on the show about Amethyst Kia. Now everyone's talking about her. She was just on CBS recently. Find out about your next favorite artist today. RamSorRecords.com. Also want to make mention if there's something you'd like to send into the show, you can do so. You can send it to the 605 Super Podcast, P.O. Box 1242, Morristown, New Jersey, 07962. That's the 605 Super Podcast, the Mothership! P.O. Box 1242. I think I just woke up the kids. I did wake up the kids. Morristown, New Jersey, 07962. Of course, if you have any issues with anything on the show and the legalities of it, please feel free to contact the law office of Stephen P. New, 888-692-8084. The 605 Super Podcast is a production of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Your associate producer is Jace Nacarado. I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!